All right, recording's live. Depending on whether this is edited or not this time around, this might be the first thing that the YouTubes hear.
Hello there, YouTube. We got game starting in about 2 minutes here. Hope we see a good match.
I'm hoping so as well. Poor Americans participating in this. Poor Americans commentating this.
Yeah, think about us.
Think about an entire Sunday I've blocked off for this. You know what my plans after we finish this are? Probably
What do you
bed.
get? Honestly, yeah, probably a good idea here. I'm a little worried for our colonials. We have Netherlands, Portugal, and Spain all chatting in the voice chat, but France and England are nowhere to be seen.
Not yet. Well, I think some combination of them are playing putt party right now. So
Right. Yeah, that's always a bit more important than talking about plans and tactics and sure that'll be fine.
yeah, they're gonna work it all out. It is all going to be perfectly fine, I can imagine. All right.
Absolutely. There's no reason to worry.
For the sake of the video, I will also be saying here in the commentary booth, we have myself, Sports. Good to see y'all. We will also be having Salt with us here. Say hello.
Hello?
And I believe we will also be joined by a handful of the Angels and GMs if they so wish to speak, and they can provide a little bit of behind the scenes on how adjudication is going or just share their own opinions in general. For the time being, it is just the two of us, and it is 8 on the dot, which means I believe we are about to get going here.
Are we missing anyone or do we have everyone?
That is a fair check as well. We need to make sure we have
I know we needed a few subs the last time this happened.
the. Gotta get everyone
Hopefully
to
we
sign
did.
off the attendance sheet real quick.
Yep. Should be fine, I hope. Oh, apparently the bot's broken.
Oh, fun.
That's fine. I'm sure that's fine. Someone get player here to fix it.
Speaking of, I think now is a fair time to talk about the format. For everyone who has seen or witnessed or was a part of the Blitz 1 game, the format is largely the same. Very little changes were made between the two. The biggest one being that we just shortened the turns ever so slightly, hopefully to try and get us through 7, maybe even 8 game years rather than 6. 6 is just almost certainly too short to actually make something reasonably happen without major game throws required. So we're hoping to have at least 7 game years here because that seems to be roughly the minimum amount of time that's needed for a proper win to be established.
Yeah, I think 7 years is definitely a bit better. I think the standard game time for Imperial diplomacy is around 8 to 10 years minimum. At least that's my experience with it. So 7 years, we should see some clear front runners, and we should basically be at a point where even though people might not be at 100% of their win condition, we should be able to know who like a top three or a top four would be, and be able to predict the game out from there if it were to go on. So a bit longer to make things happen. Though I still expect we will see a lot of turn one stats here, maybe definitely some more aggressive play than usual.
Oh, absolutely. You can get away with a lot more in a blitz game than you can in 2 days per press because, well, to be frank, you're more encouraged to, and that's sort of the fun part about blitz is you're encouraged to do the more wacky plays that may not often make sense because, well, the traditional plays usually require a lot of coordination from a lot of different people. So when you simply cannot organize that much coordination, you got to get a little bit more out there with it.
Yeah, I definitely encourage you to get pretty creative with how, especially your turn one moves go, because usually in Imperial, you want to just go for all the dots around you, just kind of chill with all your neighbors and stay peaceful from there. But it definitely goes a lot differently when you only have about 10 minutes to talk to anyone around you, and so it's a lot easier to kind of sow that distrust among neighbors. So if you tell, like, for example, someone next to you that another their neighbor is encouraging an attack on them, then it's much harder for them to confirm that than it is in a normal game. So it's a lot easier to get your neighbors to kind of trust you over somebody else if you want to go that route. It's a lot easier to just attack them as they may not expect it. Um, I'm hoping that leads to a bit more aggressive play styles. I don't know if anyone's been playing a turn one stab in their void so far.
The more aggressive play style is definitely something we saw in the first Blitz game. So I'm expecting to see a lot of that as well in this game. So you do make a good mention about the voids. Player voids have been open for a fair amount of time now, so there's a lot that we could go through here. I'm almost hesitant to read it because, well, to be frank, I'm afraid how much is going to be in each void. But we're gonna have to go through it anyways at some point, and it gives us a good segue into talking about the players themselves. Do you want to give a small rundown of anyone that we should be looking out for on the players' side?
Absolutely. So the most important or the most well-known players are probably the Portuguese players. We got Captain Meme from Diplostrat, and we got King of Prussia, who's also very well known around the diplomacy community. Definitely check out his YouTube channel, by the way. Um, Probably the two scariest players in this entire match, though I am interested to see how their playstyles are going to mesh, especially on Portugal, where there isn't really that clean of a split between two separate players as there are on like France and England. So I'm kind of interested in see how they make Portugal's one dot colony survive. Because Portugal does have quite a bit on them. Meme is a bit more balance of power ish kind of player, while King of Prussia is very much more calculating and will absolutely attack a weaker target for extra dots or really for any reason he needs. So combining those is definitely going to be what I'm going to look at most. Though it looks like they'll work quite well together.
I think they definitely will be able to coordinate quite well. I don't think that the differences in playstyles will lead to too much of the back and forth that might have been happening last time. For what it is worth as well, for those who do not know, simply because of the amount of units that need to be looked at, each of our big colonial powers will be played by two players each, which is important. That's why you see people down here in some VCs already.
Yes, and the Colonials will be the only one using voice chat. Everyone else will be based on text. Still worried for England here. They are absent from their voice channel, but
I'm
doesn't give me a lot of faith.
a little curious about that. Let me see. Are they? They're definitely talking in their void, so
Okay.
they are around and right around now are just looking forward. They just may not be in the voice channels here.
I suppose they're not planning to use it if that's the case. Um,
There's nothing saying you have to, I
let's see
suppose.
it dominant France if England isn't able to coordinate properly. Taking the time to go chat in your voice is a huge difference to just being able to talk to people while you talk to your partner.
Very fair. The art of multitasking, if you will.
Yep, definitely a necessary skill on any colonial here. Speaking of other colonials, Netherlands are two pretty well-known Blitz players from the Diplostrat's Blitz Gauntlet. I think they're first and second place, respectively. Though my information on that comes from Portugal's Void.
Very fair. I was a.
If Captain Beam is scared of them, then I am scared of them. Simple as that.
It's a very. It's a very fair point to be making as well. Being good at regular blitz games and having that experience is definitely going to translate even on this Imperial diplomacy map. simply because you have to play Blitz a lot differently than you have to from standard diplomacy.
Absolutely. Going in with some sort of blitz experience is going to be pretty crucial here to know what you're doing and how to plan that out when you're maybe taking like a minute maximum to plan.
Right.
Huge thing about blitz is that you're not most of the time you're not even able to get proper orders in. Tactics become pretty difficult if you're typing orders out as fast as you can because you're not reviewing them at all. Misorders are pretty common, and it's pretty brutal if those happen on your end.
Indeed, you got to make sure you're getting them in on time, though. Didn't have too many issues with that last time, so I imagine the increase to the time limit in this variant of Imperial Diplomacy Blitz is 15 minutes, which definitely you can still fail in that, but you have to be able to watch the clock, and most of these players seem to be able to last that. I want to quickly talk about the France players in particular, if for no reason other than this is just about the only thing in their void right here, which I don't entirely know how to feel, but I do think it's funny. And as we all know, funny wins.
France can become the audience favorite here.
And when I mean that's the only thing in there, I mean like that's it.
Yep.
If I go back to England's void here real quick, and we just scroll through it, woo! It just goes on and on and on, multiple days now. France, not quite.
Yeah, I think every colonial has planned more than France here.
I have a
That'll
feeling.
be interesting to see.
I have a feeling we're going to be seeing France that was very similar to last Splits Games France, which is to say, France in Genoa, and that's about it.
Yeah, they are talking in their voice channel, which gives me some hope they'll have a plan. Um, but yeah, I think the standard French move, at least what we've seen so far, is to just immediately attack England, which I'm not sure how much I agree with, but if it works, it definitely works well. The issue is that it's become such a well-known thing to do at this point that it's very easy for England to see coming. Like the meta has shifted from both France and England moving their European fleets away from each other and like sending England fleets like Rockall Rise and the Nance fleet to Iberian Current, and instead having them bounce English Channel. So that meta alone makes it so difficult for France to attack England in this very especially in Blitz, where people are usually gonna wanna do the most common moves and prevent their enemies from getting, like, one over on them. Like, another example would be Sweden and Poland doing the, Baltic Sea bounce. I think that's something you'll see happen a lot more in Blitz than you will in a regular game, because Sweden and Poland simply don't have that time to build up trust, and
The
Russia especially is gonna be encouraging Sweden and Poland to attack each other, so it's better just go with the safest option there.
bounces in general is something I'm imagining we're going to see quite a lot of on these maps. As we're just going to see a lot of bounces simply because people are encouraged to play more aggressively. They can't negotiate properly. A bounce is often just the safest play. Right.
Yeah, especially with some of these players, I think people absolutely want to be safe around them. Reputation is becoming, I don't know how much of a factor, but it is definitely becoming a factor. I see a lot of people in their boys talking about how scary the Portuguese players are.
Very fair.
Um, I know the Spain players had a bit of a reputation as well, so
Indeed.
we'll see how that comes into play.
For what is worth, by the way, it seems I see some people talking in the commentary booth. Throw as much if you want us in the call to notice something, please put it here in the popcorn thrower channel. That's going to be just the easiest place for me to see it because I have that pulled up on my phone, so I can have the map pulled up for the recording screen here. Speaking of though, saying here that the anti-Sweden push both Russia and Poland potentially here. Sweden is one of
Oh no.
Sweden is one of the harder powers to kill, but if you get in early, it's really just cripples them. I tend to think that Russia is the benefactor of this much more than Poland is, though. So I don't know if Poland is going to stick on that agreement long. Russia just has a lot more to gain from the Swedish push.
It really depends on what their split is because I think Narva is probably the key factor. Is Poland going to support Russia in there, or is Russia going to support Poland in there? And that'll kind of set the tone of who's gaining what because they do have a lot of mutual centers that they both want to go for. Narva is one of them. Helsingfors is the other. If Russia gets into both of those, then Russia is absolutely in a better spot to just keep going against Poland here. But if Poland is the one getting those, then Russia is pretty much locked out of most of what they would gain from this war.
That's very fair, but I do believe that's part of why I don't think Russia would agree to doing that, especially this early on in the game. I don't think Russia ever agrees to give Helsingfors to Poland, especially in a blitz game where communication like that just is not something you can easily do. However,
Absolutely.
There's a bit more discussion simply because of the economy here and the spacing between Wilno and Novgorod. But I don't think Russia ever gives Poland Helsingfors for longer than a turn.
Yeah, Healthy First is definitely Russia's center if Poland wants Russia to keep going as the mainland Swedish centers. I do think in the longer term that Poland might benefit more from this if they can consolidate the Baltic Sea centers, but that is going to be a really difficult thing to do because you'd have to clear out Sweden, which takes about 3 years if you're doing well there, which it might even take longer.
I would say it would take much longer.
Yeah.
Sweden's very difficult to fully kill. I'm For those who don't know, I'm working on the Imperial realms, so I've been doing a lot of analysis for those. And one of the things we're doing that's going to be coming in the upcoming issue is just a discussion on all the powers. And while Sweden didn't end up winning very many games or getting very much dominant positions, Sweden was not easy to kill. And it made it really easy for them to also just bounce back. We saw that in Blitz 1 as well. Sweden was in a very rough position at the start of the game, but was able to very reasonably bounce back and look okay and solid by the end.
Yeah, Sweden actually functions surprisingly similar to Turkey in Classic, to where they're very defensive power that finds it pretty difficult to expand outside their box early on. But if they ever do get out of their box, they are an extremely dominant force in Europe. But they're also very easy to contain to Scandinavia. And other powers find it pretty difficult to attack them. Like the three you really want on side to attack Sweden would be England, Russia, and Poland here. Poland and Russia are fairly obvious. You want to get the Baltic Sea going, and Russia can attack via land. England is probably the more interesting one, as if you just have Russia and Poland, Sweden can just kind of form a safe border on their western seas and have a pretty easy fight. But if England is pressuring them from Bergen and trying to convoy in, then Sweden doesn't really have a safe line to retreat to. The geography of the seas still makes it pretty difficult for England to gain anything, as North Sea, Norwegian Sea, and Skagerrak are all one-tile seas that Sweden can hold pretty easily if they get there before England does. But that pressure alone makes it way more difficult for a Swedish player to defend this. But even then, you're looking at 4 years minimum to take all of these dots.
I would have to agree. And in a Blitz game where you're getting an absolute best case scenario 8 years, that's not really a good time investment. And you really want to be getting those dots a lot faster. Another question
Definitely.
Another question here from the viewers. Is there any established wisdom regarding over or underbuilding in certain regions as a colonial? You're going to see that we're getting a heat of the response there from Osius. Osius being the head GM for this Blitz game here. You're going to see fair amounts of that, especially from a couple of powers, I'd say, namely Portugal and Netherlands would be doing that a lot. But you also have to be careful that you're not leaving yourself exposed.
Yeah, I think that the main strategy as colonials is definitely to kind of pool all of your builds together and then build wherever you think you can get the most growth in them. As I think it's at least I don't think it's very good strategy as a colonial to kind of look at your centers on a per area basis here. Like if South America is only growing by one center for Dutch here, you're definitely going to want to put more builds into it, even if you only gained or even if you only growed by one, because investing an extra build there to make sure that that colony is still growing is more worth it than investing that build somewhere else. At least unless you're under attack somewhere or some other circumstances prevent you from doing so. But you definitely want to build where you have the highest growth potential and underbuild somewhere else if you can afford to. Like the strength of a colonial is to overbuild in your colonies and be able to outnumber any other powers there. So like you may only have four actual centers, but if you have six fleets to defend those, then you can attack a lot more. You can punch well above what your actual weight is, and a regional simply can't match that on their own, at least.
Indeed, indeed. Being able to just build, being able to build a lot more than any regional can in one specific area does provide the colonials with that much of an advantage. Though it is also important to not so far swing that hammer to the other side of the pendulum, wherein you then leave an area so completely and utterly unexposed, overexposed that it's just susceptible to being grabbed and dotted, and then you're out of the area entirely.
Yeah, it's definitely a strategy that leaves yourself very exposed in one area. Like the Dutch I use as an example are probably the most common example to focus really hard in Asia and do really well there, and then France or somebody else in Europe just takes their capital, and that's pretty much game over for them.
Netherlands, in particular, I want to make mention of being. I would argue never the Dutch are the most squishy power as a whole. It's really susceptible for them to get rushed by France or by England or by anyone really. And starting with just 2 units in the area where they have to keep it, it's really difficult for the Dutch to have a strong position on the board and survive a coalition thereafter.
Yeah, it's absolutely brutal. They do have some. I do like their growth potential in Europe, but it's just not anything comparable to what France or Austria or even like Sweden or Britain is going to get. And it's just like, what do you even do? Do you build fleets to fight England? Do you build armies to defend your borders against France? Like, you need to pick. You need to have like a really solid alliance with one of them. But if you do look too weak, then they're just going to coalition you, and there's not much you can really do about it.
Indeed. Portugal also has much the same problem, though Portugal at least has a couple of good fallbacks here. They have Azores down here. A little further down here, they have very close African centers here that they can send up if absolutely need to. But Netherlands just does not have that option of being able to retake their capital once they're removed, so they are very susceptible to that. That being said, though, Netherlands and Portugal also have, I would say, the most explosive growth potential, simply because they exist in the most regions on the board.
Absolutely. I think we saw Dutch have the most wins in all of A2, which is definitely not a result I was expecting. I think they're widely agreed to be one of the worst powers in the entire game here. Yet they've racked up at least 4 separate wins, if I'm not mistaken on that.
I believe so. It was either they had four or England had four and Netherlands had three. And irregardless, though, Netherlands definitely has the win potential. They have a very strong amount of win potential, but you are skating on thin ice constantly as a Dutch player. And in a blitz game where everyone is already encouraged to act more aggressively, where it's harder to be able to coordinate with players in order to make allies that are strong for the entire game, it makes you wonder if that fragility is going to very heavily negatively impact them.
Yeah, it's definitely they're definitely more likely to be viewed as, free centers for friends here than a potential friend, because in Blitz, all your friends are potential friends, and they don't tend to last long.
Mhm.
The flip side of that is that since you never really fully kill anyone in Blitz because you never had the time to, it's very at least I found it a lot easier to, get people to work with you even after a attack on them. So, you can still kind of attack somebody here and then keep going for, like, a year or 2, and then I found, at least in my experience, to be pretty willing to forgive. At least much more in a, game with 15-minute turns than 48-hour turns, which isn't really what I would expect. I would expect people, instead to be more fresh in a person's mind and for them to kind of hold a grudge over it rather than in a game where they've had, like, maybe weeks to kind of think over things, but it's definitely potential to flip people.
A lot of a lot of the social elements are going to come into play with a blitz game here, and just being able to calm someone down 5 minutes after you put a knife in them, it's definitely an important skill to have.
Oh, I see press is open now.
Indeed, the bot has come back online, so press has officially started here. Gives us plenty of time to talk here. We have another 25 minutes to discuss the map before we see our first opening moves and are going to be looking at those. Let's hit a couple of the other voids, shall we? Someone in
Yeah.
chat wants us to make note of the Moogle void. I think it's a very important void to be making note of. Some very important gameplay discussions happening over here that I think are very warranted for us to discuss.
Absolutely.
And
This
I
is this
see
is
nothing
peak content right here.
wrong with this in the slightest.
No, no, these tactics are pretty high quality, you know? I haven't seen tactics like this in a while, actually.
Funny wins. Funny wins.
You know? And Beatles might just become the fan favorite here,
More
which
discussion
I would be
from.
completely down for.
You have typed the frog gif in our press. I shall now cede everything to you. You are clearly the superior being.
Just how it has to go.
Poland putting in a
Let's
little bit more
see.
press here. Doing a lot more discussion here on who exactly their opening strategy should be to move against. We'll have to see where they end up going there. What else we have?
I should note
Uh,
that
oh,
Poland is probably a bit traumatized by their current beta game going on right now, where Poland has been absolutely just destroyed in that game. So they're going in with a little bit of a preconception that Poland can just get absolutely murdered by a Sweden Russia alliance. So they might play a bit more cautiously than they normally would.
very fair. Some more important void talk here. Fishing,
Of course.
of course, of course. Who else is going to have some good early void talk that we haven't talked on? Russia talking about how they're going to be fighting Qing probably the entire game. Qing probably going to be doing much the same. The the press pre-prep there as well.
Yeah.
There was some mention earlier about how much pre-planning your first message actually does as far as making things interesting, because especially in a blitz game, you're gonna tell if it was prepped pretty quickly, and
Oh yeah.
Is that going to negatively impact? Or is everyone just doing it and it's just like that pre-gaming that everyone has to do and everyone just kind of accepts that?
It is pretty common, so I don't think pre-writing messages is gonna come off as, like, pretty negative to anyone, but I think writing your own message and letting it be more natural is better because you are seeing just these massive text walls going out as first messages, and I don't think that's a great idea. It just forces your opponent to read that, and sometimes your opponent is just not going to want to read a massive text wall to respond to you, and they'll go look at someone else's press, or they'll want to kind of get a conversation going first before immediately talking about moves.
Mhm.
It's hard to tell.
It is indeed.
Uh,
You have to.
Utah is definitely writing a bunch of messages, though.
Let's take a look at that. Yes, I am familiar with this player. They have been doing a whole lot of pre-planning, and they've been doing something which I think is actually a fairly good strategy, but you have to be really careful about. That being pre-scoping the necessary players to look out for and seeing how they play from just kind of like stalking their previous games. You have to be real careful about that though, because if you have preconceptions about a player, uh, they will catch you out making those assumptions about you.
Absolutely. Once they see what he's done in his void here, they'll definitely be a lot more cautious of him in the future. But even during the game, if somebody's telling you just a little bit too much of what you want to hear, it's definitely a little bit of a source of suspicion, at least.
And to
I
be
do think it can work out for him, but it's easy to go too far with it.
Indeed, you have to be careful as well because when you start to assume things about how people are playing, that's when you can make easy mistakes. Is when you think you know how someone is going to make a turn and they catch you out by just being unpredictable.
Absolutely. Good diplomacy players are very flexible and very willing to shift their play styles according to the situation. So one game often isn't really enough to know how somebody likes to play and what their style really is. You want to go over the course of like several games and see if you can spot any patterns because often what people do is they adapt their playstyle to the people around them or what's happening on the board. Like balance of power play may be what somebody likes to do in general, but most players will play a balance of power type game if they're like in the middle of the raking and somebody else is just clearly running away with the solo. That doesn't mean that they're a balance of power player. It just means that they're playing to win. And if you come off of and you see that game, you come off thinking that this person's a balance of power player. So I want to propose balance of player or balance of power strategy to them, then you might just be completely wrong. This may be a player that likes to go super aggressive and has been forced to play a bounce of power. You simply just don't really know until you've actually played with them before.
Indeed, you just got to watch out for yourself making those assumptions, and you got to know when you are making assumptions and when you're making educated guesses.
Absolutely. I want to see if Poland and Sweden are agreeing to bounce the Baltic Sea here.
Poland has, I believe, I saw in the Polish void that they one of their messages was that they wanted to do that, so they were going to propose that to Sweden. Uh, I'm
Yeah,
going to tell you,
Poland Void wants to go into Baltic Sea, and Sweden does not want to go into Baltic Sea. So this will be. I'm trying to find their press channel here, but
I'm going to tell you right now, it is a bad idea to start looking for specific press channels. It
yeah,
is not going to work in a timely fashion.
I need people to link press here. There's Poland, Russia.
Yes, for
You
those who
have
are,
not taught at all.
we do have
Okay,
we do have an army of 20 some people here who may be able to find it for us. Yay! There we go. Thank you all very much. I also want to point out
thank
this
you.
wanted to point out this message real quick here. This is the sort of channel that I'm telling you right now. Normally, this channel would not last longer than one turn in a standard Blitz game, in a standard Imperial Diplomacy game. However, we saw in the last Blitz game that the more aggressive play style that Blitz encourages actually very much harmed Molly's ability to defensively survive and make actual progress in the game. Because all of the Colonials agreed that they should push into Molly, and they just did it. Because Molly never had the ability to convince any of them to change their mind.
Absolutely. Molly is one of those powers that just needs time to be able to slowly work away at the colonials, figure out what kind of dynamics are forming among them, and then figure out which colonial is most likely to betray the others. Because while Molly is a very powerful power, they pretty much start matching the colonials one for one on what units they have. But if the Colonials all work together, then Molly is just screwed, and there's nothing that Molly can do about it.
Mhm.
In most games, Molly is a very good power because the Colonials almost always end up fighting each other, and Portugal might swallow the Polish colony. England and Dutch usually get into a fight, and it's very hard to care about a one sister colony. Like, no colony is going to base their entire press and their moves around the world off of their colony in West Africa, right? Somalia usually has a pretty simple time, but in Bliss, there's no way to really confirm that. Like, colonials are not going to be having time to tell Mali about uh, their alliance with Spain or France. It's just not going to happen. So Mali is kind of forced to play sort of a gunboat-ish game here. It's definitely interesting.
Indeed, you really do have to make sure you're watching out for that. And Molly is one of the powers that gets negatively impacted by the Blitz format. There are a few others as well that you really, I just don't think in the current way that the Blitz is formatted are really going to see too much success. One of the ones I think, the two that I think are most affected by the Blitz format in particular are definitely going to be Aymara and Mapuche over here in South America. It's really hard for either of those powers to be successful in anything short of 10 years of gameplay unless they really, really go openingly as hard and aggressive as they can against the other. Because
Yeah,
realistically, as much as Mapuche has fleets and wants to try and be in areas like over here in Oceania, and as much as Aymara really wants to eventually try and push up here against Spain, one of these powers is going to win by becoming the dominant force in South America. And realistically, unless they go at each other's throats to start the game and one of them gets lucky, it's really hard for one of them to make it work.
yeah, I've seen at least one game in the most recent playtest where Aymara and Mapuche did have a pretty strong alliance going all the way until the game was over, and just, like, Mapuche was doing a fleet type thing. Aymara had pretty much all like northern South America under their control. It was starting to expand to like the Caribbean and Mexico,
I believe you might
and
actually.
even then and yeah, I think that was the game you were in.
You were, I believe you're talking about my game in specific. Yeah. I
Yeah.
this is where I am drawing this particular opinion from personal experience. I had a very strong and very personable alliance with our Aymara player that game. And we both, unfortunately, that was the game that had literally the best French opening through the best opening of any Colonial through the first like 5 years. So the game was over by year 7, year 8, and neither of us could just realistically do anything. And because we were working together rather than fighting over South American centers, neither of us really could fight to win that quickly. If they have time, then they can absolutely work together. They can absolutely get things better. And I'm not trying to say this as an implication on Imperial diplomacy as a whole. Aymara and Mapuche can work together well if they have time. You do not have that time in this format, though. So I'm really really worried if they decide to not if they don't decide to push in early, then I don't think either of them really stands too much of a chance.
Yeah, Mapuche especially really gets the short end of that arrangement. Like, it's definitely something that can really work for both of them, and Mapuche is a power that really needs to get going early. If they do this arrangement with Aymar, they need to start colonizing as soon as they can. Like, Australia is a natural expansion. You want to get into Oceania early. And it's really nice for Mapuche that they usually can get a colony going in the first year, so they want to send fleets out, but Australia isn't going to be nearly enough to win. The Oceanian region in general is something that Mapuche can get a lot of expansion through, but it is never in any circumstance going to be enough for them to win off of. So,
Indeed.
really, ideally, they want to be going to Africa around year two ish, which is really difficult for Mapuche to do, right? Because the way to colonize Africa, at least ideally, is to take Islas Malvinas in year one as a build, and then go through Southern Sea, and then get somebody really nice to support a convoy into Cape Co. And that takes a lot of setup for not a lot of payoff.
Indeed.
Portugal's probably the most likely one, but they don't open to Mapondo every game, and you might be at war with Portugal anyways in South America. It's it's a hard thing to pull off as Mapuche, and Aymara kind of does the same thing Aymara is going to do anyways, and focus on land and expanding north and just getting and fighting Spain. So Aymara kind of plays the same, while Mapuche has to lean hard into other approaches.
That is a very good way to put it there. More messages in the chat here, mostly talking about the potential push that's going to be happening on the Ottomans here. Both Austria and
Ooh.
Spain seem to want to push heavily against the Ottomans for their opening, whereas it seems both Poland and Russia want to try and back Ottomans and work in a sort of triple with them against the European powers. Lines seem to be
So
forming here.
Austria is going to lose the most in that
Yeah,
experience. I think.
I think Austria and Ottomans both are going to be the losers of this benefact, this outbreak that's going to happen here. I think Spain is going to get a lot in the Mediterranean. I think Poland is just going to trample over Austria if Ottoman is able to defend them even remotely well. I don't think
Yeah,
that's going to
Spain
be well for
absolutely
Austria.
wins this deal. Definitely. Austria wants to go west at least year one, and then look at their options around the board. And this turn one attack on Ottomans, you get Sarajevo, and you spend two of your you spend both that army and that fleet, which is half of your entire like forces on taking one neutral, or you get involved in a complete like game defining war that is not going to end anytime soon. And France looks at that and says, "Oh, Austria is getting involved in the east. I should probably attack them." Poland looks at that and says, "Oh, Austria is getting involved in the south. I should probably attack them." And then Austria just dies.
Yeah, at that point, you might even have Netherlands going, "We should join in on this." The JoJo's meme just sipping their cup on the sidelines and then just gets up and starts kicking them as well. What else are you
Yeah,
gonna
I
do?
mean, yeah, I mean, Austria, like, I really like the new improvements to the maps. Austria does have a path to the east, but this is not that map.
Indeed. A small
So,
mention. I feel like that should be something we mention as well because this might be the first mention that it's going up on YouTube that anyone will likely hear about this. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to pull up said map. As of right now, there is a new playtest map that we are going to be running on for quite a while here. We are going to be seeing a lot of different variations on the map over the next few months as games are rolling out, mostly just to do a lot of broad strokes changes in order to see what works and what doesn't definitively. However, due to the fact that the bot is basically required required in order to make a Blitz game work at all, and the bot is just not ready for the newest map and its changes, it's very likely that we're not going to be able to get a Blitz game on this map probably for a little while. So we will be using this version of the map. And on this version of the map, Austria doesn't have a ton to work with. However, on the newest map, France has been uh, downgraded quite a bit in their European holdings, whereas Austria has a lot more to play with. Good old chunky Vienna over there.
Yeah, the biggest change might be that Molly is being completely removed from the game. So this player will be the last player to play Molly ever.
I don't think ever. I feel it's very strong that there will be a North African power somewhere up here. Mali, maybe even Bornu returns. I feel very strongly that that power will exist in that region eventually. However, in the map that is being pushed out for the next set of playtests, it has been removed, and we will be looking at what it's like if it is just the colonial powers in the region, because that basically forces them to fight.
Absolutely. And there's no like common person to attack either. Like Molly was a very Molly at least like kind of forces the colonials to sort of work together in the area against like some kind of common goal. And now it's just let's all kill each other and see who wins.
Indeed, just the full Thunderdome over here.
Honestly, I really like that change. I think Molly was a bit too dependent on colonial relationships to really work well. And they did dominate a lot of games. That's less because the players played well and more because the Colonials just failed to cooperate against them. No shames like the Molly players or anything. Like all of them
Absolutely.
absolutely played well and played great games, but the relationship between Molly and the Colonials is too just kind of overpowers everything else. Like no matter what your tactics are or how good your press is, your game is just completely dependent on whether the colonials fight or not. Nothing else matters to a Mali.
Indeed. I do think that this North African relationship that we see here is going to most heavily favor the Dutch in this region over here. They are going to be the benefactor of, I would argue, quite a lot of centers in this region, barring they're able to get Congo to not quite so aggressively push against them. However, I don't want to spend a too long of a period discussing the new map while we are in a game focusing on this map.
Definitely. One thing I want to point out is this anti-Mali coalition channel. I think coalition channels, while they are usually considered a pretty bad idea in a normal game, work pretty well in a blitz game. Normally, you don't want a coalition channel because they get leaked more often than they don't get leaked. But in a blitz game, it's very simple to kind of share what the battle plan is going to be to everyone at once rather than going to everyone on their own and confirming that with them. That being said, there's not nearly enough press in here to make me believe in this.
Indeed.
So Molly might have a pretty good time here.
We have only a few minutes until we're going to see our first orders, so I want to quickly go through the rest of the voids to see what we're talking about, and also the other things that are the channel here that's being pointed out. It's very likely that Poland and Russia are going to be fighting Sweden here, and then probably we're going to. I think that means Poland is going to be looking fairly good in this map. If Poland has allies that are going to work with them both against Sweden and against Austria, that makes an early Poland push very easy for them for the first 2 years. If Poland can become
Yeah,
if Poland can become a powerful force in Europe, and they're able to just maintain steady relationships with their other colonies, you could see a good early Poland start, which is what you want to see from Poland. We're also
I think Poland and Sweden agreed not to balance the Baltic Sea. So if Poland moves in here turn one, then Sweden is going to have a very hard time here.
agreed. It's going to be difficult for Sweden. when you get attacked like that so early on with these early centers, I'm also noticing, for example, let's use for example, Krakow moves to Silesia and then is threatening Prague and Vienna. As Austria, do you protect both of your home centers and just accept that you're not getting that growth? It's hard to do that because
No, absolutely not. You accept fate and just let Poland walk into what you will. Like
exactly. It,
it's hard.
it is not a comfortable position to be in. And in a blitz game where those sorts of plays are all the more enticing, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of those. All right.
Yeah.
We are also
Um, Acheron too is
the
looking like they're gonna have a hard time here.
seeing a couple of press messages about Ogeron not having very many allies. It seems maybe
So if
some
Ottomans and Acheron can't work together, then Abyssinia kind of has their choice between them.
indeed.
That's interesting.
I think it's more likely. I personally believe it's more likely that we see Abyssinia work with Ogeron rather than with Ottomans, simply because Ottomans have such an easy line into Abyssinia's centers, just cause so much trouble for them. But it's difficult to know for sure. Obviously, we'll have to see how exactly they play because both are options and both have their pros and cons.
Yeah, Ottomans really do have more options than most powers. They definitely lend themselves well to playing aggressively, which I think works great in a blitz game like this. But it is a 10 center power on one person playing them, which is the most you can have on a blitz game like this because all the colonials are split in two.
Indeed.
So the fact that it's a lot to manage means that stats are going to be harder to coordinate than in a regular game. I still don't think playing cautiously with the Ottomans is the wisest choice, but I can definitely understand why a player might choose to do so here.
That's very fair. It's very fair. There's going to be a lot on specifically Ottomans in Russia. There's going to be a lot of game pressure on them just because of the format and how it's set up at the moment. So that is very fair points to be making.
Yeah, Russia too has an especially hard time because we've seen in so many games in the past that Russia has just gotten immediately coalitioned and Russia obviously collapses from that. So in a blitz game, people are going to want to follow the path of least resistance. And I mean, Russia has shown itself to be a relatively weak power, so I can see people choosing to attack them based on that alone.
Indeed, Russia is. There are a lot of things that we can discuss about Russia that I just don't think we have the time for at the current moment. That I do want to find time to talk about that. I really want to get through
Yep.
all of this pregame voiding that's going on before turns really get properly sent out, which it looks like they will be very shortly. Uh, ooh,
Absolutely.
Gesundheit. Inuit has put Inuit has put an over under for their SCs held at the end of the game.
Oh God.
They are saying it's going to be at
9.5.
9.5. I think you are selling your shelf very short there. Inuits are definitely a difficult
Yeah.
power to work with because, spoiler alert, Athapaska is one of the best powers in the game, especially in a blitz format like this, where they just have so much ability and freedom to work with. But Inuit is definitely strong as well and has the ability to gain a lot of growth very suddenly.
9.5 is a pretty important number too, because Inuits have a guaranteed double in year one. So they are guaranteed to get to 10 centers unless they are turn one stabbed from Athapaska. But I don't think that's Athapaska's best move. But they're basically saying that they're going to get attacked by somebody and lose here by saying that they will end up with less than 10.
Indeed. Inuit's basically asking the question, will I be able to hold my relatively easy opening position? Which is we'll come back to that. I,
Yeah.
we'll come back to this over under, I suppose.
We're about to see how well this works out for them. Oh, Mean and Gene are having some difficulties apparently.
Ching ching
That's
indeed.
interesting.
I want to
Check out Cheeks Void.
I will check that out in a moment. I wanted to also mention the Ming Void because the Ming player did a fair amount of prep that is very interesting, and I will want to steal these maps because they are very cool. But I don't know how useful they're going to be for a Blitz game. We will come
Absolutely. Downpour is a pretty skilled player here. Definitely one of
very much
the
so.
higher threats I would be looking at on this board, though.
Absolutely. And Ming in particular, I mentioned this earlier, but Ming has that same explosive power that Netherlands and Portugal has to just be able to double and then basically double again and then basically double again and just have that explosive growth that's really hard to fight. And because Ming is more limited in how many neighbors they have that is going to be able to actively affect them in that manner, I think Ming is a strong contender for somebody that we need to be keeping our eyes on. In the last Blitz game, Shing ended up getting the upper hand and basically took that role, but I think a solid Ming pilot here can throw a whole lot onto this board very quickly.
Definitely, can collapse pretty easily. But I think a skilled player could definitely do a lot with it. I'm not sure how wise the move of telling Shane you're going for Turfan is. You definitely would want to encourage Qing to go after Russia or Tokugawa here. And if you're not giving them that safe southern border, they're far more likely to just attack you first. And Ming generally wants to focus south, I think. That's where most of their neutrals are. So we'll see how that turns out for them.
Very curious, very curious indeed. One of these two between Ming and Qing are going to get the upper hand in the region, and they are going to be a threat to keep an eye on for the entire game. But we're gonna have to see who truly comes out on top in that regard.
Okay, so Poland is definitely attacking Sweden here.
That seems like some fairly. Is it? I'm sorry, I'm trying to read what these
Um,
moves are here that they posted in their
those are
void here.
his year two moves. I think he's prepping those.
Oh, the pre plans. I see. I see. Yes.
Well, Fleet Konigsberg Hold. Are you not moving to Baltic Sea? This makes
That's what
me
I'm trying to think here.
confused.
If from what we saw in the Poland and Russia chat, it seemed like they wanted to push against Sweden fairly heavily in this opening, which I imagine it means they would send Warsaw to Königsberg, but the fleet is going to
I
Königsberg
can't see his
instead.
orders channel, but he does have Gdansk to Baltic Sea, which I don't think is gonna bounce based on his press with Sweden.
We will see. We will see. Um,
Now, if Poland is smart here and really wants to kill Sweden, what he'll do is set up for a convoy and basically give up taking an extra dot in year one to just completely cripple Sweden here. I think the convoy to Stockholm is really a good move for Poland if they can get into Baltic Sea, because taking that with a fleet still gives Sweden like some degree of defense that they can pull off, but taking that with a army is absolutely crucial because you'll retain the position in the sea here to still have that control over the spaces around Poland, but you have that extra army able to still move around and force Sweden to respond to it.
mhm.
So I'm hoping that if Poland is going to attack Sweden play, that they are positioning for a convoy. Otherwise, they're going to find it'll just take ages to make progress against Sweden here.
I think so. Army in the Scandinavian peninsula is absolutely brutal for Sweden to have to deal with. Army Jämtland specifically Army Jämtland is an absolute nightmare to ever have to
Oh yeah,
think about. That is
yeah,
disgusting position for anyone that is anti-Sweden to be in, and Sweden will hate you because of how powerful having an army in that square is.
absolutely. And you'll have Russia coming in from the with an army from the east and England convoys. And never mind, we have some maps.
All right, we have the maps. Last void update that I want to see before maps. Mughals is putting more frogs in their void. Congratulations.
Love it.
All right, let us pull up
Ooh.
these first turn maps here so we can take a look at them, shall we? What strikes out to you first?
There's a lot here. I want to focus on Migos first, actually, because Portugal has done the best move of this entire game here. Maybe not the entire game. We still have a lot of game left to go. But that high Durabad bounce is absolutely crucial. That means Portugal and England are going to have a very good time against Migos here, because the way you need to do this as Portugal and Britain here is you need Portugal to bounce that space first turn and then have them move to Udney and fall. Well, England has that safe move to Raja
Rajamah,
Hindri, and they can bounce. Yeah, and they can bounce high Durbat and fall. So Portugal and England can both grow while making sure that Eagles have no expansion in the south early on.
absolutely.
So that's absolutely crucial for containing Mughals early.
Indeed. If Portugal and England are able to work together in this region, then just completely shutting Mughals out of getting anywhere south of Hyderabad and Rajamahendri, it's really hard for Mughals to make progress past that line. Should Portugal and England both not want to let them? However, looking even just that tiny bit further south, I can't help but notice Ceylon to Gulf of Mannar. And
Oh,
that just causing so much tension immediately. I do not agree.
yep.
I do not agree with that move from the Dutch.
No, Dutch really want to go to Gulf of Ceylon here to support themselves into
Indeed,
Andaman Islands.
you want to go to
That
Andaman.
might cause tension
You want to go to
for the Portugal-England alliance too.
absolutely. Well, it might seem tempting to get to Manar to try and to try and make a guess between Maldives and Madurai. You run this exact scenario, which is fairly likely of both Portugal and England are going to want to contest it. Both are going to be very mad at you, and you don't actually gain anything. Whereas if you go to Gulf of Ceylon, you end up in Andaman Islands, and you have a lot of free lit. You end up having a very good shot at Andaman Islands, unless Mughals and Ayutthaya work together basically just to screw you, which is very unlikely with Pegu right
Yeah,
there, and
Eagles and Ayutthaya has so much conflict here. You're basically guaranteed to get in.
you have the ability to push in more with because this army Batavia and Sumatra isn't doing anything else this turn, so you want to support them. I'm actually a little curious.
Yeah,
I'm curious about these Dutch moves in Southeast Asia and Oceania in general. I kind of like Monado to Halmahera. If you are
yeah,
if you're just accepting that you're going to be against your other colonials for the rest of the game and are willing to just double down and force take a lot of those, like you have Danny guaranteed this turn now. You're gonna make
yeah. Danny's
Spain,
a pretty powerful spot to be in too.
yeah, and you're if you just build another unit or two in here, Portugal's not gonna last in just Timor and Flores. Portugal moving to Flores first in particular also does mean that Mapuche, who almost certainly moved to Espio, let me just confirm that before I say as much. Yeah, they did. It just means that Mapuche is going to get Australia, and Portugal is not going to have a fun time in this region.
Yeah, I
But
think the Flores move is a mistake for Portugal here, honestly, because Flores is such a guaranteed thing for Portugal to go for that you can honestly go for something different in year one and just move to Flores in like year two and get more centers that way.
indeed, Coral Sea is a very important tile for Coral Sea is a very important tile for Portugal in this region, and not being able to easily contest it this early is going to make it a lot more difficult, especially when Mapuche is going to be trying to creep on your back here. Although overall, we're gonna have to look at the rest of Netherlands' moves here. Not really a fan. They are going to have every other colonial breathing down their back for the rest of this game, and like I said earlier, Netherlands does not want that.
Oh, look at Europe. France is going for Netherlands immediately.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
you
brutal.
do you do not want to see this. Not fleet, not Nantes to English Channel, Nantes to Normandy.
Oh,
You
this is a powerful setup for an England-France alliance here. That is not what anyone on the board wants to see.
France has basically just put the France has lifted out the comically big tennis racket with the comically big tennis ball and has aggressively put the ball in Netherlands court. I don't think Netherlands has a response. That's not even
No.
that's not even Army Luxembourg. That's Army Liege. They're just going to pop.
Yeah,
They're just going to pop Ghent.
France takes Luxembourg, Strasbourg, Savoy, Ghent. Like with that kind of line, like they're gonna have a powerful push west here.
Yeah,
And oh god, Sweden and Poland aren't gonna fight though. Or there's some Narva is interesting as well as Sweden and Russia go for it, but
indeed.
the Baltic Sea stays free of
Yeah,
fleets here, which is not what I was expecting.
nothing in Baltic Sea from Poland here, which I think might be a mistake from Poland, but as Sweden, you absolutely want to be seeing that. This allows Sweden to unless Poland and Russia are going to coordinate to put one of them in Narva, Sweden's going to double this turn, pretty much guaranteed, and not really have too much pressure from the board. So I think
Yeah.
Sweden's looking solid right here.
Oh, England moved the army to York, though. They could set up for a convoy to Bergen.
It's possible they could convoy to Bergen. I don't think we'll end up seeing it. It's it's tricky
I
because
think
England has a lot of incentive to get that Edinburgh tile as fast as they can and then just never worry about it for the rest of the game. But putting an army
well, the thing is, as Sweden at least, you really want to ask England to move that army to Wales instead, because then they guarantee that they're going for Scotland here. York is a non-committal move from England. That means that they're still considering going after you. They want to keep that option open, and they're not like locked in just going north with that army. It's like they may not convoy here, but they have the option to, and that's pretty important for negotiations because Sweden and Russia are pretty encouraged to go after Poland here, even without the Baltic Sea, because like they have two on Narva. Russia has committed at least like one army here, and they're going to expect a return. So both of them are gonna probably talk to England and try to get them to do that Bergen convoy.
I think so, but I would not be surprised even in spite of that if England doesn't go for it. Army Bergen is good, and as said previously, army on the Scandinavian peninsula at all is really terrifying for Sweden. But with this opening, we're going to have Swedish Army Trondheim, Swedish Fleet Christiania, and Swedish Fleet Copenhagen. It's really easy for
True.
Sweden is just going to move to Vestland and Skagerrak in year two spring, and then England does not have any amount of reasonable defense to hold Bergen in the
If they're
fall.
working with France, though, they don't really have anywhere else to expand in Europe. I agree it's probably not what England goes for, but he'll probably be forced to attack Sweden eventually if he's gonna keep this alliance with France.
I agree. We're likely going to see them fight. I just wouldn't be surprised if the convoy to Bergen immediately is not what we see. However, I could absolutely be wrong here. And you can definitely do some things if, for example, you get Russia to move to Norwegian Sea spring year two, and then you actually have a lot more options on the peninsula if you can get Russia to turn on Sweden. I want to focus
Absolutely.
want to look a little bit more southerly in Europe, though, because I want to see how exactly this potential trio between Poland, Russia, and Ottomans are going to work out. Considering Ottomans moved to Banat, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I think
know if
that's a
that's.
mistake from Ottomans.
I, I don't know if I agree with that move because it's really hard to push anywhere from there to get advantage. It, I,
Well, the Ottomans are gonna go to target these year one no matter what, right? Like Sarajevo
almost
always
certainly
goes there. It's going to happen. You want to move to Constantinople though to
agreed.
threaten the support
Chakvik.
on yeah. So like Russia and Poland, like they're already encouraged to work together to take a Swedish Narva. It's not hard for them to extend that cooperation down to like one of us takes Narva and the other takes Ojakiv here, which may happen. Russia is also pretty encouraged to go to Ottomans here, as well as like Safavids are leaving Ottomans alone. So that's pretty crucial.
Indeed, it's really hard to see Ottomans making too much progress in Europe with that move. But I could be entirely wrong here. It's still very early to see how exactly this sort of relationship all around the Black Sea is going to end up resulting. All right,
Definitely interesting. Do you see anything else interesting to talk about?
There are a lot of things I want to mention here. I just want to make sure we cover Europe as we go through. A lot of the other moves seem fairly standard, other than we've talked about France already. I don't think we need to talk about them more, other than Netherlands is screwed. Let's
Yeah.
scroll down to Africa because somebody here mentioned that. Yes,
Oh,
that
Mali going hard for the Colonials.
indeed. Mali opened heavily north here, which means we're seeing them going to be fighting more of Poland and Portugal, and they are likely immediately going to be punished for it poorly as they don't get Niani, and in fact, the Dutch are going to walk in. Aha.
Yeah, not going to the Sahara too is pretty interesting because usually what Mali does, they open Gen to the Sahara
Mhm.
and then takes Canam as that's guaranteed for them, and that not only gives the Colonials some breathing room, as it means they're facing three Mali armies here and not four, but also gives Mali an extra like vulnerability as it gets is Abyssinia
Yeah,
here that angle to attack them, and they just don't have it this time.
absolutely. Abyssinia is really happy to see that because now Kaneem is free for them in year two, and that's a very easy dot for them. It allows them to get pretty much all of Central Africa here, especially since they've already stated that they are going to be pushing heavily against Ajuran going forward. What's Abyssinia high on my radar as powers to keep an eye on because this opening from Mali really leaves them vulnerable to the Netherlands. And you know what? As the Netherlands, considering how everything
Yep.
else went, you're happy to. Going to take a quick.
You need what you can get on that. At least England's working with you here, so maybe England will not attack you in Europe. And I mean, they're still leaving you to France. It's not great, but it's something.
Indeed, I need to take a moment though. I mentioned the ball was in Netherlands court. They are trying to respond,
Oh no.
calling it
uh,
a mid stab.
honestly, let's see if that works for him.
I want if I'm telling you right, me in the edit. If I get to that, put that in the thumbnail. Put that in the thumbnail for the upload
Yes.
video, please.
Do you want to move to North America here for a second?
I do because somebody in the chat mentioned that Ute and Spain are really not getting along early,
Ooh.
and Ute made a fairly good opening call, it seems, because they were able to get Athapaska to completely back off of them.
Oh my god, Yuta
Athapaska,
can double here.
Ute's going to double. Athapaska willingly held a unit this turn.
I don't know why Antofagasta would hold that unit ever. Like
They're,
it's gonna work out for them, but
they're probably
it's a
thinking
mistake.
they probably get thinking they're getting too shown anyways, but like you put that pressure anyways, right?
They still double, but why risk it, right?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense.
More to Ute though. Ute really just put the hot buzzer on Spain immediately, and Spain is not going to appreciate that. Spain
No.
Spain really needs one of either Ute or Aymara to cooperate with them so that they can more heavily focus the other, at
I
the very
do
least in
want
the
to point
first
that out
series.
actually. Imara in their void before this game was heavily on they were saying I will never attack Spain no matter what. So
Oh, interesting.
Spain this is Aymara play in the previous Blitz game where they just went they death ward Spain the entire time. So it looks like he's doing the complete opposite approach here.
That
And
you
he
you do see that in the MR opening here. This is very much a Spanish friendly opening. This IMR opening to me reads I am either going to be moving heavily against Portugal to start the game, or what I'm really hoping it is Nazca Ridge is going to Santiago year one. That
ooh, that'd be good.
Santiago, again, talking as somebody who had a whole lot of experience, even in a very strong, very tight Aymara Mapuche alliance, Santiago is a deadly tile because it just absolutely destroys Mapuche. And as Aymara, you want to be leveraging that. You want to be putting that pressure on Santiago in order to make sure Mapuche kind of just force Mapuche into either working with you or conceding.
true. I think in his void, he was at least his pre-game plan was to work with Mapuche against Portugal here. So we'll see
Ah,
if he decides to change plans or not.
we'll have to see
He's looking
indeed.
pretty solid here. I don't think Spain attacks him with their northern difficulties.
Indeed, like I said, Spain wants to have Aymara, one of Aymara Urruti on side to focus the other, and from these openings, I think it's very obvious which one Spain is going to prefer here. So that
Yeah.
that pressure off of Aymara is good for them. Speaking of
Yeah, Spain
Caribbean,
can go for some bounces with the Utah here and still get their no. They'd have to give up a bill to bounce Utah. Or if he does smart, then maybe they'll let Apache move into that center, and then Spain just takes one less build.
potentially, it's that sort of coin flip juke that you have to be calling about. I wouldn't. I
Yeah,
honestly,
that's tough.
I wouldn't be surprised if you just intends to let Spain walk out of Apache in order to try and cover Nueva Vizcaya, because Nueva
If
Vizcaya is
you
a really
know
important
that's
build
what
spot.
Spain is doing here, you can maybe move like Arapejo down to Apache, let Spain walk in, and then you'll
Just
have two
Matador them?
armies on.
Yeah.
That could be really good for Spain here.
I
Or
love
not Spain, Utah.
I love a good Matador. It's really fun. Uh, I'm using Matador here, by the way, because I am unfortunately, not even fortunately, I'm not going to be upset about this. I played Spy Team Fortress 2. Deal with it. Just let the opponent, present their back. Let them walk out of a favorable position in order to be paranoid and defend something that they're not even going to be able to properly worry about because you're letting them make the mistake for you. You have to watch out and you have to make sure you're playing it carefully, but seeing them that moveset would be very good if they can see it. Os-
Absolutely.
Oscus agreeing with the Spy
Um,
TF2 there.
yeah.
I want to mention
One
Caribbean here
last
because
thing. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, go
you
on.
go ahead first. You go ahead first.
Actually, let's do the Caribbean first, and then we can talk
Indeed.
about the Far East, which I was going to mention.
I want to talk about Bermuda de Saragosso because I do not understand it. I right right now in this situation, you're in a bit of an awkward spot with Bermuda and Saragosso because you only go there if you're expecting Poland to open south to Caracas rather than north to Barbados. And that's a big
Yeah,
gamble to make because what happens if that doesn't work is what you have here. Barbuda is only going to contest Puerto Rico. Saragossa Sea is only going to contest Puerto Rico, and one of those units is guaranteed to just do nothing this turn, and that's not good when Bermuda
this
could rather
reads
be
to me like Poland lied to England about what they were doing.
very possible, very possible. Oh, I how did I just notice Pagoda Orinoco? Netherlands is screwed.
Oh God,
I
no,
Netherlands is dead. Like I don't know
that's
how more
brutal.
succinctly to put this. I don't know how Netherlands got every single colonial to just absolutely despise them year one. But they are dead.
England supported them in against Mali, but other than that, everyone's attacking them. That's oh my God.
'Cause the thing about this, and Lima did move to Huitoto, which means they're not contesting Madeira at all. But a Spanish South American opening usually has Pagoda move to Huitoto and Lima moving to Quecha. Because then you're still guaranteed Putumayo, but you also force that pressure on Aymara in Madeira, which is more likely what you're going to do. This opening from Spain really feels like Aymara and Spain just have a peace out deal, and they are not going to touch each other, and somehow they're both agreeing to it. It's working out for both players, and props for them, but this has put
To Peru Basin, it tells me that Spain doesn't fully trust Aymara, but after these moves, like he
very fair.
definitely will.
Very fair. If it was a truly we don't touch each other deal, that would have gone to Colon Ridge, but Peru Basin still most likely goes to Galapagos.
Yeah, Spain's not going to dot this
Well,
Aymara player here.
Well, Guatemala Basin goes to Galapagos though because that's the only place where that unit goes. Maybe I'm misjudging the
It
situation.
could. If this Spain starts a war with Aymar while opening against Dutch, while Utah attacks him, then
That
I
does seem very foolish from them, but we'll have to see how that plays out. See here, Netherlands and
do you
Portugal.
want to go to the
Yeah.
Far East real quick? There's something I want
Yes,
to note here.
go for it. Where are we
Um,
looking?
Japan is not opening towards Korea here.
Oh
Very
no!
interesting. Like
Why?
Fusan always goes Japanese in pretty much every game. Ming can bounce that out, yes, but I've never seen that happen in every game that I've seen go on.
I can't
So
recall a single game where that's happened. No, I'm very because this opening is Tokugawa saying I want Amami and Okinawa year one. And while
but
yes,
you're
you're gonna
not gonna
force
get
that,
Okinawa
you're
from
not getting
Dutch.
Okinawa from the Dutch, not year one, because obviously Formosa goes to Okinawa always in year one. So instead, you send Kyoto to Tsushima every time, and then you get Fusan. I'm very
Yeah, I mean
that's
you can't double anymore.
and where does and Edo goes to NPO here. NPO only contests Hawaii. Ute is
Well,
gonna
there's
contest
Koryaks
Hawaii.
too. They can get Koryaks from
Oh,
this.
well,
They can get
Koryak. Sorry,
Koryaks.
I missed that.
So there, that's solid, I think. This is still. I don't know if Japan is trying to do like an East Asian triple here, which could work based on moves. Ming is moving
Eh,
totally south. Like Macau is dead here,
true.
which is not
Macau is not
typical.
surviving. That is true. Maybe they did have a solid opening alliance here. We see Ho go to Gobi instead of properly pushing against Beijing for the first year.
Yeah,
I don't
and Ming's
think
not moving on Turfan too, which I know was causing some tension with Qing.
indeed. I don't think any sort of triple in East Asia here is going to last long. But I'm surprised by these opening moves, and I think that they have opened with intention to not contest each other. So that's
Yeah,
very
that is
interesting.
not what I want to see as Russia. It's not what I want to see as
Absolutely not.
Itaya. Portugal is just getting out of the region. They'll take
Portugal is
Hainan, disband that fleet whenever they can.
Yeah, Portugal is losing this outpost. Like we discussed earlier, they're losing this outpost. That is not what you want to see as Portugal because Hainan and Macau less so because those likely just sit there most of the game. But especially down here, not having that influence in the region, it really harms your ability to get that explosive growth that you so desperately need in order to be able to maintain a
Yeah,
top position.
I don't think most Portugal players expect to hold this. I don't think it'll be a huge loss for their plans, but it definitely hurts, right? Like, there's no
Mm,
world in which this is good. I don't think it's, like, nearly I don't think it's gonna change Portugal's moves anywhere really,
right.
but it's definitely not great.
Absolutely. There are a couple of
Well,
other things.
actually
There are a couple other things I want to note. Let's throw some more fire on the pile of Netherlands is screwed. Congo open
oh
north.
god. Oh, no, Netherlands. Oh, are they gonna try to walk into Fernando Po? I
Almost
think they
certainly.
are.
This is what you when Congo opens like this, you see that as Netherlands and you go, oh, I
Yeah, Netherlands are not a real power anymore. They are free centers.
yeah that oh man Netherlands. I think Netherlands. I don't know how it happened. Like I
This
feel
is
it.
like Portugal's dream too.
I know Portugal seeing that is going, wow, maybe I do have a chance. It's so interesting. I look at an area, I go, okay, Netherlands here screwed, Portugal here screwed. I wonder how that balances. Is that going to balance out to both of them just kind of being
So
mid?
Indonesia here is actually going to be the most affected region by this. And I know like they're getting attacked everywhere else, and like obviously they're going to lose the colonies there, but it really matters to Netherlands because like as a colonial, right? If you're losing somewhere else, that's going to affect build. And if you can't build, then this Indonesia colony goes from being a really powerful place to have to be extremely weak. You need to be able to afford builds here, and if you can't, build, then everyone is just going to attack you. Itai
Absolutely.
is already super encouraged to go against Dutch.
Mhm.
Spain is going to get into Batu here, which gives them pretty good positioning. Even Portugal, that floors move, means that they can pivot to anti-Dutch if they want to. This Dutch is kind of forced to build elsewhere with what little builds they'll have over the course of this game. So, like, we can see, like, they need, these units, in their other regions to get, popped to be able to build in, Indonesia, and with their moves here, it's gonna be really hard to get them in positions to where they'll get popped instead of, just people walking into dots in these places just kinda standing by. This
Mhm.
Indonesian colony, even though it's doing super well right now, is going to be extremely weak long term just because the rest of the Dutch is just falling apart here.
I think I can definitely agree with that. Uh, Yikes. I think I think we need to focus on somebody other than the Dutch for a little bit because we've talked about the Dutch a lot, and a lot of what we had to say is the same of I don't want to be in their position.
Well, at least we won't talk about Dutch much more for the rest of the game.
True. Might as well talk about them while we can. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Fall moves. There's something new.
Oh, there's fall moves
You
already. I
wanna
wanted
take
to
a look at those,
I wanted to talk
or do
about
you want to talk about spring moves first?
there are a few other things I wanted to mention, mostly just what people are saying in the chat here about void tensions here. Uh, More Moogle's frog posting. We'll talk about that in a moment. Apparently, I'm being told to check out the Spain Sweden conversation.
Oh,
Let's see what's going on.
okay. It
Oh,
is just
yeah.
okay. I approve of this.
um, Let me just real quick. I'm just gonna go to Dahlia here. I'm gonna go to my Austria chat with Hun. I'm gonna scroll up to the top real quick, and we're gonna. There's a reason I'm laughing at this as heavily as I am here. If I can just get all the way to the top very quickly, that this is standard opening is what I'm saying. This is the standard opening for Han here.
Awesome. Uh, I
Love
love that.
that. All right.
I absolutely approve.
Let's check out our frog posting, and then I think we'll go on to fall moves here because I imagine there's going to be a fair amount that's going to be discussing fall moves in the voids.
Yeah, we do have retreats here, so that'll give us a little extra time. I'm already
Indeed.
seeing some interesting things happen.
France.
Oh man,
Last thing I want to say about spring moves:
Dutch.
France put in their void. They are pretty much going all in to stab both Netherlands and Athabasca. So
Oh my god.
yikes for both of them. Let's look at the fall moves. All
Oh wow. Okay, there's a lot here. Okay,
right, yeah.
what content do you want to focus on first?
My eyes are first drawn to the illegal Galapagos move, but obviously, let's not spend time looking at that atrocity. I want to
Okay.
talk.
I
Okay, first thing I
actually.
see
Uh,
is Russia moving to, I believe this is Greenland Sea. Yes. Russia to Greenland
Huge.
Sea is exactly what you want to see if you are anybody accepting.
Oh, they moved to Chukchas too. Oh, Russia's going against Inuits here. I love that move for Russia, actually.
Oh, ooh, to Chukuis, I see.
Yeah, and they get in.
Yeah, Russia.
Okay, so
Russia
Russia can potentially slip into Arctic Ocean here.
Absolutely. One of the connections that I think I didn't know about this until a good friend of mine pointed out in their Russian move. Greenland Sea borders Arctic Ocean right up here. This tiny little sliver border
Yep.
just above Greenland. You will miss it if you have never had it pointed out to you.
If
There's your Russia
this
text.
other player doesn't see the connection and Russia walks in, Inuits are screwed.
Absolutely. Because that you lose equality. You're two when that happens. It's
The convoy potential from Arctic Ocean, like, it's like, there's no world in which Inuit can survive. If, like Russia can't, like if Russia just attacks with blades, like maybe you can manage something. But if they start convoying, then it is over.
Agreed. And this move also puts a lot of pressure on England if Russia decides to instead rotate down that way. England now has a lot
Yeah,
more fleet based powers to worry about when they opted to just put North Sea into Bergen, which means now Russia borders North Sea, which has no units in it, which is not something you want to
yeah.
see as England because that leaves you very exposed very early.
So I do think North America is the most interesting continent
Let's
here
start
right
there,
now. If you want to
yes.
talk about that, so I'm noting a lot of things. First of all, France and Athabasca are immediately at war. So even if Russia decides to attack north, Athabasca isn't in much of a position to really do much. They don't want to attack their probably ally here because Inuits are attacking, or at least trying to contest France.
Mhm.
Balancing Korea is really important because Otto can't double, and that war is going to set the stage here. But
Absolutely.
England did stab France here. It failed, but they did
Yeah.
stab France.
They really attempted for it as well. It's one thing if it was just a bounce in Mount Royal, I'd say that's agreed because that's actually fairly common. You see in year one that both of them will take Seneca and Mohawk and agree to about Mount Royal just to make sure neither of them slip in. Following that up by training with Connecticut, that you only see that if England really is pushing against France. While New
so there is a
Amsterdam was left open
possibility.
as well.
There's a possibility that England does this to kind of fake out the Dutch and like try to convince Dutch that they're on their side. Like that bounce could be coordinated, and that Boston move could be to like convince Dutch that this is a real attack. I mean, it's convincing me that it's a real attack, to be fair.
Indeed.
But England hasn't really committed against Dutch anywhere else.
And they opted to help
So
them in Africa in the spring turn as well. So England might be drawing the short end of the stick in terms of who they're allying with early.
yeah, Dutch being able to build a new Amsterdam is pretty important, though. Maybe they'll stay alive a little longer. I don't think they build here anyways with how rough their other areas are going,
Okay,
but
we'll cover
definitely interesting.
that garbage pile in a moment. I want to mention one more time
You,
though. Athapaska not getting into Kree with this moveset is much worse for them than it might seem initially. Athapaska now has largely no path eastward that doesn't involve them facing a lot of opposition very quickly.
yeah, and Utah and Spain are not at war.
They
Look at those
Did
moves.
they move
They
around? Oh,
pieced out.
I wanted to see a Matador. I wanted to see that pushing so
It would have
bad.
been so good. But yeah, this is rough. If Utah's not committed south, Octopus doesn't have a hard time here.
Absolutely.
Anyways could attack at the past. Like Russia and Greenland Sea doesn't have to attack them. They definitely can, but they do have like a split going with Russia, and they are peaceful there. Then they are pretty much free to crush Athabasca. Athabasca's already committed to a war with France. Utah is free to do whatever they want here.
Absolutely.
This is a pretty hard time.
It's I think Yutshon is really going to be the benefactor in North America from the looks of it. They're nearly doubling here. I think they get Hawaii. Yes, they do.
Yeah, they do.
I
This is definitely the spot that I would want to be in.
Absolutely. This is a of the three North American regionals. I'm thinking Yutshon is the one that's going to be looking the most solid here. I'm a little surprised by these Spanish moves because I was unfortunately spoiled by the chat, although it was very real for y'all to spoil me. They did not, in fact, go to Parmubo,
Oh,
which
I can
I'm a little.
see taking the free Caracas here, but I'm
I get,
supporting
but
the Galapagos is definitely
you
questionable.
don't need to. Is the thing. Poland went to Barbados, so there's
True.
no need for this move to exist. You go dot
Yeah,
Parmubo. What
no,
are you
you
doing?
take Caracas with the fleet. You take Cartagena in fall, or not fall. You take Cartagena in spring next year, and then
Exactly.
you just kill Dutch.
I'm
Um,
I'm a little sad
I
by
don't know
the
why
lack of
Spain
stabbing we're
supports
seeing.
into Galapagos here. That just makes no sense to me. You don't need to support that move.
Galapagos? Were they scared of
Like,
Mapuche bounty?
but Pucci so obviously goes for like
It is a
Junai though.
statistical fact that in year one, every single Mapuche has sent every single Chiloe fleet to every single Guanai spot across every single multiverse. What are you scared of?
Yeah, I don't get this move from Spain. Like, I guess make sure of it, but like, come on. Like, this is pretty safe bet that
Yeah,
Mapuche is not going to
these
take
are
Galapagos.
these are incredibly safe move from Spain here. If I They did well this year. They got a lot of dots. They got a lot of centers.
Oh, they
But
lost Naples.
oh, I guess we're gonna
Oh,
get to that in a second. I do
yeah.
not
Sorry.
I don't feel confident in this Spain pairing if they're playing this overly cautious with moves that literally don't mechanically. What is supporting yourself into Caracas going to do this turn? I'm so lost.
Well, maybe people will still believe you're a huge
Is it
threat, and if you're going plus 13,
Are they
not
doing? Are they doing with what some chess GMs do, where they literally plan out their entire move set for the game from the beginning? Don't do that.
no, definitely don't do that. It's not approved
Okay,
advice.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm dogging them really hard for this. They're doing well, according to the chat here. They're going plus 13 here, which like is nothing to scoff at.
Well, they
But
lose to Naples too, so that means that 14 of their other units took centers. That's a really good return.
indeed, I don't want to dog on them too hard, but when 14 of their centers are getting, I'm just confused, and I would love answers, but we'll have to look for them later. Rest of South
Yeah,
America is
mostly
exactly what.
standard.
Yeah, this is very standard South America opening. Otherwise, Aymara probably going to try and help Mapuche into like
Portugal
Asuncion.
feels comfortable enough to move I'm not even gonna
Guanabara,
try to pronounce that.
Guanabara Bay to
Dutch is
South
so dead here.
Atlantic.
Dutch is so dead.
I actually want to talk about this here because yeah, Dutch is dead. I want to talk about Guanabara to South Atlantic for a moment because that speaks to me like Portugal extending an olive branch. This
So
might just
Mapuche is
be
definitely gonna like Portugal here for not contesting
absolutely,
South America. So like an alliance between them is really possible here.
absolutely. As Mapuche, again, a lot of experience here. Argentine Basin is a nightmare tile for you, just as much as Santiago is. You are not able to adequately defend that for very long, and it's very easy for Portugal to put a unit there in year one. And Portugal, not only to not do that, but expressly just say, my fleets aren't touching you, that feels like Portugal trying to say, hey, I know you need to push against Aymara. I'm willing to help you. And if Mapuche reads that and Mapuche goes along with it, Portugal is the
Yeah,
benefactor.
I feel bad for Amara here. Like Mapuche doubles, Portugal moves, pretty safe moves from Mapuche. Like this player played Ivar in the first Blitz game, hard focused north, and did not find any success there. Now they're gonna focus south, and they're gonna get a coalition of Mapuche and Portugal after them, which is just brutal. But that's how Blitz goes.
Indeed. All right, let's move on to Europe because
Yeah.
ouch.
So notably, like Netherlands gets the treatment that we were talking about earlier.
Yep. Netherlands is getting.
Poland and Russia are attacking Sweden
We did
as
we
expected.
did expect that to come on. A little surprised they. I'm a little surprised that they didn't opt to try and go for Ochavik. All right, I'm gonna make sure I pronounce this.
I'm very surprised at
Ochakiv.
that.
Ochakiv. There we go. Ochakiv. I'm surprised they didn't also try and coordinate there as well, because if you don't know, and I'm guessing Russia doesn't because they went for it, this core is actually an invalid order. You cannot core a tile that
Yes.
you do not own already. So this core action is literally invalid. So that's a unit there that could have supported Poland into Ochakavik. I literally got dogged for, in first Blitz game. The entirety of my half of the commentary was people just getting on me for my terrible pronunciation. I want to get this right.
I
Ochakiv.
will not be better.
Ochakiv. supporting Poland into Okshakiv here is really, I see that as a much more of a beneficial move. You're denying Ottomans that ability to make solid ground. You're making good pushes against them, but considering we're
It's
seeing a
pretty
piece
easy to
out
do
triple right
too.
here as well, I
Well,
this seems
Russia's gonna
very
have a hard
passive.
time here. Someone pointed out in chat that Poland and Sweden are immediately making peace about Narva here. So if Sweden like focuses on Russia and Poland joins them, then Russia might have a hard time here.
Indeed, this seems. I really like Russia's moves in the north. I think they stand to gain a lot having a fleet in Greenland Sea right now, but this seems really passive to me on their southern borders. Someone's gonna fight them. Poland,
Yeah,
Safavids, probably both. They're not gonna
not
have a
having
fun
that
time.
turn one fight is huge for Russia though. Getting Shachi and not having Ottomans and Safavid attack you, it's not as good as being able to work with one against the other. But like the worst case scenario is that they work together and take that center from you, and then you are doomed to never be able to get a fleet in the Black Sea ever.
That's fair.
And as a Russia player who that happened to, that is absolutely brutal. I hate it. I hate everything about it. It is the worst thing to ever happen.
I agree. I agree that
Ottomans,
this is a better outcome for them than Ottomans and Safavids working together, or Ottomans and Poland working together. But it's also not the best outcome because you would much rather have Ottomans and Safavids fighting each other because then that really allows you to get a solid footing in the area. And this is good for them now, but I don't think it's going to be very good for them for long. I want to
I agree.
move a little bit back more westward to uh, more
Uh,
continental Europe here because I want to briefly touch on Austria. I was really afraid for Austria based on how it seems some pregame alliances were being discussed, but they hard opened east and are being rewarded. They have established
yeah,
exactly where their front line is, and they've established where they're going to be fighting, and they're getting away with it, which I'm a little surprised about.
Austria. I like this setup. They are moving into Naples. They're definitely going to put down another fleet in Trieste here. I see no reason why they wouldn't. We actually have builds out yet. But yeah, they're definitely going to pop a fleet in Trieste. Ottomans aren't really getting pressured elsewhere, but I doubt Ottomans focus on attacking Austria here. We don't have builds yet.
I imagine
But
we'll have a bit
yeah,
of time. When we get to builds, by the way, this is something that we did last time. I wanna try and get our thoughts down as far as how we think powers are doing. Into yes, I'm going to do the Diplostrats power ranking thing. I think it is a very nice and clean motif of how to accurately condense thoughts into an area. And
absolutely.
if I can get somebody to post the tier list maker into the Popcorn Throwers channel, we will get on that shortly after we finish covering fall moves.
One thing about Austria, though, is that they're gonna struggle if France is gonna be powerful, and France is gonna be powerful this game.
Agreed. If
Um, Immediately killing Dutch, it's brutal.
if France had not immediately shoved north against Netherlands, I would be very excited as this Austrian player. But seeing that opening from France, France is going to be a problem. And as Austria, that
Yeah,
is the worst thing. Period. The end for you.
it's even worse for this one too, because you really need Netherlands, England, or Spain to attack France. Netherlands is out for obvious reasons. Um, England doesn't look like they'll attack France. Maybe that move in North America was a stab, but I'm
England,
not really sure that I don't. I
even
think
if
I'm leaning more towards this was coordinated.
even if England wants to fight France in Europe, they have bigger concerns between Russia and Sweden. I feel.
Yeah, and Spain, Austria's kind of pushed Spain away by taking Naples, which I do think taking Naples is a good move for Austria,
I agree.
but it does mean that Spain is not going to work with you against France here.
It's the drawback of such an aggressive move like that. I do agree. I think it's the right move because it immediately cripples Spain's potential to have a Mediterranean army, just and amass Mediterranean fleets, I should say. But it is going to just hurt any sort of relationships you have with them, which is not good when France is opening this strong. All right, couple of
Absolutely.
I want to quickly pivot to Africa. I think most of Africa is the same as we already imagined. Mali is
Yeah.
getting absolutely screwed this turn, almost as hard as the Netherlands are everywhere else.
Ooh.
Congo
Yeah. Congo's nice to Dutch. Okay, they don't dot the Dutch here.
Congo played a bit more nice as Abyssinia. I don't want to see that, but as Netherlands, that's all right.
Congo definitely attacks Dutch next year, though. I don't see a
Absolutely.
world in
Like
which they don't.
Sao Tome goes to Gulf of Guinea. I think in every situation next turn.
This adversary position is so good, though. They can force
Absolutely.
Banda if they wanted to. Like maybe Congo supports that, but I don't think Congo will.
Banda is
They
theirs.
double. They still have Darfur and Kanam.
I would have
Jeez, this is really good.
I would have because Kaneem is confirmed here because Mali has not opted for it at all. I would have preferred Abyssinia to move to Darfur over Hawara this turn, but I still think this is Abyssinia doing incredibly well with an opening here.
Yeah, if you border
Mecca,
them, like you
ooh,
leave this alone. You let them do whatever they want.
I think the only thing I don't like is Mecca moving south to this tile here, which unfortunately I think that's Samaha. That concerns me. That reads Ottomans are going to try and push into me later. So that's not good.
I think
Everything
that's gonna be
else,
the flashpoint of a war between them two, rather than it starting over in Africa. Like Ottomans are pouring in a lot of resources to Arabia, more than I've seen anyone else do.
yeah,
That's this power.
there's not a lot of centers more for them to put in this region, but that's more for us to discuss later. Aside from that, I really enjoy Abyssinia right now. If they can, if they can stabilize, get Neem Darfur as they're going to get Banda, force Congo to really just choose between getting all their free dots against Netherlands and having to defend themselves. I think I really enjoy this. Burundi
Yeah, it's definitely
bounce.
a good move.
Ooh, Burundi
Oh,
bounce rather than going for Zanzibar. This Ajuran
well,
is
Azeron and
not
Portugal
making
are fighting
friends.
now.
Ajuran is not
No.
making friends this
They
game.
gave up the double to bounce Portugal. That is commitment right there.
I don't get to sing Billy Joel now.
Okay, though. Portugal, that's definitely rough for Portugal that Adjourn gives up the double just to keep them out of Burundi.
Yeah,
That's
you don't want to see that, especially because it limits Portugal's options going forward. Portugal is really forced into fighting Ajuran now, whereas if I was Portugal and I was in Burundi with Abyssinia in Bunyoro and Azande, Congo would immediately be up talking to you, being like, tap Bunyoro, tap Bunyoro, tap Bunyoro. And you would have a good ally in Congo there who is willing to let you stay in
yeah.
Africa. But now it's not
What
looking like
Congo
Portugal
does
has that
here,
option.
Portugal, this is rough. Like Congo is pretty encouraged to ally Azeron here if they want to contain Abyssinia. And Congo and Azeron are working together, then it's pretty bad news for Portugal because Portugal does not have the units to fight both of them. They really need one of them to attack the other.
Agreed.
Dutch are not going to be any help at all. And so Portugal's kind of just left on their own here. Even France sent their second fleet away towards the Indian Ocean to go annoy Dutch there.
Yeah,
So
I wanted
Portugal
to
is just
see.
really kind of
Yeah,
on
I
their own.
wanted to see where that went. I missed Reunion to Indian Ocean. I would have talked about that if I saw that. I missed that. That's more fuel on the fire for Netherlands
Yep.
there.
I
Oh,
definitely like this moveset for France better than attacking Britain immediately.
agreed. Though moving like this, I'm seeing another bounce in Hyderabad, but I'm peeking my eyes to the right a little bit where I see Netherlands supporting Mughal in. I don't know if I agree with that.
So Netherlands is a power that clearly needs help, right?
That's fair.
I think you're not going for Ant-Man yourself. I do think a bounce here could be good to keep Ayutthaya out. But what's more important is that somebody fights Ayutthaya, right?
Right.
Because right now Ayutthaya is just going to keep going against the Dutch here, and like that's like their natural move. They're always going to fight Dutch. Happens pretty much every single game. Dutch needs some kind of ally to help them out against this. Mughals are probably their best bet, maybe Ming, but Mughals are the one that's like they're right now able to do something. So this is I kind of like this move. It may not work out for them long term, but Dutch and Mughals are going to be pretty close here because Mughals really need help in southern in the subcontinent here because Portugal and England are fighting them really well here. So they're encouraged to work with Dutch as much as they can to get Dutch to maybe pressure them from the south.
Indeed.
So Mughals probably keep that going with the
Absolutely.
Aitai. Like they're
Oh,
bouncing in a Ava as
yeah.
well.
Mughals goes. Mughals goes.
That's only plus
Yeah,
3.
+3 here. I thought it was +2. I nearly missed this Yarkland unit. This is not the opening that Mughals really wants to hope for here.
Oh,
So
Ming stabs them too.
yeah, that right there is no bueno.
Ming goes plus 4. This is a really good Ming.
This is the kind of explosive opening that you want Ming to be having because it's exactly the kind of pressure that you need to see. Of
Yeah,
course,
and Downpour is really good at this kind of thing too.
indeed. We already talked about this, so I'm not going to mention it all again. This is what I was talking about with the Tokugawa opening. You're not contesting Okinawa here. You're just
Why would
not.
you hold?
So
No,
yeah,
don't hold year
like
one.
just go to Philippines, see if that's what you're doing, please. Put
But there's
Spain in a
nothing.
bind.
Japan go to
Philippines
Okinawa
sea
and
is
Chirao
such a
and
good
contest
tile for you to
Formosa.
be in. Why aren't you? I am getting
Why would you not
annoyed.
bounce that?
I am getting so
No.
annoyed at the passiveness of some of these players. Like,
Hey, this
ah,
is a Blitz game. You
it's
signed up for a Blitz game. Be
it's
aggressive.
right there. It's right there.
Why would you not bounce? Like this is just this obvious move. Dutch are clearly like collapsing elsewhere. You're just going to
Okay.
support yourself in there like spring, year two. Like, come on.
Right. What else is interesting to discuss here?
We
This.
do have builds if you want to move to
Oh.
power rankings real quick.
We
That
move.
is interesting though.
Yeah, this I was going to. I want to talk on this. This is very good for Russia, is what I will say.
I do like this move. Russia and Chang being able to work together early, and Russia not being pressured elsewhere means we might have a pretty dominant Russia here.
Russia, I like Russia's position more. This triple hole here still scares me because I think Russia loses this situation because very obviously Safavids and Ottomans are not attacking each other, but I
I
think
think
overall
builds are going to show us what the alliance is going to look like in the area.
I don't think
Which,
yeah. Let's
is
very
there anything
quickly
else you want to talk about?
I think let's very quickly go over to builds and then we'll try and get this up. If anyone
Oh, Russia's in such a good spot. Never mind. There's no fleet build from the Ottomans.
if anyone in chat can quickly post the tier list ranking that has all of the powers on it, we will pull that up. I can go and find it from the previous Blitz game if not. But let's take a look at this. We're talking about Russia, so let's talk about Russia. Oh, I should also talk about some of these other messages that are being posted in chat here as far as things. I keep
Kill IU. There's a chat coalition IU. It's just Ming, Dutch, and who else?
I mean,
Is it just them?
it's exactly what you
They
would
already have a
expect.
chat.
It's exactly what you would expect. To be fair.
Okay, yeah, it's just them. So I don't think any of this is gonna go anywhere.
Uh,
Oh no, okay, Migos is here too. Okay, so they're
okay.
gonna coalition IU, which makes sense.
Let's look. I'm hovering over these Russia builds because I want to see them. Build Army Moscow, Army Astrakhan. I think is absolutely the right call here.
No
Also,
Caspian fleet is absolutely huge. Sotheby's actually waived a build here. They went plus
So-
5 and they only built 4.
Soph opted to not build Tehran. I
No Caspian fleet. There's not a Black Sea fleet. This is the Russian dream right here. I
yeah.
wish this was the Russian game that I had.
This is a
This is insane.
this is a Russia as someone who I think everyone can agree. Russia not exactly the top pick for anyone right who wants to play this game.
Yeah.
This is the kind of Russia you dream about right here.
Yeah, all Russia needs is like a good
Um,
year one, and then they can really get the ball rolling. Qing is still a massive threat to the east,
True.
but
I did want to point out here,
um,
real quick, just to cover, Turkmenistan is not a center, so Safavids did only go +4 here. Just put that aside here.
oh, okay.
I still think, I still think if I'm Safavids and I full trust Ottomans, which given builds I think is probably not a right call to make, but regardless, if I was full
This is
send
really
Ottomans, I'd build
interesting.
Fleet Caspian Sea and Tabriz there.
Yeah,
But regardless,
I this is great. Let's see. Anything else, or do you just want to do power rankings?
let me get another build over. There were a couple of other builds I want to see. I want to see Mapuche's build, triple fleet. Yeah, Portugal is giving them the leeway, and we'll see how Mapuche ends up. We'll see how
Ooh,
much of that mile that Mapuche ends up running. We do see Fleet Sao Paulo though, so perhaps not the kind of leeway they
okay.
want to
This
be
makes me
seeing.
think Mapuche and Aymara are going to kill Portugal here.
I agree. I think now, unless they're able to turn it around, Guanabara to South Atlantic might not be a solid plan as they were hoping for. Most of the other builds I'm seeing makes a lot of sense. Are there? I'm just quickly zooming over
I
everything
don't
to
think there's
see.
anything that's really jumps out to me as
Yeah,
unusual.
I'm not seeing anything else that's like drastically gonna change how I'm thinking here. Army Madrid. Army
Um,
Madrid makes
mm,
Army Madrid makes me
oh,
think Spain wants
no,
to
this
send
is
that to
probably like a
Porto.
one for one deal with Portugal here. Like, they probably went to each other and said like we each build one army to prevent attacks.
That's
I
fair.
don't
That's
think this
fair.
is anything. Um,
I'm not
England doing
seeing.
two fleets in London and Plymouth.
Yeah, England is
I think
scared.
England might attack France here.
I think this is more England scared of the fleet pressure that they're gonna have. Like I said, they're
Oh,
gonna.
France gonna build in Cape Haitien in the Caribbean too.
Interesting.
England's so gonna attack France.
Okay. Yeah. No build Fernando Poe. I mean, Netherlands is already pressured as much as they are, so they're putting a lot of trust in the Congo. Yeah, I don't think there are many other builds that like drastically change anything here. Shall we move to a power rankings? Let me find the website real quick.
Yes. Let me take a quick look. Who is my top power here? Who do I most want to be?
Search as the popcorn throwers. Oh, this is every channel. I need to remember my Discord. Uh,
Hmm. No, Slate Muscat from Portugal is very interesting. The comments,
there it is.
all these buildings. I don't know what Catalonia and King of Prussia are doing here. These are two very competent players. Army build Cape Verde is interesting as they can convoy that to Mali, which I'm pretty sure is going to be the plan here. Mali can support themselves into I'm not pronouncing that. That's center in West Africa, but maybe they convoy to Giba and Poland supports that. But with Mali set up here, I don't know how much damage that's going to do. But they're definitely investing in this Mali coalition.
Yeah,
Um,
let's talk about the powers that we think are very easily able to put at the top and the bottom. Let me.
yeah, Abyssinia is probably going to be at least top three for me.
Interesting. I think I can agree with that. I think there are a couple other powers I would put higher. I do think that a majority of the colonials I would put higher than Abyssinia right now because overall there's some infighting. Yes, Netherlands is getting dogpiled. England looks like they are likely to attack France in the future. All of the colonials open very strong and all have very solid amounts going for them here. England is plus 12, Spain is plus 13, even with Naples getting dotted. France's plus
Yeah,
France's what?
this is the type of
11.
stuff you see at the beginning of like every single game. That these colonial rankings are not going to stay as high as they are. What's likely going to happen is that there's going to be a clear front runner among them. My guess will be England from this, but we can talk about that a little later. But the rest of them are all going to have some kind of issues, and they're all going to collapse eventually. The nature of regionals make it to where even if you do double in year one, you're likely only going to end up around like 10th place um, at the absolute most here. So while the leaderboard will be a little bit misleading in the first year, I think is the best word to describe it. Like the Colonials don't they aren't as good at of positions as they look, with the, builds here.
I think that's
I think cre sorry, go on.
I was just going to mention, I think that's very true, especially when it comes to the normal variant here when you have the time. But I think in Blitz, that muscle power does mean a lot more early on. And seeing these solid gains from the Colonials does make a large impact. And I think they should still be rated pretty highly on this.
That's fair. I
Right.
do think Abyssinia is our best regional, though.
I do like Abyssinia as a regional here. I almost want to focus on the bottom of the list first, though, really, to just think about.
Well, you just put Dutch there real quick if you
Yeah,
want.
let's put Netherlands and Mali in F tier and just accept that that is kind of how it's looking.
Yeah,
I
I
it's
kind of
hard for
rough for
either of
Mali.
them
They
to make
built
any
one
progress.
unit in year one. Mali is
This
screwed.
this is a this is a nightmarish opening for Mali. +1 is
This is a nightmare.
awful. It's not good.
No, you're not doing this as Molly. This is pretty much GG for them.
Indeed. Shall we? I
Oh my
also think
god, and arms are popping down armies. Oh man.
armies North Africa. Ugh, not good for Spain.
No. Poor Spain. Poor Molly, honestly. Who
Or
else is terrible here?
I think we can throw
I
I think those are the only two in F tier because those are the only obvious they're struggling powers. I think Athapaska goes in the D tier. I think Inuit probably is either D or C because they both really have the same problem of they got walled fairly effectively in this first turn by France, and they're likely going to continue to get walled, especially if Russia does try and push into Arctic Ocean.
yeah, I think D tier makes sense for those two. I put Sweden as a D tier as well. They have potential to turn this around, but with the builds, oh no, never mind. Poland built two fleets. Sweden's screwed. Never mind.
Ooh,
They're dead. Sweden is no
ooh.
longer a real power.
I want to put Sweden a little higher than D because I do think they have options. I think I do think Russia is going to opt to rather work with Sweden than work against them in this current situation. Russia did not build Arkhangelsk at all. They built Novgorod, but I think that's more likely to go against Finland if I had to guess. So I'd rather put
Okay.
Sweden. They have enemies, but they don't have
Yeah.
every enemy. So I'd rather put Sweden in C tier for that reason.
Okay. We can give Sweden a chance here.
I see the lines. I see where they're heading. I see the options for them. I think they have a solid chance. Which
Yeah, and if Russia does go towards Canada, then they do kind of need to leave Sweden alone here.
indeed, should we put Russia on this tier list while we're mentioning them? I want to give
Uh,
Russia an A.
I think A tier makes sense. Their alliance structure is super solid. Poland's committed to them. Sweden has to work with them now. Now that Poland has popped down two more Baltic fleets, Ivan's and South fleets are playing safe with them. Qing is the only power I'd be worried about as Russia here,
Yeah,
especially because they don't build in the east at all. But other than that, I think I like this Russian position.
yeah. The only reason I don't want to rate them higher is because if it was like beat Haitian Y, then I'd be like, yeah, Ching is on my side. Ching is not full with them, and not seeing Army Yakutsk is
Five armies
concerning.
is brutal.
5 armies
Like
is
if Qing
not
was
good for
attacking
Russia, but
south, they would at least build one fleet here,
indeed,
and Russia has nothing to defend this.
I'm actually surprised about no army build Yaktuks there. That's a little,
Yeah.
especially because Evans is still uncontested. They need that.
Yeah, you absolutely build in Yakutsk every time. I think
Yeah.
Russia
Okay.
kind of threw a little with these
I'm gonna
builds, but
I'm gonna push them down to B then. Unfortunately, Russia's still in a solid position, but they have left themselves very open on their eastern
yeah,
front
if
now.
Qing doesn't attack them, then this is like easy A tier, but the likelihood makes it B tier.
Agreed. Agreed. Jing in general, I also want to rate fairly high, not just because of that, but because I'm inclined to believe that they're opting to work with Ming here. No fleet Shenjing, no fleet Haishin Y. I don't think they're going to heavily push against Ming or Tokugawa this turn.
Yeah, I would say B tier though, because while they do have a super good attack on Russia, that is going to fuel some builds here. A powerful Ming is going to make expansion in the mid game really difficult for Qing here. They
Indeed.
want Ming to be really weak, and they have a strong player. Their neighbors are getting coalition, and Bugles is not in a good spot. Ayutthaya is not in a good spot. Bugles and Ming are working together against Ayutthaya. So I don't think Ming is going to face a whole lot of pressure.
Indeed.
So
This this almost want I think I want to put Ming in A because Ming,
I would put
unlike
Ming in A.
Qing, has made moves that feel more aggressive towards their enemies here that give them, I think, a lot more staying power. Fleet Nanjing is not what you want to be seeing as Tokugawa here, but they're also still putting a lot of pressure on Ayutthaya here. I think they're going to be popping Hainan. I think there's a fair chance they
Yeah,
pop
triple
Hanoi.
fleet, Ayutthaya, and allying with the Mules against them is so
Triple
good for Ming.
Fleet. I didn't even see Triple Fleet.
I mean, this just adds to why
IU is
Gunter
IU is
bottom.
asking for a death wish. We're putting
They are.
Bang are putting an A stat. IU's asking for trouble. I'm putting an I. I'm
Where do you
putting
want to put? Oh, sorry, we can rank Ayu and Japan here real quick.
yeah IU and Toku. I think three fleets from IU is asking for so much trouble here. You're gonna
That sounds like a D tier to me.
they're asking for it really hard. I don't because they're not contesting Ava at all. They're not defending Hanoi at
Oh,
all.
this is
They're not gonna
brutal.
they're full hard pushing south, and I don't
They're
think
gonna
it
lose
works.
everything for it.
It's not gonna work for them. Yeah, I don't like IU's builds at all.
Yeah. On the other hand, Japan, their builds make sense. Japan usually goes full fleets anyway, so I don't have any strong feelings about it.
Mm,
But giving up control of Korea just really and the
yeah,
Kuroshio current hold really rubs me the wrong way. Dutch don't build into Formosa, so you still have Okinawa for free here. I hope Japan takes that. I
mm,
would take that.
I
I think
really hope
most
they do.
players would take that.
I'm really
Um,
I'm really struggling to see where Tokugawa is going to grow significantly from here, though.
yeah,
They are not
both
getting on
Chinas
Korea.
are really powerful here. They're not expanding there.
They're not getting Korea. They're not getting anything past. They're not getting it onto the Asian mainland border here. I don't see where they
Yeah, they're
plan to go.
pretty safe though. Neither China is going to attack them, so I think this is kind of a de
I
facto Asian triple. I don't think
I
there's any strong
disagree.
alliance between them, but
I
they
dis
don't
I disagree because Fleet
think so.
Ming built Fleet Nanjing. I think they're going to try and push to try and either. I think Ming might try and go to the Netherlands here and say, "Hey, I'll support hold Okinawa this turn. I'll support you back into Okinawa this turn."
Ooh, actually, you got a point there. I thought Nanjing was gonna head south here and kind of get me more control against Ayutthaya and expanding in that region, but it could be very easily an anti-Japan build.
I think
I
so.
don't know if they want to do this if they don't have backup from Qing, because Qing has no fleets right now. Or they do have the one in, I guess two, but they're not attacking Japan if they don't build fleets here.
I'm gonna put Toku in
So
C
we'll
tier,
see.
below Sweden.
Yeah, I think C tier is good for Toku.
All right. There are a few other regionals. Let's discuss all of Africa regionals now. I think it's fairly safe to say Abyssinia is looking fairly solidly here. Somebody in the chat as well put that, especially I see it now with Fleet Michele here, they're going to be attacking this Ottoman player, and
Yeah.
Ottomans, Cairo probably goes north. Nothing in Mecca means they're not defending themselves very well. I think Abyssinia is really well positioned. They're forcing Banda unless Congo just basically
Yeah.
gives up on attacking Netherlands. They already have a lot of pressure that they can put on Ajuran. I really
I really like this spot for them.
I agree fully. What
I'd say A tier. I don't want to say anyone's in S tier just
I
yet.
don't think anyone is in S tier yet. No, maybe France. We'll discuss that later. But I think Abyssinia above or below Ming. I like
I'd say
Ming's position.
above.
I like Ming's
You
position
like Ming
more,
more?
but I do agree that Abyssinia. I really like their growth potential here. They have a lot of neighbors they can put muscle on.
Yeah, they're no one's even encouraged to go after them. Ming might develop better if Ming can kill off their neighbors quicker, but right now I like Abyssinia's growth better.
Indeed. And I think that by default puts both Congo and Ajuran in really rough spots. Congo
Yeah,
is
like these otherwise okay positions are immediately worse just because they're next to such a great power.
Abyssinia just has such leverage against both of them at this point that it's really hard for either of them to make any progress north. And Portugal is going to be annoying in the south. I think it's hard for me to put both of them on this tier in a good spot. I think they're probably just going to both go in C tier here. They're not terrible. I don't think either of them are really going to necessarily struggle here, but I don't think I see either of
It's
them
gonna be
succeed.
hard to snowball like this for them. Yeah, I think that's a good spot to put them in.
All right. Let's bounce to our North American regionals that we haven't discussed, which is, I think, just you. Shown, we've already
Yeah,
discussed.
Utah's solid.
They're very heavily solid here. I'm a little surprised that they don't intend to push more against Spain, though Spain might be allowing them to get away with builds here. Sweet Satillo obviously suggests Spain is more likely. Spain is heavily going to push Caribbean here with these builds, so that is
Two
good.
fleets on the Gulf of Mexico is
Look
three
at
fleets.
St.
Oh
Augustine as
wow.
well.
Oh wow. Yeah. I don't know. These fleets are gonna struggle to move out, but oh, North Coast Panama too. So they're gonna take Belize.
They're getting
Um,
Belize. They're going to try and probably contest Bahamas, if I was going to guess. Move Havana to Bahamas Channel and then St. Augustine to Florida Current. Let's stay on Ute for a moment and then get to that in a second. Especially with that, I feel solid putting Ute shown in A tier. I think they have very
yeah.
solid pass forward against all of their neighbors. They may even just try and piece out with Spain and just focus more heavily against Athabasca, push east against France. I really like their position. I think they have the ability to grow and be the dominant North American regional here.
I agree with that.
I don't think
Do you want to move to South America real quick?
Yes, I'm going to quickly put them. I do think they're below both Ming and Abyssinia. I think I might put them in B for that reason because I don't see them having quite the same explosiveness as them, but they are strong, and I want to keep that in mind. Let's jump to South America. Yes.
I think I think both these top powers are a comfortable B tier. Mapuche is looking really good, but I don't want to say A tier just yet, just because of the geography of the area.
Mapuche is
Their
Mapuche is
year two
still
builds are gonna struggle.
indeed Mapuche is still very vulnerable to either Aymara or Portugal really just moving heavily against them, but I think I think the way year one shaped out for them, they are in a very favorable position, and I think much the same can be said for Aymara as well, though a bit less so for Aymara is what I would say. Aymara is going to
Yeah,
struggle more in terms of avenues of where to push. Army Lima is not what you want to see with how far north Spain originally pushed, but I think ultimately both are solid B tiers. I see very solid paths for both of them forward. I see where both of them are headed. We're gonna have to see where that ends up going. All right.
definitely. Who do we have
We
left?
Mughal Safavids and Ottomans. The triple of those three.
Mughals are going in F tier,
I don't think they go
I
into.
think.
I don't think they go into F. I think they're still in D tier because I do think they still have some areas where they can. Oh no, Army Herat. Never mind. F tier.
Uh, yeah, oh, they're getting attacked from all sides here. I think Downpour will work with them against Ayutthaya, but Downpour is a very prone to misleading others and saying he will do one thing and doing the other thing. So I think
Fair.
Downpour is good at attacking Eagles at the first chance.
This Army Amundab. Uh,
That's questionable for sure.
okay, I don't want to spend too long on this
Offense,
because we have
uh,
plenty other to discuss as well. I like Sophivids plenty more as
yeah.
well. They very obviously are. I think they are making a very fair amount from their builds. I think that they have correctly called that Ottomans is probably not going to stay friendly with them for long and have built armies there. They have now put a bit more of a defensible position in the area, but I
Portugal not building a Muscat is going to be a free two centers for them. So, but
oh
other than that, they don't
agreed.
really have good growth.
I'm surprised Portugal is not building here. We mentioned this in Blitz 1. This is one of the sneakier areas where Portugal can get a lot of influence and make a lot of pressure. So I'm a little surprised that they opted not to build here and instead are going to be just surrendering the area to Safavids.
Yeah, they pretty much gave up that colony to Safavids here.
I think Safavids
I'd
IB
say, yeah, B tier works.
above Qing?
No, no, below Ching.
Yeah, that's
I like
fair.
Ching better.
I think that's fair. I'm gonna put them there. A lot of powers are
Okay.
gonna go in that little B area anyways. And let's also just grab Ottomans real quick. People in the discussion here are mentioning a lot about something that I do want to discuss afterwards involving Russia and Poland, but I want to finish this up before we get too far into other discussions here. Oman is definitely a place for
Yes.
Portugal to be sticky
I
indeed.
think Ottomans can be a solid B tier here. Nothing jumps out at me. They're not at war with Spain. They're very
See,
non-committal
I
right
see a
now.
lot of pros and I see a lot of cons. I see armies North Africa very much going to try and push Marrakesh, Tangier, maybe even Rabat going forward. Slide that down, contest Khanim, contest Timbuktu. I like those plans. I see the cons of Abyssinia having very easy lines to push against them into Sana'a, maybe even up further into Cairo if Cairo doesn't see it and opens north. I see pros where it comes to very easy options to be able to push against Safavids if they're able to juke them in some 50-50s over here, get into Sinuik, maybe get into Tehran going forward. I see the cons of absolutely nothing going on the Ottoman border, putting a lot of trust that
The
Vienna.
anti-Ottoman channel does have 26 messages in it, which
Oof.
will change things.
I see a lot of pros. I see a lot of cons. I think that is a recipe for C tier.
Yeah, I yeah, C tier works. Then we just have colonials, right?
And
Or
then,
Austria too.
uh, then we have a lot of the Europe stuff. Let's.
So
I
real quick, I think Austria is a safe B tier.
I agree. I think I like Austria's potential. I think they have a lot of options, and if France was doing worse, I'd maybe even put them in A. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. Let's put Austria in B.
Yeah.
Let's grab,
Other than that,
grab Poland.
Poland,
Yeah, let's grab Poland while we're talking about it.
I think Poland can also be a B tier.
I
I'm
like
I'm getting a little spoiled by what's going on the spectators chat because we did just
True.
get spring moves, but
True.
I
To be
think B
fair,
tier in this position.
Poland does also just build two fleets here, so I do like that Poland is going to be pushing out. They also Poland just building five in Europe in general is good to see because that's going to put the
It
pressure on
gave up.
Austria.
Oh, did he double? He did double.
Oh, is that just a straight
Yeah, because
Poland double?
Narva. Yeah, he got
Dang,
Narva as his seventh dot. Okay. I like this poll. Maybe that's high B then. I
I
still don't want to say A.
I don't think they're A because I do think they're going to have struggles, especially if what's going on is true, and we will be checking that solo. But purely based on the position that we see right now, I do like them, and if they can wiggle their way out in press, be negotiable, be cooperative, I,
Absolutely.
I do like Polish position here. I'm gonna opt to put. I think Poland's below Russia. I do like Russian position more. I do think Poland is above Austria though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. I agree with that.
right around there.
Um,
These two, eh, E tier is a whole lot of a shenangle, anyways, right now. Okay,
do you want to rapid fire Spain and Portugal? Because I think France and England are the more interesting colonials to talk about here.
I agree. We do have to make these quick though because maps are being posted, and I do want to move on here. That's the thing with Blitz games.
Yes.
You think 20 minutes is enough time for commentary. It is not. There is
It is
too much to
not.
talk about.
It's way too much.
The good news is
I
that going
think
forward, we will have much less that we need to address everywhere. But let's very quickly talk about colonials. I like Spain putting this much pressure on England in the Caribbean. I think that's going to force England to really make some tough choices, and I think that's going to force a lot more
yeah.
gains in Spain's
Knowing what
favor.
I know about Aymara as well, I really like their position there. They're not going to be pressured from the south.
Mhm.
Utah's interesting, but they did make peace. Oh, I'm inclined to like Spain's position here too.
I do actually
No fleets in the Med though is interesting.
yeah, no fleet Barcelona, no fleet Valencia is interesting. But considering Ottoman built Army Tunis, Army Tripoli, it works out for them. In all
Yeah,
honesty,
you don't really need fleets in the Med if this is going on.
I'm struggling whether Spain is B or maybe even A. I don't think I can give them
I
enough arguments for A.
yeah, they don't have great growth, and no one's really going after them either.
I do think they're solidly in a B tier here, though. I'm gonna put them.
Do you want to put Portugal with them in B tier?
I think Portugal has a lot more negatively impacting them that I want to discuss. I think they're going to end up lower in B tier than Spain. They're going to struggle here in South America. Being bounced in Burundi is going to really negatively impact their game plans going forward in that region. I think they have a lot of potential to they gave up Muscat here against Sophifids. They're going to be losing dots guaranteed in the future. I do like their position, but I think they're going in a lower B tier than Spain was
I
here.
agree with that. They're giving up. I like some of their colonies, but there's a lot of bad colonies too.
Indeed. All right, let's discuss our front runners as front runners are England and
Yeah,
France. Who would have guessed?
it's always the same.
Indeed. Okay,
I personally like England a lot better than France here. I think you like
I
France more.
I disagree entirely. I think England has going to have a lot more hurdles than France does. Give me your argument for England. Give your pitch for
Okay,
England.
so this is a pretty. I think this is clearly England is gearing up for a war with France here. They have the Caribbean is going to be rough with Spain, but Spain's going to take a while to really get the position they need on England here. So they definitely lose Belize, but England doesn't build in Belize anyway, so that they're fine with giving that up. I don't think that's a super important center for England, anyways. At least not early on. They do have Caribbean growth guaranteed. They take both those French dots pretty easily. If Poland focuses south, they can take those as well. France builds an army in Cayenne in South America, so they do have a lot of control here. Spain can't really pressure them from in North America. Dutch are looking interesting, but Dutch are bought into a war with France here, so it's pretty easy to get them on side. No France build in Port Royal
That is
is also super important.
big for England. That is big for England.
So, and France also just naturally just gets pressured so much more than England and North America. Like they're locked in a war with Athabasca. Inuit army means that Inuits probably are going to join in against France here. So England is probably going to win long term in North America, and it doesn't really matter what England's performance is anywhere else if they can win in North America. That's always going to be their most important colony. Mali collapse means that they're going to do great in a maybe not great, but they're not going to lose the African colony anytime soon. India is also going super well for them. They got a solid alliance with Portugal that looks like it's going to keep going. Mughals are super weak, so England can get a lot of growth from there. And Portugal is worse off, so England is probably going to be the one to stab and gain centers off of that. And Europe is looking pretty solid. Sweden is under pressure, so Sweden's probably not going to take Bergen from them. Dutch are under pressure, so you can work with them against France if you want to. Fleet build advance is not great, but you have two fleet builds to counter whatever they do. Ireland is virtually guaranteed. Russia may be the only issue here, but that's a pretty you can deal with Russia in this spot pretty easily.
I think those are all very good points, but I do have some other counterpoints I'd like to make against France. In the chat, fall's going to be over by the time they finish their tier list. There is a lot to discuss right now. We will
Yeah.
There will be time to catch up later, okay? There is going to be a lot of time later for us to catch up and make up this time deficit, but in this first year, there is a ton that needs to be discussed in order to properly get the game set going. Here are my
We'll
counter
see just how right we are.
Here is my counterpoint for why I am more backing France in this instance. I think England has far more enemies than France does, and I think that is going to really hurt them in the long term. I think I think that while it's true Spain's going to need time to set up here, while it's true Sweden is in trouble over here and is going to need more time to be able to stabilize against them. I think England is going to have a lot of pressure from the board on them. That means that while they may grow a little bit now, they're going to struggle a lot by year 3, year 4. They're going to have a lot of opposition that really prevents them from getting the growth that they're going to need to in order to fully stabilize. I think that England is going to face a lot of pressure, probably over here as well. Specifically, their southern colonies are not going to be able to do much past Cherokee, especially if Yuchon's doing much. I think that France is going to be able to have a fairly stable position. I think Army Kublachik definitely makes it a lot harder for them, but I think they have stable position. They're going to be able to stabilize against Athabasca. They're going to be able to make sure their border remains solid because when you look at things like Army Connecticut, Army Boston, those are going nowhere fast immediately. And
Absolutely.
I'm a
It's
little
gonna be
upset
really
about
hard to move out from there.
I'm a little upset not seeing Fleet build Port Royal, maybe even Army build Port Royal, but I do think France still has a lot to gain in this situation. If you look over here in South America, they're going to remain stable over here, and if Netherlands gets collapsed on, that's more gain for them. If you look in Madagascar, Ageron already has a lot of enemies, and you're likely going to be able to dot them, especially with Sakalava out of position entirely compared to the rest of Ageron's forces. And most especially land forces in Europe, I don't think France gets stopped on the land. On the
That's
coastlines where England
true.
is pushing them and going to have a lot of pressure on them, they're going to struggle to keep Nantes and Ghent. But much of the rest of their centers are so strongly held right now. They're going to put a ton of force onto Netherlands. They're going to put a ton of force against Austria. They may even pivot and put force on Spain in the future if they think they can get away with it. I really do think that France has a lot of gains, and I'm not seeing as much movement against France as I am against England.
Yeah, those are all really good points too. My it's interesting. We do have a full year's worth of news to look at to
Yeah.
see what's gonna go
Yes.
on, but
For the
my
sake of
thinking
time, I want to put
I
both
think
of
A tier
these
for
in
both of them.
here.
Oh, S tier.
I
Okay.
I
Yeah.
want to put somebody in S tier, and I think it's
You
definitely
know
going to be
what?
these two.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
like. I think we can both agree they both have good position. They both have very good position and are going to be able to grow very solidly here. And for the sake of
I think
time,
you're right on that.
I think for the sake of time, if nothing else, I would like to put that there as our year 1 ranking for power. And let's
Yep.
discuss spring year 2, shall we?
Well, let's discuss spring year two, and we will ignore the fall moves that are. Oh no, those are okay. Yeah, we will ignore the fall moves that are.
All,
Oh no,
all,
never mind. There
all
are
moves are
no
not out
fall
then.
moves. Okay, we didn't miss a full year.
Yeah,
We're doing fine.
all moves are not out yet. We have time. We're gonna have extra time with
Okay.
retreat phases as well at this point. We're going to catch up. Okay.
Yeah, true.
There is a goose egg that is happening here in chat as far as things that I think that they want us to talk about immediately, and that is the relationship between Russia, Poland, and Sweden that is ongoing. Shall we start there?
Yes, let's start there. Russia's clearly going in on Sweden, so and Poland's like they build fleets. Poland has to attack
Mhm.
into Sweden here. That being said, this
Oh,
attack
I
isn't
I'm
that great.
It's not a creative attack. Sorry. I looked a bit on the western bit of the map there. We will talk about that in a minute.
Oh boy.
But let's focus here against Sweden because I think this is about what I was expecting from England here. I don't think they hold Bergen here, even with them wanting to really force moving south. They even spend their London fleet to ensure that they get into
Sweden,
North Sea here.
why? Or no, not Sweden. Sweden's fine. England, I don't understand this from.
I definitely think they get into Rockall Rise with this move, but they were guaranteed to do that, barring something weird from Portugal. I would have
Yeah.
rather seen London support within the English Channel, or London try and make some sort of move here into Southern Bight potentially, even to try and. Well, no, they're gonna opt to work with Netherlands here.
Ah,
I don't think supporting themselves in the North Sea, even with Russia pushing the potential to get into North Sea or bounce you in there.
we were really pushing England and France to fight each other, but I'm looking at the map. Like we can look at we still talk about Sweden, but looking at the rest of the map, it doesn't look like they're gonna fight.
Let's touch about
Which
that.
is
Let's touch on that in a minute because I do think that we're going to need to finish up in Europe first because there is a lot to discuss in Europe.
true. Sweden is
How
kind of
many
screwed
hold
here.
orders has Sofovitz put in?
Oh my
How many
god,
hold
they're
orders is this? 5?
so the Selfies have 9 units here, and
Why?
3 of them moved.
Why did you build Tabriz and Shiraz if you're just gonna hold? Build Fleet Tehran. What are you?
Oh man, so Softies are playing defensively, Ottomans are playing defensively. Neither of them trust the other, but neither of them are willing to do anything. And this
Sachet
is a
is
blitz game where you
Sachet
need to
is
be playing
right
fast.
there. Sachet is right there. So have you
As a
clearly both
Russia,
want to
you just
work with
laugh
each
at
other. Just
this.
push into Russia. Okay.
Russia's laughing seeing this. This is
To be
insane.
fair, we should not be letting Russia get away with 6 hold orders right here either.
Oh no, no, this is absolutely criminal as Russia.
What?
I would crucify any player in my void if I saw this.
This is
And Ching is stabbing Russia, and Japan is stabbing Russia. Okay, yeah, Russia. Come on,
come
this
on,
this is why you build
Russia. We
something in the
we
in the east.
we put this trust into you because we figured that you had such a strong game. But you build west and hold the units while you get attacked in the east. What are you
You have
doing?
such obvious build that you need to place east. Like
If
if
you're
you're gonna
gonna
focus west, you need
if
a
you
clear plan, and you
if you're
don't
good
have
you
one of those.
if you're building units west, you need to do something with them. Attack Safavids, push more against Ottomans, do some leverage your position to make gains so you can continue to build your muscle and further leverage your position. All you've done is let Qing have your centers.
This is
Russia,
what we call a
why?
massive
Russia.
no-no from Russia.
Okay.
I just don't
Okay.
get this.
Okay. Let's not fret on it. Let's go back into the rest of Europe because I want to discuss Austria. Because Austria has similarly made some
Oh
moves
my
that I
god,
am
why are you coring everything? No, you
I
don't have time
I
in a blitz
okay.
game.
Poland has pushed into Bremen here, which I really like because it allows a lot more force. Austria has also backed further up, trying to get a piece of that Netherlands light. I like that. You're obviously struggling against France. You need to get dots anywhere you can, and if your goal is to work with Poland, then so be it. However, you have to understand that France is going to be a threat here in Europe with how much power they can leverage here. You clearly need to take centers like Tuscany. You need to get defensive holes in places like Chur, Milan, Bern. You need to have this wall established, even if you don't intend to fight France, so they can't just collapse on you. And you have
Yeah,
not done that.
because France is going to see this, right? And if Austria's line is looking weak, like France kills Dutch, like I don't understand why France just support holding everything that's something and get into later. But like this is clearly like who are they going to attack after Dutch? There's only
Right.
one answer,
There is
and
exactly
everyone knows what that answer
there
is.
is 1.5 answers, and I don't think it's Spain.
Yeah. God, it's like years to position everything against Spain here. Like as Austria, what are you building here? Like you get Venice, right? You get one build from your 8 units. Like What are you doing here? Like, you obviously
You need to
you
have,
went for Bremen, but
especially
you
in
don't get Bremen.
Blitz, where you don't have the time to be able to form all these complex strands and plant stratagems and communicate and coordinate with everyone so effectively. You need to have a battle plan. And you need to be able to follow through with it. Because if you're not growing, you're not winning a Blitz game. You need to be able to continue to build your muscle so that you can put the leverage on the board that you need to in order to get to the top of the board as quickly as you need to.
There are very few reasons to core, like, at all, and that's, like, in a normal game. In a Blitz game, there's even less. So, I see all these core orders as just Austria has these units down, but they don't know what to do with them, and, like, that's not just true for Austria. Um, like, there's so many cores and holds on this map, and, like, I don't
It's
interpret it as these players thinking that, "Oh my gosh, I really need this extra build center that's right next to one of my home centers
yeah, it's just
regardless."
imagine
Like,
Imagine, if you will, Freiburg moves to Bern this turn. France suddenly now has a really terrible position because of how heavily they moved Dijon to Strasbourg. They now have to do a whole lot of death guessing and checking, and Austria actually has a footing against them to make France sweat. Now
Tria
instead,
needed to stab him now.
France is very clearly just going to be able to continue to push their advantage with Fleet Tuscany and Savoy probably going to Milan. They're going to get more builds in Marseille. They're going to get everything going, and you need to push. You can't just defend. And oh my, I need to pull this up immediately. This is another thumbnail.
Yeah.
This is another thumbnail contender right here.
Honestly, that might be better than the other one. I love this.
This one spoils the game a bit, so I don't know if I will do this one, but this is good.
True. This is really good.
Maybe like 20% opacity, like just underneath the map.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I love
Like all of these core orders, like Austria's, they doubled. They had so much tempo going. The momentum was in their favor, and all of that is just gone now.
I don't see this is immediately turned from, oh man, Austria has a really nice position and a lot of options to push forward against their neighbors, to Austria basically turtled this turn when they really needed to not.
Yeah.
The only one of their neighbors they pushed against was Netherlands, the neighbor that requires the most
They
for them
don't
to
even
gain from.
get anything from Netherlands too, because
Exactly.
Poland is moving in. Are you gonna start a war with Poland for a Dutch
Yeah,
tot? No.
move Trieste to Dalmatia, move Vienna to Slavonia, move Freiburg to Bern, move Rome to Tuscany. Get this position that you need to be able to get more dots. Okay,
Yeah,
we have spent a
I hate this Austrian position.
we have spent enough time dogging on this. If you get nothing else from our analysis of what we've seen in the spring moves so far, don't hold.
Old's bad.
Don't hold. Do something with your units. If you are defending, you are not growing.
We're just poking the map with the massive pole and saying do something. That's
Do
what's happening.
something. Okay, let's get away from Europe for a bit.
Um,
There are a couple of other things that I
want
wanted
to
to
talk about the
discuss.
colonials, or do you want to talk about something else
I
first?
want to save the colonials for last. England and France specifically. I want to save for last. Let's zoom out here. You know what? We already talked about how good Qing is going to benefit from this. Let's get over to East
Oh
Asia and
yeah,
talk about them. I
Qing just kills Russia.
almost certainly Russia loses Yakutsk. Russia loses Irkutsk. It's and they support themselves in. Russia probably loses Karakum as well. Karakorum.
They can hold Irkutsk this turn, but like it's not going to be holdable long term. Karakoram's
Exactly.
done. Yakutsk is done.
I'm a little
Japan takes Chukchis.
yeah.
Evens is done.
The only
It's oh god.
I don't like these holdovers here for the same reasons we push. Like I
Yeah.
think I think that means that it's potentially Ming going to be even better the benefactor, especially
If
since
I was Ming, I'd be so mad here. Like you're doing so well in the South. You're doing so well. Just getting all these centers and getting people to work with you and having that cooperation turn out, and all of that is immediately sidelined because Russia just decides that she can have all of
absolutely.
their games. I would be like Ming is still in such a great spot, but
Mhm.
I'd be pissed if I was Ming here.
But like Spain's the one that's going to grab Formosa this turn, and
Oh my
Ching
gosh.
Ching is holding here. Ezo's going to Tsugaru straight? Huh?
What is this, Japan? Why?
What are these?
No.
What? I want to compliment you guys so bad. I want to give you all the props in the world that you do this.
The triple is tripling, but it's not tripling well.
Okay. Okay. So
Ayatai just screwed here though. That's
Ayutthaya
something.
is massively getting the short end of the stick here. They let Ming walk into them, essentially. They're letting Mughals walk into them, essentially.
They supported Ming to Hainan. Why? Why would
Downpour.
you do that?
Downpour. That's the only thing. That's the only reason I can think of.
This is what downpour does. The
Yeah,
certified
like Ayutthaya.
downpour moment.
Not only is Ayutthaya's massive fleet build not meant that Ming can push in and Mughals can push in, it's not even helped them. Like Netherlands is still gonna force Sambas this turn and can't even lose anything. They don't lose Andaman because they don't have Andaman. Like
Do you know what this Portuguese fleet does now? Like it's going to retreat, right? And it's gonna probably go to Bay of Tonkin here.
almost certainly
So Ayutthaya supports this Ming fleet into Hainan. And what do they get? They get a bounce and a fawn ring for it.
they get a
For
Fountain Fawn
their
wrong.
for their trouble.
They get a Fountain wrong Fawn wrong, or even worse, Portugal just supports Guangxi into Hanoi.
Yeah, I mean as Portugal, like I'm not getting anything in this area anyway, so I might as well just spite whoever.
Indeed, that looks really bad. Spain, on the other hand, is looking very solid in this region here. Oh no, not again! Not again! Why? Why?
Why are you
Why?
scoring? No, do something. You could have bounced.
Okay,
Oh my god, you could have
all
bounced
right.
Spain.
Spain is going up in the tier list. This region suddenly looks so good for Spain. They're getting Formosa guaranteed. They're keeping Cotabato. They might even get into Nantuasi and force Netherlands to make some really terrible decisions. Halmahera C now like forces both Monado and Danny to stay put for the rest of the game. It's not good.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, Dutch are just continuing to on their downward spiral here, but like you could have at least tried to stop it. Like Spain and Portugal are probably working together, and guess who's got two fleets on Danny now? Like,
Yep. Like
oh my
I can
god.
understand not moving to Halmahera because it's harder to read Spain moving to Halmahera, especially if you don't know they're actively fighting you. And considering they didn't dot Permuvo, it's easy to think that. But Coral Sea is such an important tile if you plan to keep Portugal down. That not moving there just immediately makes it so that you're not going to be able to defend Danny. Period at all, regardless of Spain.
This is painful to watch.
This is so entertaining. You're both in such agony. I said it already. I want to compliment these players. I want to so badly, but I am so baffled by how many hold orders are on this map.
Yeah, no. If you do like more than one hold, then you do not deserve compliments. That is the new rule.
Indeed. By the way, I love Blitz. I love playing Blitz. I am definitely commentating Blitz games from here on out because I agree. This is so fun. Just
Absolutely.
all right.
Playing in these is just so much trouble,
Zooming
and the
out
stress
here
is not worth it.
with Oceania going well, I think it means Mapuche. There's a chance. There is a chance Timor tries to dot Guinai here, but no, Chilole goes South Pacific. They cover that. I want to look at South America because I think Mapuche ends up the benefactor here in this situation.
Yep.
Like, they do this little circular trade here for Assumption for Buenos Aires, but if I'm Mapuche, I very greatly enjoy that trade, especially if I'm moving army to Ranquel. Back it up. You've got
I don't think anything moves in this, do they?
well, because the moving.
Yeah, because both supports get tapped.
Oh yeah, both support. Yeah, both supports are the ones going in. My bad. I misread that.
Aymara is stabbing Portugal though, so that's
Yeah,
huge for
Amara.
Mapuche.
Amara definitely is moving against Portugal here. If I was,
Covering
yeah,
artifact
I'm.
base in is smart.
Oh yeah, and Portugal immediately realizing their mistake moving here and just moves it back to Guanabara. I think you tap at that point. You tap Argentine Basin and force it so that they don't get into that unit. That might just be
Yeah,
me.
it's the tactics here are rough on Portugal. There's not really a good
Nether
option here if you're being attacked by both of them.
Amazon to J. Whoa! But you move Maristad to St. Marcos, so clearly this is not.
Why are you letting Spain walk into Amazon?
I
Why?
okay,
Why?
I do not want to talk about Netherlands anymore. Okay, they are not helping their case. Let's keep talking about the
No.
powers that are actively leveraging their position in a good way. I this is for Mapuche and Aymara most likely working together here and in a solid position. I know what I said about them likely not being able to gain, and I still stand by it. They're probably
Yeah.
going to struggle if they intend to work together. But this is about the best they can
Amara
ask for.
does have an interesting thing that they can do. They could try to side with Portugal and dot Cordoba here, and like knowing Captain Neem and King of Prussia, they are almost certainly
Mhm.
trying to convince Aymar to do that rather than convince Mapuche to attack
I agree.
Aymara here.
However, if I'm in Aymara's position here, what I do is I say, okay, this year I contest Rio or Sao Paulo, maybe even try and get Mapuche to let me be the one who takes Asuncion, right? Then
Yeah,
next year in the spring, fleet to Ragavine, army to Santiago, Chiloe is dead. I
yeah.
I think Aymara can leverage his position heavily, especially if Spain just walks in the Amazon here. Like Aymara has reason to be very nice, Spain, and
Mars in
make
a
it work.
really nice spot here. If they want to start like giving Portugal or Mapuche the orders of what the other one is going to do,
Mhm.
then they can really kind of manipulate things in a way to where they're the one walking out with most of the gains.
I would have maybe preferred to see Madeira support Azure Quecha, but I understand not wanting to do that in case Galapagos goes to Baru Basin. I'm not going to even say what Galapagos is opting to do instead, but that's besides the point.
Spain, look,
Aymara is.
there's a one
I'm.
hold that you can do, and we won't
Yeah,
shame
you
you
know what?
for.
Aymara held a unit. We're not shaming
Yeah.
Aymara for it. Like, they could have supported in the Quecha and had a better position should they want to hold defense against Spain or even just put pressure on them. But I don't blame them since they were defending against that potential option. Let's just. Oh, there's more. There's. Why did I
Yeah.
scroll up?
Ivar
Okay.
is looking pretty good in
Aymara looks.
comparison to Spain
Aymara
here.
looks very good. Let's talk about this Caribbean.
So
I'm going to
the
assume.
England-Spain war is definitely on.
Indeed. I am also just going to assume that is a Polish misorder because there is literally no fleet that contests Caribbean Sea.
Cartagena could have. Cartagena could have.
Cartagena
I
could
think
have.
this is real. I we could look at orders. I don't
And
really.
what
I don't want to try to
I
find
don't
that.
let's not try and discuss it tactically because I'm just confused. In the Caribbean here, I think there's a lot to discuss here. Spain's getting Belize. We already talked about that, but I think Spain has the position here to force supports into a lot of the centers that England really wants to try and defend here. Other than Bahamas Channel, I think Spain holds a lot of these sea tiles. They get Bay of Panama. They're going to be able to get Gulf of Honduras easily next turn. With being in Gulf of Mexico, there's a chance that they're even going to be able to get Bahamas Channel back. England does not look
Yeah,
solid right here.
England is fighting back though. Like it's just kind of fleets. Like this is six from England, and Spain has six too. So it's still pretty even. Except Spain takes Belize, and England doesn't take anything in return.
Indeed.
And with St. Augustine, no, England can't take that, and Spain is getting in position for Cadiz, or however you want to pronounce that.
Yeah.
This is really rough for England here.
Yeah, England is looking in a tricky position here.
I would have absolutely stabbed France in this position. I think England
Yeah, let's
really could use the free bills from that to help their case,
yeah,
but
let's discuss the elephant here. England largely
Yeah.
did not move as aggressively against France as they probably should have. They moved to Massachusetts. They moved to Oneida. I think besides that, there's not enough anti-French movement. Like they're
Yeah.
holding Saint Anthony instead of trying to move that into Capameles. They're just training Boston through to
You have
Connecticut, which
four
only
armies
threatens
in this
Netherlands.
tiny area. You're going to stab France eventually.
Right,
Just when are you going to like do it, you know?
right. It's
Ugh.
it's hard to make more progress from this situation because like Boston goes to Connecticut here, doesn't contest France at all, only can ever contest Netherlands, who easily defend New Amsterdam here because you're moving Norfolk to Toledo instead of following through with that. You're pushing into Oneida so that you have another unit on Mount Royal, but if you moved Portland to Estuary, you're contesting more centers that way. And,
Yeah, I
and if you're
and France is
moving,
getting pressured as we talked about too.
France is getting pressured.
Inuits,
I think that not trying to get into
it's
Cree again this
really
turn is.
interesting.
I would have rather France moved more heavily against Athabasca rather than Inuits here because I think the Inuit army build in Kukulajik means that you probably weren't going to hold Papina Choice here, or maybe even Atrocity, for very long. I would have preferred a more stable position here, but that might just be me speaking. I actually want to scroll left and look more highly at here at you. Wow. That's not what I expected. I think Athabasca moving to Gross Ventures here almost certainly happens. Almost certainly. I'm confused why Yuchishon didn't opt for a bounce because now they have to double back and defend a home center. They just have to. So the eastward movement I'm not upset about. I would have maybe liked to see more movement against Spain, but like I said, them piecing out with them is also a very respectable choice given their situation, so that they can grow elsewhere. But if you're piecing out with Spain, push against Athabasca. Get yourself the dominant regional in the force, especially since France is already putting a lot of pressure on Athabasca because they got bounced in Cree last turn. Uh, I don't hate it as much as I've hated a lot of the other moves this phase, but I think I would have liked to see a little
Sorry
bit
about
more.
that. I'm back.
No, you're perfectly fine. I'm just discussing Yuchishon here. I think all three of the North American regionals I would have liked to see slightly different moves from. I think Inuit probably ends up the best benefactor in this turn here because Russia did not go for the ideas that we thought they would go for, and now Inuit also has pushes against France. That's very nice.
Uh, yeah, France is getting kind of screwed here. I mean, this is just what happens, right? Like, I really hate this French colony in North America. It's just so hard to make work.
It's very difficult,
Like,
but I think they
you
had.
focus on one direction and just get stabbed from every other. It's brutal.
It is brutal, but I think they had options this turn, and I think there were different options they could have taken here. I don't hate their moves, but like Mount Royal probably could have moved further up if you wanted to defend Cree. Ojibwe going to Illinois is just letting Yuchishon push further in against you. It's difficult.
Yeah,
There's already
like
fall moves, aren't there?
Utah
If they
just
want,
has so many free neutrals.
yeah. That is discussing a lot about the fall moves, and they want us to go on to that.
Oh wow.
There are some
Yeah, we can go into that.
we can go into that, but I very, very quickly, I don't think there's going to be much to discuss. That's why I've left it to last year. Just touch on Africa real quick. Mali in trouble. Portugal, I didn't even notice Army Capo Verde. That's bold from Portugal.
Oh,
Mali,
yeah.
this is
They're definitely gonna
yeah, this is what we
going to
expected.
Mandan is interesting.
This is what we expected. Mali going to struggle. We expected that. Congo going to struggle against Abyssinia. They opt to support Ogeron into Burundi this turn here, which I find interesting. But they're operating to try and force their wall northward with Congo rather than try and support them in. But what they've done is that this means that Congo has left a couple of centers open that Abyssinia can push in and around for. Sao Tome
I think
moved to
it's
Gulf of
interesting
Guinea.
that Abyssinia doesn't stab any of their African neighbors.
I'm a little surprised about that. I thought they would move a lot more aggressively against them this turn, but I do think it still works out for them, and they still get a lot more to gain, especially if they do decide to move in aggressively soon. I think if they continue to peace out, they're probably not going to be able to stay super high on our power
Yeah,
ranking, but they're making good moves.
and they're not getting Kanam any either because Congo's taking that. So it looks like they're
Yeah,
only going +1, and then whatever they get from Ottomans, which doesn't look like it'll be a lot.
yeah,
Maybe Cairo?
they're not getting Cairo this turn because
No.
they're not getting into Red Sea. Ottoman supports themselves in the Red Sea here, and
Well, they
have to
still
make the
have
counts out.
2 on it, right? From Suwakin and the Zagawa?
Gawa and Suka, yeah, I suppose as
It's
well.
possible, but
We'll see. We'll
eh,
see. Okay.
you can't really transition it from what they're doing.
Chat wants to talk about the fall turns here because we're dunking on France, and supposedly France turned it around completely. So let's pull up the fall moves, shall we? Because I want to see that if that's the
No,
case.
they didn't. They did not turn this
I
around.
don't. I'm. If they did, I'm gonna be shocked. Don't get me wrong. I want to see these
God is
moves.
lying. God is lying to us.
That is lying. That is lying.
I don't like these French moves at all.
Yeah, me when I lie. Let's see it. Why support yourselves into Ghent again when you?
Did they get in this time? No. Okay.
Uh,
But
I'm confused. Okay,
this is hard EF though. This is really
yeah,
interesting.
England and France are really turning around, just being like, "Yep, we're best of buddies now." Honestly, I don't think that's good for either of them. Because yeah, this is what
Who is it worse for though? That is the real question.
that
Who is
is.
it worse
That is the
for?
real question of who is it worse for. I think France eats it the worst because now the North American regionals have a very good reason to team up and just move against you, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing
It's hilarious though. Like
three,
they're making the noises for
yeah,
EF, but they're not actually helping each other that
right,
much. Like in the Caribbean, France is
right.
just gonna core. Like
They're
England is in this
coring
death
Saint
war with
Domingo. They're still
Spain.
bouncing an English channel. Like they're sending the signals, but they're not actually providing the support that would make the England France duo so strong. They're still
Like
basically just
England is
leaving each other
fighting
to their own
this
devices.
absolute death war with Spain right now, and France is just sitting there, just off in their
Yup.
own world.
They're just sitting
And
there.
France is fighting for their life in a North America, and what is England doing?
And England
They're
instead
not
is
helping at
like,
all.
dirty, dirty, dir, core mohawk.
I have 4 armies that could help, but they're not.
I have all these units that could help. Emphasis on the word
Isn't that
could.
fun? Yeah, it's
All right, let's
this
catch.
is definitely a great EF, but they're not like they're definitely allied, but they're
Yeah,
not doing well on the tactical front.
they're struggling to make the leverage of it that would allow it to be as strong of an alliance as it is. And instead, I think they're both going to eat some brunt of it, but France is definitely going to eat the larger brunt of it. Let's see. Let's catch back up here. Russia got destroyed this turn. I wonder what would have happened when you held 6 units in the spring.
I wonder.
Okay, let's focus on
Oh
one area
man,
at the time here. North America.
people are talking a lot about this Swedish stab here, or the stab on
Yeah,
Sweden.
I just want to quickly mention
We talk
how
about yeah, we can do North America first.
there's not much more to mention. I just want to mention how nearly every single arrow from the regionals is eastward. Like that
They're
is,
all pointing at a France.
yeah, France and England, you want to work together here, but you're not. You need to coordinate more so that you're not just going to take huge brunt because of it. Because instead of coordinating together to defensively hold the French outposts, make ground against Inuit where England is actually able to make progress against it, instead you are fighting the Dutch, who are already mostly dead. And
Yeah, and everyone stays at their one hold limit here. I will count Hawaii as not a hold because that is actually a decently useful core.
Hawaii, I will give them
Um,
that. If there is a core that Utah wants, it's going to be Hawaii.
Yeah, this Kano Bay, I hate, but we said one hold, and that's their one hold, so
All right,
we can give it to them.
let's criticize every single Russian move for the turn because I think we can get away with criticizing every single Russian move for the turn.
Oh no, Russia!
Okay, Spitsbergen core. I get it, especially based off of what you did with Norwegian Sea, we will get to. Then you probably don't want to push against England. However, if you want to get any sort of control with your fleets here, so your fleets do literally anything, you need Iceland. You need to push in against England. You need to start making progress so that you are actually doing something with your units, and that includes against Sweden. Don't
I don't
support
understand the core
England
at all. The
in.
way Russia wants to do this is they want to move Spitsbergen to Barents Sea. They want to build, which to be fair, they're not going to have builds here, but if they want to build in a Archangelsk, they want to convoy that over to like Finnmark or something, maybe Vestland, and they want to kind of flank Sweden from that way.
Mhm.
But you can't just sit here and core Spitsbergen if you're going to do that, right? Like you
Right.
can't.
Use your unit. Use your units aggressively. And please don't support England in. England doesn't need the help. You need the help.
It's an
It
army too. England's just gonna take whatever Russia would have gotten from this.
exactly. You're weakening your own potential gains. If Poland didn't support you into Helsingfors this turn, you very well would have had complete wash this turn. And look at
Yeah, and
this.
Helsingfors is just gonna be treated to Karelia here. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. And let's look down. Whoop de doo doo. Oh, yep. Look at all those hold orders. Whoops. Guess like somebody got tired of putting in hold
Oh,
orders.
is Poland stabbing Ottomans here
I think
with
this
that
is.
Poltava move?
I do think this is. If this is anything, it's against Ottomans.
And Ottomans
Maybe.
just support hold here, so it doesn't do anything.
Uh,
Why are they going Targovia? Stop!
stop holding your
It's
units.
next.
Stop holding your units, please. I beg of you, stop holding your units.
This is. Oh my gosh! Come on, guys. This is
No,
brutal to
no,
watch.
chat, you're lying. Mughals did not core Surat this turn. You're lying. You're lying.
No,
No! Why?
you are fighting for your life right now. You don't need a core.
Why?
You need to do
We
something.
can do the entire power rankings tier list for this year purely based off of the more hold orders you put in this turn, the lower on the tier
You
list you go.
really can. Briefly back to Europe. I do want to
Yes,
note that
please. I'm
Austria.
sorry.
I
I
did
saw
say
that
that
message in the
Austria.
chat flashbanged me, and I needed to see if it
Yeah.
was true.
Remember when I said that there's no way the Austrian player here would start a war with Poland over a Dutch dot?
Yeah, like
Um,
why? Why?
I think this might be coordinated with Poland, because they are supporting Bremen out, and they could have. I think this is coordinated, but
But
it supports Saxony in.
just. I okay. Where I and France supports themselves into Ghent, which they already control.
Just support hold. You're not gonna your fleet.
And you're coring
Yeah, like if England is
Strasbourg.
supporting you to Southern Bight, you don't need to support to Ghent.
No, you don't. I'm so lost. I'm so
And
lost.
Strasbourg and Freiburg are just going
They're chilling.
like
They're chilling like two bros in a hot tub. You're supposed to be fighting. Come on.
do something, please. I'm
And,
begging
and
you.
Austria moves Hesse out instead of Saxony. And just giving France position.
Luxembourg support is not legal, actually. Thank you for noting that. That Luxembourg
It's
move
not even
is
a
not
legal
valid.
support. It's not even illegal.
Oh my god.
I need
What
to
are
move
you doing?
on. I need to move on before I burst the blood vessel.
If any of these cores actually get used, I will be shocked.
Okay. Okay.
What is Abyssinia doing in Africa? No.
Oh, don't say
Why aren't you
that.
taking
Don't
Cairo?
say
Why
that.
aren't you
Don't say
taking
that.
Cairo?
Why aren't you?
Please take Cairo.
No.
They did Ottomans told or this is from my guess, I haven't looked at precedent. Ottomans told them, "Hey, I'll just give you Cairo if you stop attacking me." And Ottomans didn't believe to them for some reason.
Why would you believe that? And now you've stabbed Acheron, but you haven't. But you supported them into Burundi last turn. Just attack
Okay,
them if
okay.
that's
At
your
least
plan.
Portugal, they do get something out of it. Portugal did support them into Burundi, so that's
Yeah,
actually I do approve this move. That's good for Portugal for turning that around. I'm gonna credit them with convincing Abyssinia to do this, though it could have been Abyssinia's idea.
yeah.
Um, oh God, why would you not support the Cairo?
But just what is it? And I think every single regional that we've rated high, except for Ming, has taken their good positioning that we've said that we pointed out, and we have turned them into something very nice, and is just holding and not making
Yeah,
meaningful gains with it.
they are still plus 30. I
They're,
still
they're
absolutely
plus
hate
three
this, but
because
they're not.
Darfur and Kaneem were open. I think that's about
They're
it.
yeah. Like they take worse than Gully, Acheron. Does Acheron grow? No, Acheron is -1 actually. Okay, so that's actually somewhat solid. I still hate these moves in general. But
My
this attack
problem
on Acheron is pretty solid.
my problem with Abyssinia's moves is that this is if this is what you wanted to do with your game plan, your spring moves should have been entirely different. Your spring
Yeah, no, Portugal convinced them after the spring moves went through and they got
you
Abyssinia to
basically
flip here.
you've taken 2 turns to do 1 turn's move of actions. And you can't in a speedy game where you need to be leveraging your growth in your position like this, you just can't do that. I get flipping on a dime, and I get sometimes you need to accept that you've made the wrong choice and you need to flip your idea and be able to be flexible. But if you're going to do that, then you need to remain flexible with your spring moves. Don't push so hard in against Ottoman with your spring moves if your plan is just to leave them alone in the fall.
Yeah, someone in the comments chat is noting that Abyssinia shouldn't get Cairo. And yeah, I agree that Ottomans probably should. I think the tap from Ottomans is correct here because what Abyssinia could have done is they could have had Michele tap Red Sea and then had the two armies sport into Cairo,
Mhm.
and that would guarantee the center. So Ottoman tapping is actually the best thing they can do here
Yeah, I agree.
because if you believe that Abyssinia is going to force Cairo, then you know that Red Sea is going to be tapped. So you want to take the 50-50 chance that they support with the Suakin instead of Zegawa here.
They could have taken care of it, and they
Other
won't take Gorgonlansi. If they wanted to take Orsagali, then why did they move like that in the spring? You know.
I don't know.
Okay,
It's definitely something.
let's
Who
talk
else
about
we want to make fun of here?
I want to move to powers that I think are doing well for a minute. Let's talk about South America because yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh, I'm Mars back. There we go.
That's what we wanted to see. That is exactly what we wanted to see. Imari supports Jay back in the Amazon. Do that. Yes, absolutely. You've popped the Amazon unit like that. Beautiful.
Yep. There we
Beautiful
go.
turn from Aymara. And they get into Barora, so they're still very obviously they're leaving Portugal alone for the time being, but they're still leaving their position on them to force Assumption in the future. They still have that unit in Mato Grosso, so that they're forcing Portugal to cover Sao Paulo and Rio. I love this Aymara turn.
Yeah. Notably,
Fantastic.
they're fighting the Mapuche here, but they're making sure that Portugal is still weak. It's like look at
Mhm.
these orders in the seas here. Portugal is
Absolutely.
very
It's
out of a position. I think covering these centers is the right choice. Make sure that Aymara can't get into them, but
absolutely
like
they
this is bad for Portugal.
they were largely forced to in some respects because Aymara being in either of those centers just kind of kills them in the region. But Aymara was able to leverage that in order to continue to maintain their good position against Portugal, while also making the probably necessary moves against Mapuche in order to force them out. Now Mapuche is not getting a lot of builds. They're not going to be able to defend their home centers easily. Choloe is yours. Cordoba is yours. Once you get more armies moving
Yeah,
south, like beautiful, absolutely beautiful
Mapuche
execution from Aymara here.
isn't building. either. Oh my god, Portugal forced Mapuche out of Wajaman in Australia. So this is a -1
Whoa!
Mapuche here. So yeah, they're just gonna collapse.
That this is perfect execution from Imara here. This is what I'm talking about. I want to compliment you guys. Do this.
Self-bouncing in Gunai is such a massive misplay, though.
I do agree. We'll talk about that in a moment, but I really just want to sit on this for a minute here because this is such good moves from Imara here. Agreeing to
Yeah,
support
this is
Netherlands
really
in
clean.
just completely destroys it. The Amazon unit is popped. That's a Spain force you are not worrying about. Spain is continuing to not pressure Peru Basin. They probably will soon, and you're going to need to deal with that.
Hmm.
But they're continuing to not pressure it for now, which is giving you the time you need to execute this stab against Mapuche, really cripple their support center so you can start getting all of those centers and get the position you need in South America. I love it.
Absolutely, I think Aymara's in a great spot here. And Spain isn't even trying to move into the South Pacific Ocean, opting to do nothing instead. Because obviously, doing nothing is better than doing anything at all, as we all know.
As we all know, you clearly should just hold your units the entire time.
Absolutely, that's how you win.
Yeah, Mapuche unfortunately getting the short end of the stick here. I think they were basically forced into trying to attack Portugal. One more year from now, they could have been able to make those moves against Aymara like I would liked, but Aymara stabbing this turn, I think, was perfect timing from them and really forcing Mapuche to get the store end, continuing to keep Portugal just out of the fight and not able
Yeah,
to
it's
grow.
still really hard for Portugal and Mapuche to make peace here. I think that they're absolutely going to. One of them is going to pitch it to the other, but I don't think it's going to be easy to make it go through.
Mhm.
Mapuche's the only person from Mapuche can take centers off of is Portugal here,
Yep.
and Portugal did attack them elsewhere on the map. So I this piece is going to be super hard to make it go through. And even if the piece does go through, like, Aymar still walks into a bunch of, centers here, so I don't think it's possible to really do much.
Agreed. Let's actually use Mapuche to pivot into Oceania over here. Them self bouncing in Guinai. Look, I'm
You
gonna say
nobody can threaten this center.
I'm gonna
There's no
say this
point.
first and foremost because if you scroll up here, obviously Spain has not worked with Portugal the way they would have liked to. I think you were better off trying to more closely contest Netherlands in this situation. Batavia, as we see, is free in this situation. You can really force some pressure on Donny this turn if Spain was willing to coordinate with you. Obviously, they weren't, so perhaps that's why they were looking at that. But I don't think
I
attacking
think
Mapuche is what you do in this region. And I don't think
this is a
Mapuche's
tower
defense
that's
mechanism is gonna.
clearly collapsing. I think the hesitance no. They stabbed Netherlands. Africa, look at, Cape Co.
If you're moving into Cape Coe there, why
Why
not?
aren't you stabbing? Did they not
That
coordinate? They're in a voice
that
channel. They
might
had
be
to have coordinated this.
that might be an instance of them not coordinating in the same regions very well.
What's the
I don't
split on them?
I
I
don't
don't I don't know what kind of split they have going
I
on.
do not know. Honestly, I don't
It
think
looks
it
like
matters.
King of Prussia is on Europe, West Africa, and South America, while
So
Meme has oh, no, because like if Meme was so Meme was controlling both the Oceania units and the South African units.
right.
So Meme
So
decides to stab Dutch in South Africa, but not stab Dutch
so
in
you
Oceania.
so you move against the Dutch to get Cape Coe, but you don't contest Batavia. You don't try and leverage with Spain to contest Donny. I'm
I mean, Dutch
just
isn't building, but
yeah,
I mean, at least moving with Coral Seas, you're still in
yeah.
position for it.
Spain and Arafura is again. I think
Oh,
Spain's going to be the biggest beneficiary of this entire region. They are going to make the progress here that they need to.
absolutely. I really think Coral Sea should have been one move to Wedgman because, like, if Mapuche was doing this a bit in a more smart way, they would have, and they would probably have gone SPO1 to Coral Sea and supported that in with Wedgman.
That's what I would do.
I think that's
Yes,
the smartest move for them to do, especially because they're already fighting Portugal, so it just makes sense.
because then even
So, like,
at worst, you're in Coral Sea and Gunai, and you can force Wagamon
yeah.
back in the future. But That's besides the
Portugal
point.
should have assumed that that unit would have been tapped. It's just lucky for them that it didn't.
Indeed. Toku in Solomon Islands. I guess. If you're not attacking Qing and you're not attacking Ming, I
I hate
guess.
this. I hate
Just,
this move.
just attack Qing. Go on attack
You're
Qing.
in position for like the Philippines. Like you could try that. You got the fleets
Eh,
heading south against Dutch. It's worth a shot.
Alright,
Oh my
yeah,
gosh. Oh, and anyone's going to North Pacific, so that's going to be a huge deal for Japan
indeed.
if
Okay,
anyone's decided to attack.
there is one other thing that I would like to discuss here before we move along. I think we've discussed most of the important things, though I'd like to do a couple of other touch ups, mostly around India, before we move on. I want to discuss how we're currently doing time wise. We are about to get through 3 years in our first half before our break. That probably means
Absolutely.
we're gonna get 7 years of gameplay, so long as everything moves quickly hereafter, rather than 8. And I think that is going to be important for how strategy affects things, because the difference between 7 years and 8 years is fairly big as far as timeline for how much you can get done.
Yeah, um, 3 years is the same
Yeah.
as the last Blitz game, so I don't think it's too bad. Seven
Unfortunate.
years
I think it's unfortunate. I think the
is
half-hour
interesting.
delay right at the start is just unfortunate.
Yeah, but you can't really do much about bot
Yeah, it's
errors.
unfortunate. The only thing you can really do is
Um,
try and move
Hold
slightly
on.
faster in the rest of the phase to make sure you get those to year 7.
Yeah,
I believe that we still have people here in the audience who are like
we do.
GMs and angels and stuff. That would be my small
Yeah, I think
recommendation.
so.
Please do not let me make your decisions for you, though. Please.
Is Aussie still in chat?
Osseous is yes.
He better
Oops, that is
be.
the OBS
Okay,
window.
good.
My bad. Okay, let's.
Okay, so other than that, I think the Russian and Socrates moves is pretty interesting. So yeah, Russian Socrates is probably the most notable thing to happen here. Ming,
Yeah.
oh, Ming, did Ming stab? No.
Ming, this is not a stab.
Korea's interesting to me. Korea's interesting. They both try to walk into each other's centers. It doesn't look like they're stabbing elsewhere.
Yeah, I don't think that's anything that really means anything because we don't see any other movement that feels like
Yeah,
it's
it's
stabby. Like
probably
Shang,
fine.
like Shay Jing sits, and over here Ming continues to move south. They go into Shuzhou, but I think that's like just
This
obviously the
is
center they go
a
for.
+5 Ming in year
Indeed,
2.
I
This is insane.
we were talking a lot about Aymara doing very well. Ming also very solid in this position. They have just they have absolutely crushed into this Ayutthaya, and Ayutthaya is not loving life.
Yeah, this is a Firebender, by the way. Firebender is very notable for getting coalition by all of his neighbors in every game he's in. So it looks like that trend is continuing.
He it is. Okay, I want to move left for a minute because there is a point that somebody made in the chat that I wanted to bring up here. Ottoman's choosing not to walk into on Den is interesting. They do get to core, which we all know is the most valuable. Oh, why did you point that out to me? I could have gone
I
with
hate the
I
score.
could have gone by it in my life without having to know that. I don't need to be more mad right now. I thought Ottoman's moves were great this turn. They talked Abyssinia completely out of their moves that they
Well,
set up in the spring, and you do
there's the
that.
someone else noted earlier that with the Targovus scoring, like if you're gonna hold with the other army there, like you might as well just core both, right?
Yeah, why is that?
Like
Why is that a core and a hold? Huh?
it's
Hello?
so like if Targovus is such a useful core, like, we might as well just I don't get it.
Okay, I want to talk
It's
about
so
Mughals. I
bad.
want to talk about Mughals. Other than the very obviously not great move of what they did in Surat, I do think they had a good turn here. I would have
Yes.
loved if they had performed it differently because Portugal has really devastating position against them right now. But
England
Mughals
too
is
is moving 2 armies north.
Mughals is making
Oh,
back a lot of the ground that they lost with their slow year 1, and they're not going to be able
Yeah,
to defend very well, but they're getting builds, and builds means they're
they
making.
only get one build here. It's oh no, they get two.
They get two.
Pegu as well. Okay, yeah, that's gonna make a huge difference in fighting it off the colonials here. I still think Portugal and England will win this long term, but it's definitely looking worse for them now. And Bugle's getting soft beats to attack Russia is huge because now soft beats are committed elsewhere.
Mhm. I'm a little. I do. I still want to talk about these units right here, like
We
Sofovitz.
just we just ignore the area.
Sofovitz.
We
You're
ignore it.
attacking Russia. Literally just 3 centers to the right. You clearly are having a fairly strong relationship with the Ottomans if you're moving Shiraz to Herat this turn. Just go to them, be like, hey, you want to support me into Sachet this turn? Or maybe I'll support you into Sachet this turn. Just don't
You could have,
hold.
if you know these units are just going to hold, which you know because they've done so the last 3 turns.
Oh,
Then you move up to
let's.
Zarethan and Derbent, and you just set up
Yes.
for it.
Let's move to builds. Let's pull up a clean map with builds, and let's move on from the holds and the cores so we can talk about the powers that I
Yes.
think are actually going to make substantial gains here soon.
I think we've actually caught up. We don't have builds out yet, so we made up time here.
Hey, look at us go. I'll still pull up a clean map here, and we'll just switch it to the build map as soon as the build maps is up. The build map is up.
Definitely. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
So
so this is. I'm looking over the
wow,
leaderboard on the right. It's mostly what I expected. I
I
did
did not
not.
expect Congo to be so
Yeah,
high
I
here.
did not realize Congo went +5 this year.
Let me look
They went
back
to
at those powers.
Cormonton. That's how. I
Oh, and they
see.
stabbed Dutch. So that's 2 dots off Dutch, 1 dot off Portugal,
I
and then
think
neutral.
I think that means Congo has largely usurped the position that we had Abyssinia in.
Yeah, Abyssinia is in
And
like
Abyssinia's left Azande and Bunyoro wide. Wow. Okay.
Abyssinia really needed to play like they're still in a good spot, but they needed to take Cairo. They needed to push against Ottomans. Against Ajwan is great, but you need to do like you are wide enough to where you need to be opening a second front, in my mind. Like one front is not going to be enough for you to win this.
Right. And
Congo has that going on.
I don't think that front is 2 units in the Sahara. Like Mali is dead
It
and
is not,
dying.
no.
That's not the game. The game is to keep
The
those. Okay.
The only reason you move these units to Sahara, or at least if you're Abyssinia, is either to capitalize on Mali being weak, which fair but hard to hold, or if you're going to take Gadams from Ottomans. But if you're going to take Gadams from Ottomans, like take Cairo first, right?
Cairo. Move Zagwa into like Jalo so you can protest Tripoli in the future. Yeah. Okay.
Uh,
Let's talk about the powers on the top first so we start losing our blood vessels, shall we?
sure,
I
yeah.
I think because we're gonna just readjust our powers here. Why don't we
Who
uh,
is coring the most useless dots here?
you wanna work from the bottom up of the tier list or the top down? As far as
I
where
think bottom up is a better way to do it here.
let's do
There
bottom
are
up.
more powers who are doing bad moves than there are good moves in my mind.
I concur. Molly went from 5 to 4 centers this year, which is
Yep,
less than
Molly is dying.
it's less death than I expected. If I to phrase that in as succinctly the way as I can, they're dying less than I thought.
Peru, but I think they may lose. They may go.
Yeah, they're
They either lose everything next year, or they go down to one. There's just no way. They lost complete control of the Sahara.
their units are scattered.
Congo,
Their units are scattered. They're not
yeah,
centrally holding anything. They're dying. They're
Congo
dead.
is helping a little, but it makes no sense for Congo to keep around
Mhm.
Mali. Like Congo's just going to finish off Dutch and then keep going against Mali here.
Yep.
Um, Poland and Portugal are still holding the line here, but Molly probably has the best position on those two, but even then, Molly
Yeah.
gets forced back.
Molly's still, I think, comfortably at the bottom. Maybe the Dutch is below them now. The Dutch. I mean, the Dutch didn't
I would
lose.
put Dutch above Mali. Like it's still a
The
terrible
Dutch,
position, but
the
Mali is like
Dutch didn't.
guaranteed to die.
Yeah, the Dutch didn't lose Amsterdam this turn, and I'm willing to give them that.
Ayutthaya dying off in Asia as well means their Indonesia colony is gonna
Mhm.
do pretty well here. I Spain is in a really awkward spot, but you do have pressure on them from Philippine Sea.
Yeah, that.
Arthur Sea is a horrible position for them to be in, but it only really borders one of your centers.
Yeah, I the retreat
Um,
in the Philippines speed from the Dutch here does help out quite a bit for them. Yeah, Netherlands.
you're
I think Netherlands are
at
still an
war with
F.
Portugal.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah. I think I would put them in D tier actually.
yeah. You know what?
I think this is the beginning of turning it around.
They're they're going to lose North America. They're going to lose Europe. They're going to lose Africa. But
But
if we're
Indonesia is
just
doing pretty solid.
but if we just look over here, I'm willing to give them D tier.
Yeah, and in South America, they did. Spain did get into Amazon, did pop that army back. So I don't know. I still like this is definitely not a win from Dutch here, but
It's better
eh,
than before, slightly.
it's better than Mali.
It's better than Mali. Speaking of, we put Mughals in F tier as well. They are also in a position of struggling, and I do definitely think that they're.
Surat core is honestly enough for me to keep him there. Like
You know what? Fair. Oh,
ignoring everything else,
oh,
Surat core makes me
yeah.
just unreasonably upset.
Sarat Core is just opening yourself up for exactly what's happened. That being Ahmedabad just getting definitely slapped on. Muscat the
You
Gulf of
have
Oman.
given up so much like position against the colonials here. Like you are
Yeah,
forced back to your home centers, and that's not. This is not a good
this is
recipe
yeah,
for success.
this is not the line you want to be holding. They're basically forced to build Ahmedabad and Kolkata if they want to at all defense centers. It's just not good for them.
No, there's no progress that's going to be made here,
Moving to
and
their
Ming is going to kill Mughals.
Yep. Moving over to Ayutthaya, who I also think is just in the position of Ming destroys them. I think
Yeah, I
Ayutthaya
mean
goes
the
down to
three
F.
fleet build is really paying off here, isn't it?
Yeah. Really good move from you there.
So F tier, I think.
F tier for Ayu, definitely, yes.
Yeah, they can join
All right.
Mughals there.
That means we're bouncing to North America with Inuit and Athabasca and where we want to put them. I think I
Hmm.
I like Inuit quite a bit more now. I think Inuit just jumped from D tier to B tier
Do you
because
like them more than Athabasca though?
it's tricky because Athabasca are definitely making moves that signal that they may want to stab Inuit in the future.
I
Specifically,
think I would in this spot if I were Athabasca. France is starting to become a bit of a non-factor in the area, and
yeah,
Inuits are still pretty undefended in the center here.
indeed. Let's just group all of the. Let's just rate all of the North American regionals here. I think Athabasca. I still don't love their position. Like they're not making any progress too much. Inuits here over on their western front. They are not moving as you should shown at all, but they're standing to gain against France, and if they choose to move against Inuit here, they are going to gain nicely from that as well. I'll call that a B.
Yeah, that's a solid B. I think B for Utah. Maybe not Utah.
I like Ute
I
shown
don't.
because all of these units on the east are going to explode outwards. I think they get Ojibwe. I think they start pushing into Apache, Kado, maybe even Chitimacha. They're gonna
Aka
start
has more units on an Ojibwe though. I don't think they
true.
get it. It's hard for them to push south. Spain is winning this war against England here, so that's gonna be super hard for them to expand through. England and France, I could get it into Illinois. Maybe you can force Cherokee, but Spain's going to be supporting into that anyways. You're probably not going to get that. I don't know where you grow.
Indeed. It looks like the builds map is out, so I'm just gonna quickly switch us over to that map while we continue to discuss.
Yes.
I don't think the ones we've already discussed are going to change at all. Let's be real, but
Dutch completely disbanded in North America.
I mean
Too
that
late, I
tracks.
think.
Like you
Yeah.
you weren't holding it.
Yeah, it makes sense for them.
All right, so yeah. So in that regard, I closed the wrong tab. I need to pull up the leaderboard again. 1 minute. Okay, there we go. I think Athabasca being at the highest bit of the boards here, I think is very fair. Of these three, I think Athabasca being the highest is fair.
Yeah, I like them the best. The leaderboard does not agree with us though.
Leaderboard
They
doesn't.
are 17th place. Inuit is 16th, and Utah is 13th.
I think what's going to happen though is that one of the three of them is going to realize very soon the other two are not going to help me get to my growth, get me to my goals. I need to
If
stab them.
Athabasca doesn't stab here, I'm gonna be so mad. They can
Yeah,
walk into
I am.
Salik here probably. They have Dina Ina guaranteed, and they can probably force a few other Inuit dots over time.
Mhm. I
This
think
is really good.
I want to put Athabasca in B purely on the basis of please stab Inuit this year.
Yeah,
And I am going to
absolutely.
put both Inuit and Ute shown in C because whichever regional of the three is able to lock down and become the dominant regional in the area is going to be in a good position. I just trust that Athabasca is going to be that regional more than either Inuit or Ute shown will be.
Yeah, they have the most potential here.
Agreed. I'm just moving everyone to the right until we have
Do you
discussed
want to put them
everyone.
in B and the rest in C?
That is what I am doing.
Gotcha. I think that makes sense.
Where to next? Ottomans. After
Uh,
what the Ottomans have
no,
done.
I
No?
hate the Ottomans here. I just honestly, the amount of holes and cores, like straight to the bottom, doesn't even matter what their moves are anymore.
I,
Like I don't want to see it from them.
I agree. I have not agreed with a lot of their moves. They're doing better than Netherlands, though, right? Like, they're
That's
doing
fair.
way better than Netherlands.
It's not Netherlands and Mali bad. That's fair. But they do like another like core that accomplishes nothing, or a hold that
Yeah.
just could have done so much more. Than I'm losing faith in them really.
D tier?
D tier.
Okay. While we're in the rough area, let's just get all of the African regionals sans Mali. I really like how Congo has
Congo
turned
is
this
A
around.
tier. Yeah.
I agree. Congo has basically taken all of the tempo that Abyssinia has and just complete like pedal to the metal, just completely streaked it out of them, slingshotted their way through the draft, and just usurped them entirely. I love Congo's position here. They have such good moves against England and Netherlands over here on their Mali front. They're going to be able to force Abyssinia to make a lot of really unfun choices going forward in this region. And they have
Yep.
solid ground against Portugal should they be able to establish a footing, get these armies moving down, get these armies pushing against them. I really enjoy Congo's
And
position.
their growth is insane too. Like in West Africa, like this entire area is basically just free, just free built for them. Like nobody else in
Yeah,
Africa really has
I
that,
think
and Congo's
Congo.
gonna be able to cannibalize this region for
I think
very little effort.
I think Congo is going to be the biggest benefactor of Mali's death. As wild as that sounds at first, Congo is going to demolish this region.
Yeah, this colonial alliance against Mali is not going to
Yeah,
last
and they
past Mali's death.
and I think they recognize it as well. They Congo built two fleets this turn. I think one goes and maybe contests Saint Helena, and with the three fleets up here, they just grab Yarman,
Yep.
Great Ardra, defend it, get a solid hold to convoy units very quickly up to that front. I love Congo's position here.
If you can set up that convoy line, it's
If
so good
if
for
you just
Congo.
if you just leave Fleet Lopez Bay and Gulf of Guinea and just every single spring convoy a unit in, every single fall convoy a unit in, that whole
Yep.
area is yours.
Honestly, it's really insane for them, and that's so many centers in that area too, and it's so easy to take control over it.
Mhm.
And Abyssinia is probably gonna work with you too, because Abyssinia does not want Tonga to attack them here.
Absolutely. Abyssinia either is going to be forced to make some bad decisions or be forced to peace out and let Congo have the gains. And I think that
Yep.
pushes Abyssinia down to about C tier as well.
Yeah, do you wanna put Azeron and D is because they're being attacked by
Yeah,
Spain and Portugal.
I agree. I don't see where Ageron bounces back here, so I'm willing to put them in D. They built two armies here, which I think was necessary, but
They
they're not.
disbanded on their retreats, I think. That's the only reason they have builds.
Yeah, Ageron not looking so hot. We'll sort the powers within the tiers in a moment for those who are watching the screen here. I just want to put people in the tiers while we are discussing first and foremost. I
Yeah.
love
I'm going
Congo
to
here.
do Europe next. Yeah,
Let's
Congo's great.
all right. Let's move to Europe.
Europe's gonna be all right. Sweden surprisingly has a build here. I
I
still think Sweden is
before we go
horrible.
before we go into that little triple there of Sweden, Poland, Russia, and we just quickly put Austria down in D tier. I am
Yeah,
so
works for
mad at
me.
them. You had
Do you want to put
such
like a separate tier for too many holds?
the D tier. D is now definitely too many holds tier.
It works better.
I think that's just where it is. I think that's just how
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
just what it has to be. They built an extra army in Innsbruck
Mhm.
to fight France, but they're just gonna hold everything again. So
Yeah, it's
I don't
just
have faith.
they took that position that they had and they just lost it. They went from potential to crack this really strong France opening, and now they're just turtling the whole game. F should be
Yeah,
Firebender tier, done.
I love it. I Austria like I like this because they have a lot of hitters. Like nobody really wants to fight them right now, but like you need to be fighting
Yeah,
somebody,
you're just
Austria.
you're not doing anything. You built Fleet Trieste. You have a fleet stuck in Adriatic. Where's the third fleet going, man?
It just like
Where
I think a Poland stab could have worked here.
I
Going against France could have worked,
I
but I
I
don't think
understand.
it'll do either.
Let's go to Poland real quick. I understand Army Gdansk because they're gonna start convoying into Sweden, which I really like. And for that entire reason, I do think Poland is not in a terrible position here. However,
Yeah.
the opportunity of Army Krakow just start walking into Vienna. Ooh, that would be
Eh,
far too tempting for me.
Well, the thing is, like, as soon as you Austria is like the beehive that it doesn't if you leave them alone, they're not going to do anything. But like the second that you kick them up, you kick at them, like they're because they're not doing anything. All like all 10 all how many armies do they have? Like all six of these armies from them are gonna move in whatever direction they were kicked in. So like
There.
I don't think styling them is a great idea. It's tempting for sure if you know that they're just going to hold, but the second that Army Krakow gets put down, then that's it, you know? What Poland could do if they did want to stab, maybe move, like Brandenburg down to like Silesia or Ruthenia to Zips and hope that Innsbruck moves out to Chur. I don't know. Like it's
Let's
hard to stab
yeah.
Austria, but they're not going to grow either.
Let's focus on what's actually happening instead of the theoretical. I think Poland has the ability to stab Austria later, but I don't think they need to now. Right
Yeah,
now,
they need
they
still
want
need
to
to consolidate Sweden.
they need to get as many dots from Sweden as they can because Russia wants them, England wants them, Poland needs them.
Poland has only gotten Narva from this, which is pretty
Exactly.
bad. Maybe you can convoy into Scania and try to force something there. You would have free Gothenburg.
Yeah, like you only build
Eh,
Army Gdansk if you're trying to convoy that up.
I would seriously consider stabbing Russia if I was Poland. I'm with the build with
Honestly,
after you build a Gdansk, I wouldn't anymore, but
honestly,
Russia stab looks pretty good here.
support yourself into Helsingfors. I don't hate it. Mostly just because Russia is on fire.
Yeah,
Let's put all three of Poland, Sweden, and Russia into our updated tiers real quick. I think Poland definitely stands to gain the most here, and I think I like leaving them in B. I don't think they're great, but
yeah.
I think they have a good
I think
amount
B
of
here is
potential.
solid.
Uh,
Sweden and Russia both belong. I think Russia is definitely D tier for.
Russia is dropping immediately to the definitely too many holds tier and is never
Look at
going
this.
back up.
What's this ease? He's just spending everything on the ease. I'd be so if I'm mean just seeing
No,
this, I'd
no.
be
Why are
so
you
mad.
disbanding there?
If
Why?
I'm Ming and seeing this, I'm so mad at Russia here.
This is literally trolling. You are literally trolling. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Downpour is having such a hard
If
time.
you're
He's doing
downpour,
so well.
if you're downpour, making all these incredible moves at Bing, moving both against Mughals and Ayutthaya so effectively while maintaining your border in a solid way that not getting your lines to stab me, and you look north and you see Russia literally just giving Qing units, like
Like Downpour has worked hard to earn what he has going on in Bing, and Ching has just had it like handed to them.
Russia, why? Russia, why? Uh, I don't think Russia goes to F tier yet because I want to believe they'll turn. No, no, I've talked myself
No,
out of
no,
it.
they
Russia F,
won't.
Russia
They
F,
won't turn it around.
Russia F. Turn it around. Sweden D or F. I don't think there's any other options for them either.
I think D. They're defending as well as they can. They're not blundering anything. Like the diplomatic situation has turned against them, but at the point we're at, like I don't think that's really their fault anymore.
There,
Um, yeah, I mean definitely D tier because we can't put them any higher.
very fair, very
Just
fair.
the, ugh,
Okay,
Jeez, Russia, come on.
what else have we not discussed? Ming, Qing, Tokugawa. I think Ming and Qing are both very much on the up and up.
Yeah,
Ming's already in air.
Tokugawa is on the down and down.
Indeed. I think Ming and Qing both belong in A tier, about where they are, so I don't think that needs to be discussed based on how well they're playing and how well they're continuing to leverage their position. Like, reminder,
Yeah.
we're still talking about year 2 right now. They are doing so well.
Yeah, +4 and +5 is absolutely insane on Ming here.
Absolutely.
There, you cannot do better.
Meanwhile, on the other hand, Toku is just. I almost want to say Toku is refusing to accept that they need to push in against either Qing or Ming to
How do
actually
you
go.
push into this position?
I
Like
mean, yeah,
Ming
at
is
this point,
just so strong. Qing as just like completely single-handedly being the sole person to benefit off of Russia's collapse here.
I
Tokugawa just has nothing to compete with either of them.
I agree, but where is Toku planning to get their dots if not from there? Because they're running out of room
Oh,
very fast.
they just won't get dots. Tokugawa is just gonna sit here and hope that Ming and Qing don't look at them the wrong way.
Bottom of C tier?
Yeah, I think that works.
No,
I don't like Tokugawa's position here.
no. Hold on. There was a move that I hated from them, and I wanted to call it out. What was it? Yeah, it was like Ezo to Sugaru
As the
straight.
core?
It was Ezo to
Oh,
Sugaru
okay, yeah.
straight. Yeah, D for that. How dare you?
Fancy hold.
Fancy,
There's a
fancy.
move that we see and we don't like, we just call it a hold.
We do not like our holds here. What else have we not discussed? Colonials, and I think we didn't actually
I think it's
move
just
Aymara.
Colonials.
We haven't put Aymara and Mapuche in their new spots on the tier list. Aymara,
Oh,
Aymara has moved to A tier. I think definitely.
yes. Absolutely.
If there's somebody
Really
who
believe that.
I really enjoy Congo's position. I love how Megan Ching are doing. I love how Aymara is playing this game here. I think they're doing so well despite what their build count says, and if they can just snowball from here, I would love to see them do it.
Yeah, they're definitely dominating the South America right now,
Agreed.
and Mapuche is suffering from that.
Indeed. Mapuche goes to C from this point. I don't think they go to D because they are playing well and they have lines
Mhm.
out if they're able to. They can convince Portugal to realize and go, hold up, we both lose here. I believe they can. They're playing solidly, but I don't think they're
I
in a
hope
position.
so. If they hold anything is right F. Anything, any hold. Mapuche has gone from a one hold per turn to no holds per turn.
Okay.
I have some faith in them.
Fair. Safavid. I
They did
mean,
stab Russia.
they
They did
stabbed
not make
Russia.
great moves to stab
They've
Russia.
they've
They
built
dotted Russia.
they've built both Army Tehran and Army Shiraz, which means they might be actually making progress with their units this year. I'm
If those units stay, if they hold again,
if you
you're
hold those
right to F tier.
you're going straight to definitely too many holds here. If you hold for even one more turns off of it, I'm willing to leave you in B tier for the time being, because I think you do actually have solid position here. But if you hold one more time, mister, you're in deep, deep trouble.
Oh my! They built army to run. Why are you not building a Caspian fleet? No, stop these, please.
Well,
I want to believe in them,
Army
but
Tehran
this is
is
getting hard.
Army Tehran probably helps push against Baghdad this turn. That's how I want to look at it.
But do you want to push against Baghdad?
Aussies, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't you dare. Don't you dare say that. I do not want to do this. Don't
No,
say this.
the holds aren't real and they can't hurt us.
You're hurting me so bad. Stop holding your units. I beg of you. Okay. Colonials. We have not discussed Colonials sans Netherlands.
Well, we know that Dutch are
We,
obvious.
we've talked about Netherlands. Portugal.
Is Portugal gonna stab Spain here? He's in position for Canaries.
I think Portugal has to fight Spain.
I mean, they only really border each other in Europe.
I think
Um,
Portugal's going to C tier. They're losing in South America. They're
uh,
losing in South Africa. They're losing in Oceania. They're only barely holding
Africa
on.
just holds where it's at
Yeah, they're only
too.
holding Africa. They're making them. I think Portugal's doing well in India, and that's it.
I like the India colony, but I mean, you needed to
Yeah,
keep the
I like it a lot.
Muscat going
I'll
to
give it to
like
them.
connect that.
I'll give them. I like it a lot. And if they work with Mapuche, like I said, they might. I see them can't get out, but right now it is more dire than they need it to be.
Yeah, I mean, Portugal's a hard power to place. I don't want to fault them too much, but this is a rough spot to be in.
Spain, on the other hand, despite getting
Too many
really
holes here.
too many holds,
Too many holes here.
they're making good ground. Like,
I don't care. I don't care. Guatemala Basin, Galapagos,
right, you're
both
so
held for
right.
2 tours in a
You're
row.
so
Like
right.
nothing else matters. If you hold too much, then you're going right to too many
You
holes.
are so true, bestie. So true. How stop pouring Galapagos. Move to Peru Basin. It's right there.
Do something. You have you have
You,
two
you
high
are
seas tiles right next to Guatemala Basin. You can do anything.
You have so much you can do in South America, and you're squandering. And if you turn it around and you make leverage against Shoshone, if you continue to push actively against England in both Caribbean and North America, even if you're just able to hold Philippines from this kind of tricky position that Dutch retreat puts you in, you're right back up there. But you need to stop with the holds,
Yeah.
please.
Philippines is going well, Caribbean's going great, but it doesn't matter if you're just doing too many holds.
You're accepting your fate, and you can't do that.
No, it's just not allowed anymore.
Okay.
No holds allowed.
Let's discuss France. I really wanted. I gave so many good reasons for France, and they're squandering, man. They're
I
squandering.
get great reasons for England too, and they're not doing great either.
I think
This is just bad.
I think S tier. I think Ming Congo go to S tier, and we put France in B and England in A. What do you think?
Yeah, yeah, they definitely don't deserve S anymore. Ming and Kong are doing great. I love what Ming's doing so great. The one problem with their position isn't their fault. It's just that Qing is getting their Russian areas just handed to them,
Pretty
and you
much.
can't stop that. There's nothing Ming could have done.
Pretty
Congo is
much.
just dominating as well. Those two
All
deserve
right.
it.
What do you think about how the tier list looks in this moment? I've been shuffling positions within the tier as we've been going along. I think this all looks pretty good. Pretty much how it is. Please, if
Yeah, I like this.
it's exactly what we said. The players who are doing things are at the top, And the players who are holding their units are at the bottom. Stop coring and holding your
It's
units,
crazy
please.
just how that
It's,
turns out.
who would have guessed, right?
Whoever could have seen this coming, you know? Like it's just insane.
It is wild,
No one
indeed.
could have foreseen this.
Okay, I want to take a moment here while we have time before we move to our spring maps, and I want to look at some voids because we have been talking a lot about the maps and not a lot about the players themselves. I'm mostly saying this because
True.
I got pinged in the Portugal void at some point. I want to see what that's
Oh,
about.
the Portugal void, right?
King of Prussia says this is really chaotic, chiming in for the broadcast. AOP,
Yep.
we know. We know.
At least you're not holding though. At least you're not holding.
You're not holding. We put you above Spain because you're not holding.
As the only reason why you are above Spain right
I
now.
want to see if Ming is crying here. No, Ming is actually holding
I
together.
would be crying.
I would be, despite us putting Ming at literally in the best position right now. If I was Ming and seeing what was happening to Qing, I would be crying.
Yeah, this is like you're doing so much work and making all of the right moves only for Qing to just get this kind of position against Russia. And they haven't
Uh,
even worked for it too.
it's just happened. Russia, please tell me you have anything in your void. No, please, man. Why did you build 6 units and hold them, man? I want to see.
Eagles are just posting frogs. 84 messages full of frogs. Okay, love it. Maybe have less frogs and more units moving.
Maybe. I don't know. Frogs are funny at least. Funny wins.
Sweden is absolutely panicking on their void.
Which power is that? Sorry,
Sweden,
Sweden.
lots of actual strategy, but it's
Yeah.
all panicking.
I mean,
Well,
understandably
I mean, fair
panicking.
enough.
It's fair enough, but
Yeah,
like you gotta maneuver your position well, and that's kind of a problem with Sweden as a whole is that they can defend themselves, but they're susceptible to this sort of stab in general.
mm, Utah was tempted to stab Spain an hour and a half ago, but they did not stab Spain. Questionable decisions, but okay.
Poland here is saying, I feel terrible for whoever ends up subbing in for my position after the break, because they're either going to be in a ridiculous position or a fantastic position. There is no in between.
Yeah, I think that assessment is pretty accurate here.
I,
Do we have a sub for them?
there are some dedicated subs on deck for this game who are not in the call.
Okay.
Uh,
Now he just says.
all right, well,
Never mind.
I think it's time to look at the spring moves, don't you?
Yeah, let's see what happened to him. Oh, Poland. Oh, he stabs Austria here.
Aw. Please tell me you at least
Gets
tried to
stabbed by
convoy.
Ottomans.
You,
Nope.
oh, oh.
Gets stabbed by Austria too, and Ottomans.
Yeah, and why are you
Stabs.
circling? Why are you circling with all of your fleets?
He has Novgorod for free, which is the only silver lining on this that I can see. Or no, he gets Vienna too if he wants it.
No, because
Oh
Bavaria
god.
no, Innsbruck just moved to Vienna. Oh,
Well,
right.
Silesia can move and
Yeah,
then
Silesia,
get
Silesia.
support
Yep,
from
yep, 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 yep.
Zips. Doesn't really matter much if you're gonna lose Brandenburg and
What?
probably Lubeck too.
Netherlands. I know you're not in a great position here, but have you considered
No.
not convoying out of your capital to Kiel?
No, Netherlands. And
Convoy.
that's even worse from Poland. Poland gets forced to ban it in Lubeck. Netherlands, why? You could have held that.
All right. France is finally making a southern push that I think is gonna be used to just force Freiburg here. So that's finally happening.
Yeah. Oh god, this is horrible. Austria, coring Venice. Oh my.
Court, don't
Right to F tier. Right to F
you
tier.
cored Venice and held Freiburg. How dare you?
You have Naples and Trieste cored. Why do you need Venice too? Like, come on. Do something with your units, Austria. I'm begging you.
When we go to lunch break, we need to de-stress so hard.
We really do.
Okay.
This is horrible to watch.
I want to move to South America because I want to see how Aymara is turning in this situation.
Ooh, they're stabbing. No? They're
They
continuing their doctrine of
okay.
not stabbing Spain, but Spain is stabbing them.
Yeah,
Not well,
I think
though.
they had. If they wanted to keep Azura, I think they might have had to move Santiago back, which is really unfortunate. To be
Why
fair,
would you peace with Mapuche?
I don't. I don't
No!
think they have. I don't think they wanted to, and I think they're just getting caught out.
They're walking out of Cordoba. Mapuche's backfilling it. They walked out of Santiago to Nazca Ridge. They're
Ah.
everything they just gained in fall, they have immediately squandered.
I wanted to. Let's go to East Asia. Let's talk about Ming. The first thing I see is the
Yeah.
hold order.
No, it's only one. They're allowed to
Okay,
have one hold.
they're allowed one. They're allowed one.
They're allowed one hold.
They're allowed one.
Mooching, I hate it, but
They went to
count.
Lansong. I love that. They're gonna force Chiang Mai this turn. They're getting into.
Absolutely.
I think that this means that they end up in Pegu as well, potentially, unless Mughals contest them for them. I like that.
Don't look at the other two East
Don't
Asians. Just
and
yeah,
don't
don't.
say that to me. Don't say that to me.
No, just ignore it. We don't need to look there at all.
Spain lets the Dutch walk into Zam. You are walking out of all of your Philippine centers
Why?
with a Dutch unit there.
Spain, Spain, no.
You
Spain, they're gonna
have to
lose
know.
Cotabato to Netherlands too. My
Toku
God.
tries to move to Halmahera, and somehow Spain gets Dutch support there. What are you doing? I'm baffled.
I. Oh my God.
How do you arrive in this situation here?
There are so many moves that
How do you get
don't make
here?
sense here.
How do you get here?
Spain just they had such a good Philippines and they just tossed it away. So Dutch take a
You've
dot.
cored
Philippines
Sumatra!
Cotabato is done.
You've cored in Sumatra!
Well, if you hate those cores, just look up. Look at the chat.
Ah! Can we just let Ming win? Please. Ming is the only
Please.
player who seems to actively be not holding and coring their units every single turn.
Yeah,
Just we don't need a
Ming and
second half.
Congo deserve it more than anyone else
We don't
here.
need a second half. Yeah, let's go. Let's go look at Congo real quick here. Yep, they're
Yeah,
setting up all the
Congo makes
convoys.
me
They're going to
feel nice.
They're convoying Kinshasa this turn. Beautiful. They're getting
Yes.
Oyo. Beautiful. They're letting what is this? It's happened to Dutch are moving into hostile states. You
Uh,
don't care because they backfilled Mandara. They knew it was coming. They can balk the
there
Dutch
we
out with
go.
Kaneem and Mandara. Yes, yes. Thank you. I needed this. Thank you, Congo. Thank you.
My Congo, thank you. You are single-handedly saving this.
They moved to Mongo and started trying to push down to Luba Luba. So they're still
Oh my,
keeping the pressure on Abyssinia, which is going to force
there's
them
a
to retreat into
lot of
Bunyoro.
stabs going on that I want to talk about after we're done and
Beautiful.
after the initial moves. Do you
Let's
want to go
just
back to Asia real quick?
we don't need a second half. Let's give a joint win to Congo and Ming and call it a day.
Yes.
Okay, Asia, yes.
Okay, so Bugles.
First thing,
They hold Surat. They hold Surat.
first thing I see is that they've held Sir.
Bugles, please. You need to do something. You can't go on like this. Why are you walking out of Delhi?
You've walked out of Delhi and you've held
Bugles are
Surat. You have
done.
given Portugal all of your centers.
And Yarkand holds? Oh, Bugles, please. Straight
Okay.
F tier.
I gave South a bit of talking to, and they're holding less of their units. They're holding way
They
too
still
many.
hold their vent though.
They're
Come
still
on.
they're still holding way too many. But you know what? They're moving to take Muscat this turn. They're moving to Gulf of Oman, and that maybe will help push against Portugal a little bit in the region. They tried
Ottomans are
to get
still
Ottomans to take
attacking them
action
though.
finally.
Ottomans are attacking them though.
On
They support Portugal
God!
against them as well. And Shiraz hold. Can't have enough of those. Rostock could have supported. They
No,
they
I've
held
zoomed out.
Rostock. I
I
hate
don't
this.
want to look at it anymore.
Fair enough. We don't have to talk
Woo!
about them. They can't hurt us.
Tokugawa self-bound in East China Sea and trained Okinawa
Why
behind.
would you move
Why?
Okinawa
Why
to
train
Amani if you're self
Okinawa with
bouncing?
self?
This has to
You
be
support.
this winner, right?
You support
This
Hell's Edo because you're afraid of Inuit and Ute trying to tap you. Ah.
this has to be a misorder somewhere, right? Oh, and they lose Chukchas. Inuits are attacking and Russia's supporting them.
I need.
Oh no.
I need to take. I, I'm so
We
glad
need
we're
a
coming.
long break after this.
I need some water. I need some water.
Oh yeah. Oh my god, I hate this.
I swear these are competent players. I swear there are competent
I
players in this game aside from Congo and Ming.
there are a few of them. I
Am I allowed to
less
tell the
so
players that they're
now.
actively killing you two? Wait until the break and then
Yes.
at every ping the players. Yes. Wait until the
Yes, this
break.
is painful.
Wait until the break. I
Oh
don't even
god,
know
this is
what
so
more
annoying.
that we can say that isn't just adding on to to what I can colloquially be described as a dumpster fire. There are powers that are
This,
making good moves in a vacuum, but on the whole, I
yeah,
just can't.
these Tokugawa and Ming are not those two powers.
I I
Or Ching. Ming is doing good.
I, I don't understand how we have gotten to this situation. Like
Because they know that this is a Blitz game, right? Like they are aware.
I look at the map. I see self bounce in Chiloe. I see hold from Ottomans in the middle of their war zones here. I see multiple holds and cores up and down the east coast over there. I look over. That's Catawba Core.
No,
Catawba
you
Core.
are you are death warring Spain, England. You can't afford this. England, no. I I hate everything about this. Um, who else is
Woo!
making decent moves here?
Sorry, who?
Who else is doing like somewhat
Oh,
okay-ish
I thought you
moves?
were about to say, okay, this player's at least doing decently. You were asking me.
No.
I got squat.
Yeah.
I got squat. Inuit. Inuit actually did okay this turn. I'll give them this. They actually made some fairly competent moves this turn. They're losing Labrador Sea, which was kind of expected if England and France actually got themselves together, which they did. But they were
Yeah, they
able to
get
force
half
some.
into Chaw. They have Anticosti as well in fall.
They
They're
made
not.
moves that made sense. It didn't work out for them based on all of the support holds from France, but they made moves that in a
Yeah.
vacuum. No, it did work. They got into Papanakhoi's.
Pasca,
They got into
yeah,
Papanakhoi's because they
Pasca
tapped.
doesn't stab them either. They don't get stabbed, which they really should have been stabbed, but it's great for them.
Athapaska tapped
Oh, they're in Greenland Sea.
Tikameku, Nakasabi, at Tropsy. They're forcing into Papanakhoi's. Okay, you know what? Inuit, well done. You made good moves, and I need
Yeah,
those right now. Thank you.
convoy
You got
into
Russia to
churches as
support
well. I
yourself.
love it.
You got Russia to support a convoy into Chakuis as Tokugawa walks out. Beautiful. I love it. Thank you. Now, Athapaska, what are you doing?
Please, you got to stab here,
What are these?
and you
What?
can.
Who are you stabbing? You're ping ponging between both of your neighbors. Just stab one of them, please.
Athapaska has 8 armies here, and 2 of those, or no, 3 of those are attacking France, and the rest are just traveling the
They're on a.
countryside.
They're just going in a train ride.
And so it's just, you know,
Sports Ball Salt Joker arc. True.
real. I had faith that Athapasca would see the line here. It could have gotten Dina Ina, any of its convoy army out of Alaska. Like, you could have done so much. You could have gotten a
Okay.
Philippe. Quacktack was free that this turn if he moved in. Or maybe not free, but close to free. Like, you could have done stuff here.
Okay. I also want to give Spain a little bit of credit. Not a ton of credit because they kind of botched a little bit with St. Augustine here, but I want to give them a little bit of credit. They are making solid gains in the Caribbean here. They have gotten into Gulf of Honduras. They are going to, I believe that means they get Jamaica here, which is really nice, but what is going on here?
Yes, they're able to get Jamaica.
I'm
They did move out of Guatemala based in Galapagos, so I'm willing to consider them moving out of D tier. But the Philippines going as bad as they went, probably not.
we'll wait for the fall
Uh,
moves and we'll figure out because
yeah.
what?
And
Okay.
Europe is going terribly for Spain as well.
And they walk out of Caracas and let Poland walk in.
Oh
Poland's
my
coring
god.
Barbados.
Poland's
Poland's pouring.
Poland, why?
For
Why
every
do you do
good
this to
move I
us?
notice, I sneak my gaze over just a tiny bit, and it's worse.
Can someone tell me why the Puerto Rico army is moving to Barbados? Or no,
That's
the
the
other one, Barbuda.
Barbuda.
Someone tell me why. Take a wild guess, because I got nothing.
Is it? Is it? I can't tell you. I cannot tell you.
It's, you know, um, these are definitely
All right,
moves.
fall moves. Oh, nope, those are retreats. I thought fall moves were out. We still have to stare at this map for a while.
Uh, but these are spring moves, aren't they?
These are spring moves. Fall moves will be out
Okay,
shortly.
do you want to talk about... Oh, we not have full moves yet?
Not yet. No, that's why I just checked.
Okay, so we still got some time.
Yeah, let's.
Who else are we making fun of?
I mean, that's it. I like Ming's move. I like Congo's moves. And even though Inuit's not doing the best, I see their attempts and they're actively trying, and I will give them so much respect for that based on how a lot of the rest of the sport is going.
Yeah, now that we're past moves, can we talk about that Portugal stab on France in Africa? They
Let's.
do a pretty nasty convoy here.
Yeah, that is. You know what? Props to Portugal for seeing that line. And some
And they're done an alliance with Acheron now against
and some
Abyssinia.
and somehow they got France to, after France lost this Cape Coe over here and Portugal ended up with it. They got France to do a nothing move with Sakalava and just let them walk in. Now they have Barra pretty much guaranteed. Props to Portugal. That's
They
very
have Fort
nice.
Dauphin as well, but France can walk into Cape Co. They go for it.
Mhm.
This is definitely progress. Acheron is working with them now. Congo is holding. I
Congo
don't
is letting
like
them
that
be
move.
instead of directly attacking them. I don't hate it from
Yeah,
I don't hate it from Congo. I wish they would have continued to put the pressure on and like gotten to Bemba. But I do understand also.
Congo's doing well enough elsewhere that I can
Yeah.
let this slide.
Congo, specifically up here in Northwest Africa, is doing so well that I don't care what else they're doing on the rest of the map. This is peak. Like, look at this.
Yeah,
They're convoying to Great Ardra this turn. And they're gonna set it up so they just continue that convoy every single turn. Like, that's so nice.
yeah. I mean, we'll just keep getting built, and that's even more armies just in that region. It's so good for Congo. Cormentine hold is questionable, but I don't really know what else to do
Yeah,
with that unit, so that's fair.
I think unfortunately Quarantine is going to get popped this turn, and there's not something they can do. Well, they could opt to
You can
support
trade to
hold it.
Gold Coast.
You can move to Gold Coast. You could
Yeah.
opt to support hold it and restrain yourself from doing the convoy, which honestly might be a better option. You know what? No, Congo's still good. I can't even fault them. They're still doing good.
Yeah.
This might be
I
pure
still like
hopium.
Congo.
This might be pure hopium, but they're still doing well.
Congo and Ming are our only two people who we have
Please.
some faith in.
Please.
Jeez.
Okay. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that we
Poling's
want?
getting
Chad is
absolutely rocked, but we noted that, I think.
Yeah, Chad is still trying to figure out what this order set from Spain is. I
Yeah.
cannot tell you.
Maybe there's a mutiny in the Spanish Navy. Honestly, I can kind of see it. Like, why? There's a lot of moves I don't like here. I mean, we can't talk about them all.
Yeah,
We'd be here all day.
pretty much. Let's go and look at some voids. Why not? Let's.
Yeah.
I have not
Utah
looked at the
loses
Congo void in the.
Hawaii here
I
after holding, so they get punished for that.
there. I wish Congo and Ming were talking in their void more, but honestly, I could not care less right now.
Okay, so Atapasca does realize they're not growing as fast as they need to, but they're wanting to stab Utah instead of Inuits, which is definitely not the
Just,
line.
I don't care. Just pick someone, please. Make some progress. I don't care that
True,
it's less
true.
optimal than the Inuit stab. Make
I
some
mean,
gain.
Utah sees this coming though with what Atapasca they're doing like everything south. Like any Utah player is gonna see this and go and like realize what's gonna happen here. Ugh. Bugles, more frogs.
Firebender's Void is exactly what you would imagine from the man who built 3 fleets.
Like, didn't Firebender get yelled at for building like a fleet in Marseille in the last Blitz game?
Yeah,
I think Firebender just needs to not build fleets. Period.
we need to take away Firebender's ability to build fleets ever.
Yeah, Firebender's just no more fleets. He clearly doesn't know how to build them responsibly. This is this is rough.
This is rough. Chat is
Let's see.
chat is still discussing this support into their move. I get it. It's very weird. This hasn't even phased me. If we saw this and the game
No.
hadn't been this crazy, I would be so lost too. This has not
This is
phased me.
from the same mind that has held Guatemala Basin for 2 turns in a row in Puerto Galapagos. I don't expect anything from us from Spain here. Whose void is that?
This is the French void pointing out the right arrows that I pointed out that one turn. Just
Oh,
every
okay.
arrow east.
Yeah. Oh my
I
god.
didn't lose anything. Yippee, I guess. Okay. You know
Great.
what? We're still. I forgot about the over under for Inuit. They might. They.
They'll definitely be
I
over, I
hope they end
think.
over. I sincerely hope they end over.
I hope so too. They might be a dark horse. They're definitely doing better, but
I, I agree.
not good enough for me to have too much faith in them.
I like their moves a lot more than a few of the others. Okay. So I know we're actually not too far from a break. We're basically just waiting for fall moves, and then yeah, we're gonna see fall moves,
Yeah.
and then it's just 10 minutes, 15 minutes until winter builds. But I need to take a small break for 2 minutes to get some water and use the restroom. I will be back momentarily. I will leave you all with salt.
No problem at all. Does anyone have any decent press channels to check out here? I want to see what people are saying. Let's see. Who might have some interesting press? Can anyone link me Ming and Ching? I want to see what's going on there. Thank you very much. Okay. They are not talking as much as I would want them to. Okay, yeah, there's like basically nothing here. I guess they're just gonna DMZ and move north-south, which could make sense for them. I don't like all these I don't like all these orders from Qing. I think the Russian attack is going well for them, but not because of any great tactics on their end. And they have Irkutsk and Krasnoyarsk guaranteed, but the Korean Avix is pointless. Evens holding, I mean, might as well make that a core. It's equally pointless. Kajahar holding is pointless. Turfan was not under threat and did not need to be supported. Pointless there. You're getting builds from Russia, but that's you need more. This is at a point where you need to open a second front. And Qing's also moving an army down to Hamgyong in Korea. I don't know why. Is this just like color in the tile? This doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Qing really needs a second war though. Like this, their Russian gains are not going to last for very long. I don't think they even get much beyond Tara. So they need to be starting a front somewhere else. Some fleet builds against Japan are probably the way I would do it as them. I don't think Saving Ming is a great idea, but with what I've seen from this Qing player, I don't think they'll do either. So probably nothing interesting happening there. The Ottoman decision to ally Russia and Portugal against Safavids is also interesting. I personally don't think this was the right decision. Russia actually supports Poland into Ochakiv, so Ottomans are getting attacked by Russia, but don't take the Safavid support into Shachi. So that's going to be a really rough time for them. Maybe they'll try to make peace with Safavids, but I don't have a lot of faith in them. This is
Right. I have returned.
welcome back. I'm
It's
trying to find interesting press channels to read here.
fair enough. Is
Ooh, Poland
Alcius in
is
the audience for chance in some of the
he is.
and some of the angels as well? Good to see you all. I'm so curious to hear your perspective on this game as well, and if you are similarly as confused and befuddled as we are.
Yeah. Do you want to invite Osseous to talk here to see what he thinks?
Otius has said that they do not want to be on the mic for the recordings, and that's very fair.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, do you want to?
Yeah. The GM's
We will welcome cursing at players. That's what we've been doing this the whole time.
yeah, to be fair, that has been this entire last 4 hours.
You are not alone in cursing
Did Sam
at him.
say hold?
I am well aware that you guys have been cursing out the players the entire time, unfortunately. I've been
They deserve
listening, so
They deserve every curse that we can give them.
I can't really disagree. So, not without violating my obvious GM impartiality, of course.
We hate everyone the same here. There's no discrimination.
I, for one, hope they all lose.
Yes.
Another draw. That would be. I don't want to see that because that would be very mean to Congo and Ming specifically. I want to call them my name at this point. Downpour and I believe Lightning Octopus. That would be so rude to them specifically. That being said,
Yeah.
I want to be doing.
They're both playing well, but everyone else just needs help, and they need it soon.
I want to make this joke real quick before we get too far. Contestants, Sam says core a unit on an active front.
This would be a very torturous game if Sam says, that's for sure.
This is brutal.
That-
This is honestly making me lose years off of my life just watching this.
Players, Sam says commit to a stab.
Sam says hold everything. I can't believe this. Like some of these moves, yeah, very questionable.
I'm almost done setting up the spreadsheet for Blitz 2, so I'll be dumping random facts in a second. I would love to see all of the data-driven facts you have, only night.
Can we also point out that Spain and Portugal built 2 armies in Iberia here and have
And
done
they haven't
absolutely
moved.
nothing
And
with
they
him.
haven't moved at all. They haven't moved
Not
once.
even a bounce or anything.
No self-bouncing for security. No trying to make any moves and maybe even defend other centers. Attack France maybe. Make a funny convoy at least. Please, I beg of you. They've held for 4 turns!
This is just so brutal. Oh, okay. Portugal. They stopped Poland and Africa, which is something, I guess. I actually do like that move. They
Was
have
the
enough
first
armies to make it work.
was the first Blitz this bad? As somebody who commentated First Blitz and as somebody who played actively in the First Blitz game between Salt and I, no, there was a lot of really interesting and nuance going on with the First Blitz. And
Yeah, there were things happening.
I think it is very much worth the watch. I think this is very much worth the watch as well for completely opposite and impractical reasons, but this is very much worth the watch.
Yeah, this is more of a comedy than anything else at this point.
This is a comedy of errors. Contestant Sam says convince Russia to do something that's actually beneficial for them.
Russia. I don't understand. I don't understand. They court Helsingfors?
They
I just
court
noticed that.
Helsingfors. What do you mean? They court Helsingfors.
Russia,
They
please.
court Helsingfors.
Russia, this is
Huh?
an active front. This is a war zone.
They moved Kola to Finnmark?
I guess they went to Rhondda real bad. What the? I think Sweden could have just taken Helsingfors here if they wanted to. And what is Russia going to do about it? Um, yeah, Russia is not a real power anymore.
We had so much faith in them after turn 1 as well. We were talking about how that was like literally like a prime Russia position to be in so early on in the game. And then they built
Yeah.
4 units over here on the Ottoman-Safavid border and held all of them.
They completely abandoned their east and are just letting Qing cannibalize them.
They've abandoned their eastern builds with no builds whatsoever. And Qing moves in. And what do you do as Russia in that position? You probably go, oh man, I really messed up. I need to turn around and make sure I get some defensive stops. And they're really trying to disrupt Qing from moving in. Nope. Disband 3 armies actively on the border with Qing.
Well, defending doesn't sound as good to Russia. I think. I think Russia would much rather
Defending didn't
support
sound good to the
everything.
player who's inputted, I think, the most support holds, and core orders this entire game. And that's saying something.
That is an impressive impressive title to have for a game such as this. It's honestly, it's genuinely hard to hold more than some of the players here.
New record for year 2 Ming most centers. Actually, yeah, let's actually take a moment to commemorate the people who are genuinely leveraging their position very, very well. We've talked about them enough. Ming and Congo better win this game, I hope.
Yeah, Downpour is just doing insanely well, and the Congo player is also doing some really nice work.
Indeed. I am going to double check to make
One
sure I get
problem
this
with
right.
Downpour's position is that Qing is way too powerful. That's not his fault.
It's not his fault at all. It is entirely not his fault at all. Listening to this makes me believe
every year. Yes, that's all you need to do to win Blitz.
Yeah, listening to this makes me believe Blitz are super easy. Just don't stand still. Please, I beg of you, move your units. That's all we're asking. I beg of you, please.
The ones that build units just to hold them make no sense to me. Those are the most in a sea of things that just can't be forgiven. Those are the most unforgivable things to me.
I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. It's I don't want to feel like we're dogging on these players because I need to say this again. There are so many.
Propaganda armies.
There are so many talented and experienced players in this Blitz game. There are so many people who absolutely know what they're doing. And we're seeing little sparks of that. Things like this nice convoy spot from Portugal down onto Madagascar here. Very nicely done. Things like Inuit being able to actively progress and make advances on their front, despite a very active and very obvious England-France alliance. Well done. Good job. It's so hard to actually commemorate the people who are doing well in this game when everything I see on this map is something like this over here or something like this over here.
We
I
have
mean,
moves. We
you
have
noticed-
moves.
You notice
Like-
that Spanish support attack into itself, right?
Yes. And up and further north, it's the Spanish supporting its own unit into itself. Oh,
It's beautiful. Which
Beautiful
didn't
is
even
one
order,
word
by the
for
way.
it. My God. Are we ready for the fall moves here? Like mentally?
hold on. I got
Prepared for this?
another void ping from King of Prussia in the Portugal void. We
See
stabbed
what's going on there.
Spain, but the backup plan is to say, haha, JK.
Okay. Let's see how this works out for them.
Let's see it. We're opening fall here. We're opening fall.
How many holes does Russia do
I'm looking
this
forward
turn?
to the live
Let's
reaction.
take a look at our hold orders. I'm not going to count this Norwegian Sea one because that's actively doing something. We'll give them that. Helsingfors is one. There's one there.
Why would you core again? Why would you commit to the core after seeing Poland stab you?
Astrakhan,
Why?
Kazakh, Vetrocure, Aquamabla, Karnsoask. 6 old units there. And you could gear up here just for good measure.
Russia, defend yourself, please. The Sophies aren't even attacking. This accomplishes nothing.
They cored Helsingfors again.
My face when I'm in a holding all my youth just my opponent is Russia.
They cored Helsingfors again.
Okay, coring in general, like coring Helsingfors in general
England-
is bad, but committing to the core is even worse.
England convoyed another unit onto the island when they knew Sweden was obviously going to attack Christiania this turn. They didn't contest Skagerrak, so now Sweden's able to actively defend themselves much better now. Sweden attempted to tap the French unit that got into Amsterdam.
Oh,
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's France walking. That's a France attempting to get into Utrecht.
wait.
And England
No,
trying to walk
France
behind
gets
them.
France gets in because Ghent borders Utrecht, and England walks in behind them.
No, but France doesn't get
That
into
all
Utrecht
this-
because that's 2 defense because England didn't tap
Do we
Wadden.
not have 3 on it?
No, because England didn't tap
Ghent-
Wadden.
Oh my God. The level of
No, they get in. They get in.
no, France
They
gets in.
can
Yeah,
get in.
because
because
Okay.
they can support it. It's 3,
Okay.
2.
Was that agreed on, or is England stabbing?
That has to be agreed on. That has to be agreed
England's
on.
not stabbing
What
elsewhere.
is this movement around Sardinia? Oh,
Oh no!
Spain had Tunis and walks out.
Well, it doesn't go through because Tricky Bank supports, but they get forced out anyways. I still hate this.
Have Albarian Sea support hold Tunis.
And they have an army in Rift too. I could have. Okay, these are. Oh my God. Spain
I'm
dots
so lost.
Portugal.
Yeah, let's look at these Portugal-Spain moves. Yeah, should have moved that army Lisbon so much sooner. At least you got
Portugal
Canaries.
dots Canaries.
Is that the...
It's
You ping me in your void to say I'm stabbing Spain and it's Canaries? Is that it?
I'm gonna stab Spain. I'm gonna stab Spain and then pretend that like I didn't like mean to stab Spain. So, like they're probably not planning to go further than this, which makes this even worse, I think. Is Spain building?
I think so.
Is Spain builds, and this is a
Okay.
terrible stab. No, Spain is -5. Never mind.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at Philippines at all. We'll get to there. Spain did okay in
My
the Mediterranean.
God.
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't. I feel like this is
Um,
letting Ottomans get all of the centers back off of them.
France stabs Austria though. It actually gets into Rome and Freiburg.
Well, France was
That's pretty
France.
huge.
France was of course France was attacking Austria after the moves they made last turn. This isn't a stab. This is an
Yeah.
Austria. Why
I'm
are
just
you?
happy to see all the holes finally punished.
There. Okay. All right.
Okay. Who else?
What on earth is happening in the Caucasus?
Oh no.
Let's go.
What the hell?
Don't want to zoom
Okay,
in.
so let me
Don't
try to parse this.
don't want to zoom in.
Dervent is supporting Shachi to Tbilisi. Tbilisi's taking that support. Russia's giving Ottomans 2 supports from Tbilisi to Derbent. So Russia's trying to work with Ottomans against Safavids, and Ottomans work with Safavids instead here. Which makes sense because Russia stabbed Ottomans last turn by supporting Poland to Ochakiv. I still hate this region in general, but it looks terrible, but it kind of makes sense, I think.
It kind
I
of
don't
makes
know.
sense as I zoom in over here.
As Russia, you should have just support
Great walls
Shachi,
over
though.
here.
Why? Why? You stabbed Russia, commit to it.
Please, you have 3 strength on Kazakh. You could tap Aquamola over here. Get Mughals to help you. Clearly, they want to help you. Get them to push.
Oh wait, I lied. In the Caucasus region, nothing moves because Safavids supported Russia against the Ottomans, and Russia supported the Ottomans against Safavids, so nothing changes.
Incredible. Simply incredible.
Just fancy holds.
Okay,
Oh
chat.
my god.
I think we do need a break. There are some reasonable moves here, some terrible ones, but there are some reasonable ones as well. I think the break is very needed, so we actually get somewhere.
Being stabbed Ming. No.
They stabbed Ming into a center that doesn't get them a dot.
Oh no, yeah, this is a terrible, terrible
This
stab, but
is
it
an
is
awful
something. It's something
stab.
that happened.
They try and train into
Bugle
Yellow
stabbed
Shi.
as well. Oh no, is Downpour gonna get killed here?
Oh
I think he.
no!
This is
Why?
terrible.
Why? Why did you core on an active front? Why?
He's
Why?
not. He's not building after losing Bamo, so he can't really. He's gonna have a hard time defending this King stab. Oh, that's brutal.
Why?
At least he sees the yellow sea move and blocks it. That's solid.
Yeah, good call on Yellow
Oh,
Sea. And Ching stab is basically nothing here because
Tokugawa is moving to East China Sea though. They have Nanjing for free.
oh no.
Ming's. No, I
No.
was rooting for you.
No, we want you to win so bad. Please don't do this.
Oh my gosh, he was doing so good too.
What is this M? What is this M going on in Indian Ocean?
No, we don't look at it. It's not real and it can't hurt us.
If we don't see it, it's not there.
It's not real. It can't hurt us.
Exactly.
If the units don't move on the map, it doesn't affect the game.
Yes.
Let's go to Congo because I think they're gonna make the good progress that we hope them to. They don't get Oyo
Oh.
like they wanted to. They will get Great Ardra.
Okay, they
They-
vassalized Mali here. That's what's happening.
They vassalize Mali, so they get
Nope.
England out of Guillemot.
Convoy.
They don't convoy. They opt not to convoy, and instead opt to try and get Great Ardra confirmed, which, okay, you're losing Nri because of this move set, and you don't end up defending Oyo Because Great Archer is the one that moves
Yeah,
into
this is
Oyo?
fall too, so
No,
that's
because
difficult.
Abyssinia taps Gurma. Abyssinia taps
Oh,
Gurma. Well,
as Congo
Abyssinia,
stabs them.
as
As Congo
as
stabs.
Congo moves to Darfur. Nope, it's so Congo back. Congo back.
Speaking of Abyssinia, can we just focus on
No,
that
no,
buff 2
I
core?
saw it.
There
I
there
saw
are
it.
two things wrong. There are
Oh,
three
they're
things
center
wrong
yet.
here. There are three things wrong here. Number one, you can't core a center that you don't own, so this move is invalid. Number two, you can't support cores, so that's also not a valid move. And number three, you don't core on a active front.
Core on it front.
You
How
could
is
have
that so
supported
hard to
yourself to G
understand?
here.
Portugal poured Quocha.
No. No, Portugal. You should have tapped Carusa. No. Okay, I don't like this area anymore.
Congo is winning. That's what I care about. Congo, because they got Abyssinia to tap Gurma, Congo keeps Oyo, they get into Great Ardra, they get England out of Guillamon and force them to a bad retreat into Mondon. The only negative here is that means that the Net Dutch are in Nri. That's a little bit unfortunate, but they have this army in Luango moving up, and they still have Gulf of Guinea there. They can defend Fernando Po. They can have
Yeah.
Honda move back to Mondara. They are good. They are more than good.
Portugal's stab on the southern half is not going well too. Asdron has flipped once again to be supporting France against Portugal,
You're
which means they
joking.
don't get Sakalava.
You're joking.
Cape Co gets dotted, which makes sense. Yeah, this is brutal. They only go like +1 from this. This is bad.
This is wild.
Ah, Portugal. I had so much faith in you.
This is so entertaining in how disgusting this is.
Yeah.
Let's look at
That's an
let's
understatement,
look at
guys.
Gulf of
You both know
Mexico.
that.
I've been warned
Yeah.
not to look at Gulf of Mexico. I'm looking at Gulf of Mexico. You convoyed?
Gets is actively in a war with England, convoys away from them. Spain, what
How
are
do you
you doing?
commentate this?
Spain, are you throwing?
You actively moved away from every single unit that's attacking you.
This isn't a throw because they're taking Jamaica. This is just what they actually thought would be great tactics here. You know,
He could have retaken St.
no words.
Augustine. You're right. England didn't even hold St. Augustine. It's free.
There's so much you could be doing, Spain. Like the youth of war is rough, but the convoy is not the answer.
They didn't even push into Ayutthaya to get into Nazca or Raghavine. Instead, they supported themselves into Galapagos from illegal moves. Bro,
Oh my God, Spain, come on. I would say that you're better than this, but you're not. Why are half the moves on this map happening the way they are? Look at their moves in Asia. They're walking out of Cotabato.
they tried to support the Dutch out of their own center.
Why would Dutch
How
take
do you
this
think you're going to
ever?
get that to work? How?
Not, not in a million years does Dutch take this.
Walk out of Cotabato. The Dutch are back. Dutch nation is so.
They did lose their capital though, so they can't win. But their score should be pretty high now. Like South America's going okay for them.
Indeed.
They're collapsing in
I
Africa.
know Whistlow and Hunt are not bad at this game. I agree. I agree. They're not bad, but I'm struggling to understand these move sets.
Which one is controlling which area here? That might help understand. Okay, so Wislav has the New World, and Hun has Europe and Philippines.
The hate is unjust.
Uh,
Hate is unjustified.
Wislav is the one making these Caribbean moves.
I disagree on the hate against Spain's moves here is unjustified. I do not think Spain is actively making moves that do not gain them centers. They are actively making moves that lose them centers. I don't get it. And you know what? Maybe I'm completely wrong about my read on the Mediterranean region, and they're doing very well there.
Another thing Spain could have done here is in South America, like Dutch are in Putumayo. They had a guaranteed way to kick Dutch out here and didn't do it. They could have tapped Karib and moved in from either other armies, and they don't take it. Questionable, I'd say. Philippines is a whole mess.
Scroll down a little bit, shall we? Mapuche moves out of
Yeah.
Santiago into Cordoba. Backfilling.
Why would you not support
They
into
train
Calama?
Santiago into Cordoba, which trains into Buenos Aires, which is holding. That's your own hold, Mapuche.
Oh my god, Mapuche, you
That's
can't.
your own hold.
Okay, so nothing actually moves. That's great. Yeah, Aymar could take Cordoba back, I guess.
You're moving into Rio Grande Rise. So clearly you're trying to move to position yourself against Portugal in the future, right? Why are you...
Portugal is making a comeback here. They get into... No, they don't get into anything. I think? Yeah, because Mato Grosso gets tabbed.
Mato gets forced
could have
out.
actually secured them, could have stopped them from losing that center to Aymara, but they don't. Okay,
right.
so this is a nothing.
I'm fully willing to admit that maybe everything going on has soured my move. I think the break will be good for both of us. I'm gonna make some nice apple cider. I'm gonna calm down and relax, and I'm going to prepare. I'm gonna steel myself for the other half of this game.
That's probably for the best.
I unfortunately will not be able to commentate the second half of this, but maybe that's better for my mental health at this point.
It is all good.
Do we have another commentator coming in?
We can get somebody else to comment. I've had a couple of people asking if they could do some commentary as well, and I wanted to leave it at about 3 or 4 people. So I imagine that we will have plenty of people who are willing to come in.
Awesome. I'm feeling pretty good about not having to see all the holds anymore.
I'm really hoping the break...
They will haunt your dreams.
I'm really hoping the break will help everyone calm down a bit. I just saw it.
No, it's not real.
I'm really hoping the break is like a reset button for everyone. And I'm reading the chat here, and I see what a couple of people are saying. Yes, I 100% agree. There's some good moves here. There's some really good moves here, and we're being negative to be negative at this point because I'm not sure what else to do for a lot of these. But can you blame us?
We are running out of good things to say about people like
Can you
Russia.
really blame us?
Russia has exhausted all of my goodwill.
Congo is a very good player. I really want Congo to win.
In first now. They're in first now. They're
just straight first. Is the leaderboard out?
Yeah.
Leaderboard's out.
They're just straight first.
Ming drops to 5th, but he actually Downpour has builds here, so he might be okay. Yeah, if you build like Coming and Chengdu, I think he can find a line. Problem is Qing is also building, so Beijing. No, because he need to defend. Oh wow, this is difficult. A fleet in Nanjing is probably a good idea because that gets taken if you don't build anything. Probably something gets Qing as well.
All right.
It's difficult.
So here is what. Okay. So builds just ended, or did retreats just end?
Builds are just now ending, so we are about to start the pause. I'll be sending out the announcement in just a moment.
All right, beautiful. I would say this is when we would try and get a little tier list together. I think that I want to try and do a tier list after the break period. Not because I don't want you to be here when
Yeah.
we do it, Saul, but because I genuinely think I need to reset a little bit because some of these moves are wild and I need to reanalyze some of this under a fresh lens of
I
I have food in my belly.
completely agree. We need to take a long 1 hour break. 1 hour. I feel I guys, I do not envy you here.
I think we are all Congo stands right now. I think we can all agree.
Yep,
Uh,
Congo is the best player here, followed closely by Ming.
Indeed. I may ask,
That's
by the
all that
way,
needs to be said.
as we're going into the break. This is slightly more for the GMs and the Angels, though. If we want to get
Yep.
this game finished both on time and also get to past tier 6, we may need to shorten press phases to. I don't want to force
15
y'all to
minutes
do it.
probably.
15 minutes probably. Because we're already almost near the point where the break is supposed to be over. So.
Oh yeah, I'm well aware. Well, we started late and we had a couple hiccups with the bot going
Indeed.
down and
Absolutely no shame on
adding
y'all.
time.
Probably
But
better
I
to
think
make that
I
into
think
a
it's something
poll
to
though.
consider for sure.
Might be better to do a poll and see what people think. If they want
I
the
agree
extra
actually
or longer
with
turns.
I agree a 2-minute press phase. I think that's a really good idea.
Can I ask?
This is the nerf that Colonials need.
Can I ask?
Honestly.
I ask that you do one more thing. This might actually. I want to post this tiny snippet of the tier list into the chat. You think we can get away? Do you think we can allow that one?
Yeah. I wanna see the reaction to this.
I want to. We put that in announcements.
They are killing us here.
Where'd you put it in?
It's in popcorn
It's in,
tiles.
I will put that in the announcements channel.
For those of you who have not seen the tier list, this is the end of year 2 tier list. We're going to do the end of year 3 one after the break. But for the time being, this is where everyone stands. We are all Congo stands. Please, Congo, win this game.
Please.
I don't know. I personally say glory to the Ming.
I want
Ming.
I want Ming to win as well because I do believe they are playing very well. They just got put into an unfortunate position in that most recent moveset. We shall see. All right.
We shall see. But on this note, the break has begun. So,
Indeed.
I'll leave you guys to it.
Yep. I will sign off. I wish you all the luck in getting through this. This is going to be difficult. It's going to be a very difficult time for you. I can imagine.
I think a glass or two or hot apple cider, I'll be all right. I will.
Yeah.
I will need somebody else with the commentary at that point. I'll figure that out while we're on the break, though. For the time being,
maybe we
though,
can promote a spec or something.
Indeed. For the time being, though, I'm gonna go to OBS and I'm gonna hit pause recording. I'm gonna go get some food. We will see you all back. 45 minutes to an hour. We will be back.
Yep. See you guys.
Take care. All right, it is now about an hour later. I have resumed the recording. Hopefully that will be a nice cut there. I am back. I have Aeolus with me, and we will be resuming the game very shortly here. Aeolus, do you know much about what's happened so far?
I'm just gonna be making sure everyone is here. No, I have absolutely no clue as to anything that has happened so far in this game. So
That's beautiful. We'll see how much the first half reflects the second half here. I think there is plenty to discuss here. All right. I also wanted to say real quick, while we're still going, I do want this on the video as well. I do apologize if I sound like I was being very negative earlier. I'm just very confused. I understand there's some very good reasons for some of these moves that I probably have missed. I am just trying to make sense of it and failing, and I apologize. All right. With that being said, I believe we're about good and ready to go here. Why don't we go ahead and do what I want to do here, which is post break, looking at the map and trying to see where we think everyone's at power wise.
Power rankings?
Power rankings. It's a very good and efficient way to get all your thoughts condensed and try and have predictions for what you think is going to happen for the remainder of the game. This is where we ended power rankings at the end of year 2. We're going to do the year 3 rankings now. It's looking very likely that because we've already run over a fair amount, we're probably only going to get 6 years here. We may get 7, depending on thought issues and pace and if we're going to be able to, but likely going to see 6 here. I wonder if that means anyone is actively going to be able to secure a victory. I don't know. There are plenty of people who definitely can get a victory out from this position, but 3 years in, it's difficult to see where a lot of these people are going to suddenly get the remaining 60-70% of their VSCC in just another 3 or 4 years. There are definitely some options, though, and I am definitely willing to pursue them out here. All right. Okay. I want to take a look at the map here, and I want to see where we're at, and I want to try and get these done. I want to specifically try and not have the moves that we know have happened affect the power rankings too heavily here, and I want to specifically more so focus on actual power and how likely I think they are to do well, get close to winning, probably will, and we shall see. Look at Blitz 1.
Yeah, I can look at the map in a bit. I'm just making sure everyone is here right now so we can actually start the game.
You are good. You do your duties that you need to do. I am going to help fill the dead air here. He was at 16. Congo can definitely win. There definitely is win potential, and the more explosive growth potential of some nations definitely mean that can happen. I'm just a little worried partially because I know what I've already seen. To be fair, I'm just worried that there is going to be a lot of people who end up seeing that there's powers that are doing well and try and really just force them down, and powers that are going to play really defensively and lock things down rather than try and go for a victory. I am hoping I am mistaken in that regard, though. We shall see. I want to start at the top of the leaderboard for this matter. I think it's pretty safe to say that Congo is at the top of the leaderboard, not just like in terms of VSCC, but in terms of position. I really like Congo's position on this board, and I think they have a lot of potential to grow here. They have done a great job of positioning themselves well in this region here. Depending on how much Mali wants to stay with them, they have basically secured Mali staying alive, and they have really made sure that they are going to be the benefactor of a lot of the gains that are going on here. So either they're going to want to try and keep pushing into Mali now that they've stabilized them and try and get those gains, or they're just going to let Mali remain a solid ally and try and push their gains elsewhere. Personally, I want to see them attack into Mali just because I feel like Congo has been a very aggressive player, and I think they stand to still gain quite a fair amount from this region. Congo does have other gains elsewhere as well. Against Abyssinia, they have a lot of units that just are out of position and are really unable to defend their home centers. Abyssinia has 3 units over here near Mali that are just really overextended, and Congo has the ability to really punish Abyssinia for this. Awara is a very good take for them. They could start pushing into home centers and even capitals if they really start to push in with some more units up this line this way. Although right now it's likely only going to be this Darfur unit that's going to be able to be a nuisance there. With these many builds, though, Congo is definitely going to be putting pressure. Congo's also building a lot of fleets, going to be able to contest some areas both on the African continent here and perhaps elsewhere. I'm interested to see if they decide to go out and branch out more. They likely will have to if they want to go for the win, so I imagine that's what they intend to do, but we shall see. I like Congo's options. I like the way they've been playing, and I think they will continue to grow here. And I really think there are a lot of players where I see the opposition that's coming against them. I think almost everyone has some sizable opposition against them. Congo has opposition, but I don't think it's strong opposition, and I think that Congo stands to really maintain this board position and do a lot with it. I think Congo remaining up here is very reasonable. Unfortunately, Ming got into a much worse position after this last turn here. Qing has decided to push in against them. Mughal has started to push in against them. Ayutthaya has been pushing in against them, but they have more support against the Ming front now. I really do want to see Ming succeed, and they have a lot of units. They have the potential to push back and to save things, but there's also a lot of exposed centers right now. Specifically, Chengdu and Kunming are really exposed for Ming. And I'm worried that's going to lead to a lot of losses very suddenly, which is going to stall their momentum. If they can find the lines in, force some good movements against Qing here, force some good movements against Mughals here, really be able to stabilize, I still really like Ming's position, and I think they have a lot of good potential for this board. I think I'm going to put them below Congo. I really want to put Congo as the only power in S tier because I do genuinely think they have the best shot by a fair amount in the current position that everyone is in. But there are other powers who are very close indeed. At this point, Qing is still going to be building at the end of 45. The Russian throw/fold is just ending Ming's game at this point. It really is unfortunate that Russia has just completely allowed Ming to snowball off of them. It's given Qing such a landing point to be able to work off of that it really has allowed them to get a dominant hold on the board. I do think Qing is above Ming because I think it's more likely that Qing will be able. I think it is very likely that Qing continues to grow. However, Qing does have fair opposition now. I think that their fair opposition is just Ming, who I think can put up a good fight if they get some good moves in here and are able to get some fair reads, but I do definitely think Qing has a fair shot. Does Qing go up into S tier as well? Perhaps. I'm going to sit on that, and I'm going to see how I think. Let's go ahead and...
All right, the game is back on.
Indeed. You love to see it. All right. Do you have anything that you really want to add based on what I said? I know you've been not really focusing on what I've been saying.
I'm not gonna lie, I was barely listening to what you said. It was more so just making sure the game started.
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine.
Yeah. I heard you talking about Qing going, and I think it's really funny that Qing has done very well in the 2 Blitz games, but not in any of the normal Imtip games.
I think that Qing is a very strong power, and a lot of their performances that we've seen so far in the regular Imtip games can probably just be attributed to some small sample size shenanigans, meaning they haven't gotten their big game wins yet. That being said, though, Qing has had a lot of... In this game specifically, Qing has had a very fair amount of assistance. Qing is not going to have the stab potential on Tokugawa they had last Blitz game. Very true. Qing has not been building fleets.
There's not, yeah.
They have Evans, and they now have Shane Jing. They're not getting through, yeah. Sorry. Bring up a bit more here. All right. I still think that Qing has a lot of power to push in. They're probably going to get a few more dots off of Russia. Not a ton more, though. Eventually, Qing's going to have to push in stronger. If they can push in against Ming very hard, I think that's the centers from Ming and the centers from Russia will be good enough for them, but we'll have to see if they're able to do that.
Are Ming and Qing at war right now? Because I can't tell just by
Yes.
looking at the.
They
Okay.
they began attacking each other just this last turn.
Okay.
Beijing is probably redundant here at whatever they put on East Korea or Tokugawa. Yeah, that's very fair as well. Qing is scoring Yatsuk, D tier. I want to put this as very much power positions and not try and keep in mind the many, many weird holds that have happened in this game. We're going to let bygones be bygones and move on from that point.
Are the weird holes just people not having enough time to put in orders, or?
Oh, it's a lot weirder than that.
Okay.
If you go back and watch the beginning of this game if you have the time once the video comes out, because there have been a couple of very, very confusing decisions by a few different players, and Salt and I spent a good amount of the first half of the game just trying to figure out why it's going on. While we're over in this region, and we have talked about Qing and Ming, Tokugawa, I really see struggling here because Tokugawa either pushes hard into either Ming or Qing and starts getting centers from them, or they just kind of dirtle around and do nothing for the game. I don't see where else they're going to be able to make much progress.
I agree with you. I do not think this is a very good Tokugawa position. As a Tokugawa player as well, so.
They're solidly on Japanese islands here, but they are not going to get much further than that anytime soon, I don't feel.
Yeah, I don't see much more expansion for them. Maybe they could take, like, they own a lot of the North Pacific, and they have a decent attack on the Philippines here, but other than that, I don't see, like, what else they could reasonably get in 4 more years.
It's just hard for them to... I'm struggling to see where they're going to make progress unless they very suddenly start moving all in against Qing. Or they start very suddenly moving all in against Ming. But Ming built 2 fleets this turn, so I don't think that's going to work out very well for them if they go for Ming. Having to maintain so many North Pacific fleets is killing them. That's very true. Because all of these North Pacific fleets are doing hardly anything. They're just not making progress with those. I'm gonna put Toku back to D tier. I just don't see where they're going and where they think they can end up.
I think they should probably be in C tier just because I don't see how they lose anything either, and they're not like gonna die or be in a worse position by the end of this game. I think they're just gonna finish on like 8 where they are now.
That's fair. They're probably just gonna hold out. Well, that probably puts them in D tier. I don't think they're gonna die, but I don't think they're gonna die, so I don't want to put them in F tier. But I don't see any reasonable amount for them to gain anything. And I think that's D tier, given there's a fair number of powers that are going to fall into that category. I'm willing to put them in D. That.
All right.
While we're talking about powers a bit lower down, I don't think Ayutthaya gets out of F tier here.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. This Ayutthaya position is...
They're staying alive for as long as they can, and that's very good, but a lot of their early builds and some move choices they've made have allowed Ming to push in really far against them, and it's made it so that they're really going to struggle to make any progress to get back.
Yeah, especially because Fan Rang is just guaranteed for Ming here.
Indeed.
And probably also Ayutthaya itself as well.
Yeah, Ming has a ton of options to just continue to push in here, and it's hard for Ayutthaya to get out. And it's the F tier.
At least the Dutch aren't attacking them, so...
Not for the moment, at least. They did just kick... Ayutthaya was in Sambas just a moment ago, to be fair. They were
Oh,
kicked
okay.
out.
So
Speaking of F tier, we had Mughals in F tier before. I unfortunately think that's likely going to stay just because England and Portugal are already up to their home centers at this point, and I don't think that Ming is going to be able to defensively hold these. I don't see how Ming is going to be able to make a defensive stand, nor be able to repel any of these English or Portuguese fleets. They have made some moves now that have pushed them against Ming, and they have made a little bit of ground there. But aside from that, I don't see them. I see them being pushed down to 1 or 2 centers relatively soon.
yeah, I would agree with that. And I also think that them pushing against Ming may even be a bad thing for them because they just don't have the units to deal with another front right now.
Very true. If someone wants to get screenshots of all the confusing cores and holes, I'll put them to circus music. I think we've had a very fair amount of confusion at them already. Who else is some very quick and easy ones that we can get out of the way? Russia. Big old Russia is not doing hot. They are continuing to disband on their Qing front. They're being pushed in by Safavids, sort of. They're being pushed in by Poland, sort of. Moscow is exposed. Archangel is exposed. Are is about to be pushed against. I don't see Russia getting out of this situation at all. They're just gonna get
Yeah, I don't
collapsed in
either.
on.
This is not.
They're just not doing well enough to be able to hold for the next 3-4 years. I don't see it. I just don't.
I think maybe there's a chance they'll be stuck with like one center somewhere.
They may have 1 or 2, but they're largely not gonna. They're not gonna be much of a big factor by the end of the game. They're just gonna be sitting there.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Mali, though, has some interesting things to discuss. Mali doing Mali things, of course, means that Mali is not dead, despite being massively coalitioned at the very beginning of the game. Now Congo is seeming like they're going to be helping Mali stabilize and actually making sure that Mali is able to push back. Mali might be able to get Quoja back. They may be able to make some progress against these Portuguese units, though there are a lot there, so I doubt they're going to make meaningful progress. I don't think Mali's still an F tier because if Congo wants Mali dead, Mali is dead. And I think that keeps Mali in F tier. But they're
I think Mali goes in D tier because yes, if Congo wants them dead, they are dead. But I think they just have a better position than all of the other countries that are in F tier at the moment.
That's very true. There is a notable difference between Mali and the other 3 powers we have discussed down there, and I think that is very worthy of moving Mali up a fair amount. All right. While we're just talking, we'll just go from the bottom to the top of the list at this fair point. Sweden, and we'll probably touch Poland while we're up here. Sweden is not looking very nice, though they have stabilized a tiny amount. They were able to get into Skagerrak last turn, which means they've stabilized slightly, but they still have a lot of fleets that are bordering their units. They have a bunch of armies that are on the Scandinavian peninsula that they have very little they can do about at this point. I think it's very likely that they're going to get collapsed in on, and I don't see them making it out of this game without some serious turnarounds from somebody who is attacking them, which doesn't seem likely at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I think that especially Poland has so much to gain from just attacking them.
Indeed.
Of course, I don't know any of the diplomacy that has happened, so they could have already been fighting, but it looks like Poland's somewhat pieced out to go after Russia, but also.
Sort of, yes, sort of, no. Poland's pretty much just attacking all of their neighbors, sans Ottomans at this point. Just trying to get whatever dots they can.
Yeah, that's fair.
And to be frank, they kind of need to because they're falling behind a fair amount. And it's working out for them. They have positions on Baltic Sea. They're going to be able to push spaces like Brandenburg, maybe even Vienna going forward. They have access to Moscow and Arkhangelsk. Like, Poland has position to make a lot of gains this next year specifically, and perhaps thereafter be able to push that position forward.
Yeah, I agree with that. So while we're here, let's rank Poland. We're
I
thinking like a B tier for Poland.
I like B tier for Poland. They're probably going to stay around there. I don't think they're going to be able to turn this position into a winning position.
Yeah,
But
no, I don't either.
But I do think they have a lot of growth lined up. And I think they're going to be able to make something really nice out of it. We're just bouncing around everywhere at this point. So if you haven't seen Netherlands yet, Netherlands is
Yeah, dead.
they're not dead because they're actually holding on fairly well both in South America and in Oceania, but they don't have their capital, and the chances that they get their
So
capital back are 0.
yeah, so they can't win.
Pretty much. I'm willing to. I think they go in F tier for that. They're doing okay and have stable positions elsewhere, but Netherlands has done the Netherlands thing, and if they can't hold Europe, nothing else
I don't
really
think
matters.
they're gonna die. I think D tier is probably. I think they probably are like in a more similar position to those in D tier. Like no one in D tier is gonna win, and they're probably gonna survive with a somewhat decent position until the end of the game, just in Indonesia, at least.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm being harsh again. We're in Europe. Let's talk about Austria, who has Austria has really squandered a lot of their opportunities this game, and now I think they're just getting pushed in on from all sides, and it's
Oh
not
yeah,
going to
they
be
don't
easy
own
for them.
Freiburg. Yeah. I think the only good news for Austria here is that because the Dutch are collapsing, they're probably just gonna get Kiel and Lubeck.
I think that is just about the only good thing about their situation right now, though.
Yeah, it's not exactly good. And
I
I guess Ottomans aren't fighting them.
I don't see how Austria keeps Venice. I don't see how they keep Innsbruck. I don't see how they keep Nuremberg. Poland's going to push in. I don't see how they're going to keep Vienna. I don't see how they're going to keep Brandenburg. They're going to get sandwiched here.
Yeah.
I think that means it's fair. Is that a D or an F? I don't want to give them,
I think they're probably. I think it's probably D again.
I don't want to give them F because there are ways for them to hunker down and be able to survive. I don't think that's going to happen because I think a France and a Poland that knows what they're doing is just going to push in on this and really force Austria to surrender all of their centers. But
I think they are
maybe
in a significantly better position than anyone in F tier.
true.
Is what the bar is. Yeah.
And I suppose that means we're talking about Ottomans next. Ottomans is building this year, and I'm a little surprised based on it, but honestly, they're not under a ton of pressure from a lot of their neighbors.
Yeah.
They've got Safavids pushing in against them now, which is really unfortunate for them. And I think if Safavids is able to push against both Ottomans and Russia here successfully, then Safavid looks really solid on that. But Ottomans will be able to fight back, it looks like.
Yeah. I think the Ottomans are in a very like C tier position where yeah, they're probably gonna do decently. I don't expect them to win.
That's fair. That's very fair. A nice solid middling position for them. I want to save a few of the colonials that are doing really well for the end, so let's jump to. We've mentioned Safavids. Let's go ahead and put them on the list here. I see some good potential for Safavids.
I
Will
do as well, yeah.
will they be able to capitalize on it? I don't know, and that's why I want to keep them in C tier. Rather, I guess that would be pushing them to C tier. I don't know if they're going to be able to properly capitalize on it. Ottomans built in Trebizond is going to stall them. Mughals building in Kabul is going to stall them. And they have potential. They're probably going to be able to get some Russian gains here if they really push for it. But it's going to be difficult. I don't see it happening easily in the slightest.
Yeah, no, I don't either. I think they are also a very C tier position where, just similar to the Ottomans, I don't think they're going to win, but I think they have a very reasonable shot to keep all the centers that they currently have, except for maybe like Durbin.
I think they're going to grow a bit, but I don't think they're going to grow substantially
Yeah.
enough to be able to meaningfully do much.
Yeah, I agree with that. Unless they like get a ton off the Mughals collapse.
It's hard for me to see them being the beneficiaries of the
Yeah, no,
Mughal
I
collapse.
agree with you. I think it's just going to be Portugal and England.
Indeed. Let's get the other African regionals. We've already talked about Congo and Mali. Abyssinia has left themselves really, really wide here. They have 3 units all the way over here that aren't meaningfully doing much. And now Congo has put the rest of their main center holdings in a bit of a bind. If Congo and Ajuran work together against Abyssinia, Abyssinia is pretty toast here.
Yep.
But to be fair, the inverse also applies to Ajuran. Abyssinia has units on their doorstep. If Abyssinia and Congo work together against Ajuran, Ajuran is dead-er.
Yeah. I think this is more Congo decides the fate of Africa than anything relating to Abyssinia's position.
Indeed. Relating to both of their position, really. Congo's going to decide which one of them dies right now and which one of them dies in about 2 years. Let's be real.
Yeah.
So I think that means that both Abyssinia and Ajuran are probably going in D tier. Just
I think I like Abyssinia's position more than Ajuran here, especially because they're in one of the home centers of Ajuran, and Hobyo is probably going to fall.
it's fair. It's fair. I just really don't know if Abyssinia is going to be able to capitalize on that when Congo decides that they want Abyssinia dead. They have these units here on the Abyssinia front, but Congo's already got flanking units here in Darfur, for example, that are going to be able to cause a ton of nuisance.
Although I think the only good news for Abyssinia is that if Congo does attack them, they do have 2 units just in the Sahara that can probably take Kanem or Darfur.
That's very fair. These units can do something if they turn around. I think I'm willing to put Abyssinia low C and then Ajuran D for those reasons. Ajuran, I just really
that's good.
struggling to see make meaningful progress right now. To South America real quick. Mapuche and Aymara. It's really unfortunate. Aymara let a nasty retreat by Portugal slip through, and now Portugal has Quelacolu guaranteed unless Aymara surrenders their entire front against Mapuche here. So
which I don't think they're gonna do.
Aymara has really unfortunate position. They still have pressure on these Portuguese centers over here, and likely are going to make a few of them fall. But I think the benefactor of this whole situation is either going to be Mapuche cleaning up, or it's going to be Portugal able to persist and survive in the region. I think
it's probably going to be Mapuche.
I can agree with that. I don't think it's Aymara, which is really unfortunate. They had such a good position just 1 year ago. It's really unfortunate, but now they're in defense mode, and I don't think they're going to get out of defense mode anytime soon.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
But I think D tier is appropriate. Yeah.
Wait, I just noticed definitely too many holds tier and Firebender tier.
Yeah. There were some interesting developments. If you want to take a look at the popcorn throwers chat, I'll actually pull this up so we can watch this here together. Ossius has put together a very nice little slideshow here, showcasing a few things that have happened this game. Just a few. I suppose my question is, how much is Mapuche going to gain from this? I think it's going to be a fair amount. I do not think it's going to be much to get them out of sea. I think Mapuche is struggling to make much gains, especially since Portugal still is in a reasonable enough position that they can stabilize this, especially if they capitalize on Amara letting this back retreat go through and really cause a nuisance.
I mean, I think it could honestly depend. I think Mapuche could potentially get a lot out of it if Aymara just like dedicates more to fighting against Portugal than they do against them, which there's honestly a chance of since they do just have 3 dots over there that they could probably take pretty easily in the next 2 to 3 years. They might lose some home centers, but
I think that's very fair. I'd like to see Mapuche do well. I don't think they're going to do drastically well, but I do think they will gain some centers here, which puts them in line with like Ottomans
Yeah,
and
I agree.
Safavids.
yeah, fair. E-tier seems like a reasonable place for them. We have the map for next year. Should we finish this first?
I would like to finish this up here, really just have this good bouncing off point to go work with.
All right.
Then we will properly look at the next moves. North American regionals, I've been saying this for a while. One of the 3 of these regionals needs to become the dominant power that's in the area, and quickly. Because otherwise, all 3 of them are just going to continue to float in B tier limbo of, yeah, they can make progress and they can make things work, but they're struggling to actively do anything.
I mean, I think Athabasca has a very good stab on Inuit here, honestly.
Agreed. I think Athabasca can do a lot of damage to Inuit. I also think Athabasca can make some pushes against Yuchishon if they try to.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's generally just the power of Athabasca in general, is being able to do that and make the progress. I said this exact same thing last year, but I am willing to put Athabasca in B tier so long as they actually go through and stab Inuits. Please, you need to get the Inuit dots and the Yuchishon dots soon, please.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think that both Ute and Inuits, they're both doing well. I think if not Athabasca, one of them can do very well because the colonials in this area.
I agree with you.
The colonials in this area, especially France and Spain, are not doing hot.
I think England's doing very well, but
sorry, please go ahead.
yeah, I think England's doing very well in this area, but even then, that's probably good for you, just because England has a good stab on France here, I think.
Indeed. If England decides to go for it, which I don't know if they will. We'll see, though.
Yeah, because actually, they might lose some stuff on Europe if they do that.
I'm gonna throw all 3 of the North American regionals into B tier.
I feel like that's fair. One of them is going to do very well this game.
One of them is going to find a way to get the upper hand on the other 2 and is going to find a way to capitalize. Which one of them? I'm really not sure yet. They all have very nice pros and cons here. It has a lot of Spain dots to gain. Inuit has a lot of French and English dots to gain. Athabasca has the easiest ability to stab the other 2. It really could be.
I think out of the 3 of them, that Inuit's position is the worst just because there's a French fleet there in Hudson Strait.
That is true. That is an unfortunate French position for Inuit.
I think that actually might be enough to knock Inuit down to C tier, honestly.
I don't think so, because I do think they're still going to be able to make a lot of gains here. They can push against Qing here if they want. Not Qing. That's on the other side of the board. They can push against Athabasca into Cree here if they really want to. They can start pushing back here further if they want to go into being, Athabasca build.
I mean, they are not that far from Qing. They could actually take a Qing dot this year.
That is the other thing as well that I wanted to try and get to here, is that Inuit has been able to get help to get onto the Asian front here, and if they're able to either coordinate against Toku or coordinate with Toku against Qing, Inuit's in there and has more positions to be able to leverage.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
I think all
Certainly.
three.
There's also, I feel like there's a reasonable chance they could just walk into Curl C.
True. They could just come on in and they're just there and causing a nuisance.
Yep.
All right, let's wrap this up here. Who have we not talked about? I believe just Colonials.
Colonials? Yep.
Colonials sans Netherlands, because we have already discussed Netherlands being in a rough spot.
All right, let's start with Spain, I guess, since they're
Spain is similarly struggling.
next to the same.
They took a lot of losses in North America this turn and are likely just going to continue to see them. They were able to make some fairly good gains. They have Jamaica and they have fleet position in Caribbean to be able to force a lot of damage against Havana and Baroka here. But they are struggling on land, and while they're making some reasonable progress, Aymara might be able to stall them. Poland is causing them a fair number of issues. And if we look over to the Philippines, it is almost, I want to say, nightmarish for them over here.
Yeah, Formosa's probably lost. Everything's probably lost.
Almost certainly they're going to have trouble trying to just stay in the region right now. On the mainland, you have 2 army builds from Portugal on the Iberian.
Oh yeah, that's bye-bye Madrid.
I think Spain is doing well in some areas, but struggling. They're struggling hard.
I think probably same as Netherlands D.
I think so. I almost want to put Netherlands higher than Spain because Netherlands at least has a very solid Indonesia right now that they're clawing back.
Yeah.
I don't think Spain has a similar strong base that Netherlands does, which is almost wild to say.
How does Spain still have 23 centers here? That's kind of crazy. Does not look like it from the board.
Central America and Caribbean just giving them that many dots to be able to continue working with.
Yeah.
Speaking of Portugal, let's get them out of the way. They're struggling, but they're also succeeding. They're lining themselves up for the Iberian Peninsula very nicely. They still have a...
Yeah, they're doing...
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're doing very well in Europe and Africa, and especially India.
Indeed.
Yeah. Their South American colony isn't doing that great, but
South America
I feel like that can be compensated if they just start doing very well everywhere else, which it looks like they are.
Indeed, and it's possible that they're going to be able to make gains from this area irregardless.
Yeah, true.
I think Portugal's going to start making a climb up really soon. I want to put them in B.
Oh, I was thinking A tier.
A tier? I
Yeah.
think they're going to be facing a bit too much opposition. Well, no, not if Spain's going to be
No,
collapsing
not really.
hard.
Who's opposing them?
I suppose you're right. Other than South America and these few things over here in Oceania and Australia over there, not enough opposition is what I would say. I see it. I'll be willing to put them in A tier. I think I want to put them lower than both Qingming because I think that both of those still have the more explosive potential, but
yeah,
I see the Portugal vision. I believe that leaves just Spain, France and England to discuss. I think both of them have pros and both of them have cons. England's doing very nice overall.
Africa is lost, though.
Africa's lost, which is really unfortunate, but aside from that, I don't think there's an area where they're facing serious fire pressure.
Yeah. And I think they're going to get a lot out of India, too.
They're going to gain a lot from India. They're going to make some losses in Caribbean, but they have the rest of their North American holdings that are very strong and stable right now.
Are you sure they're going to lose the Caribbean? It looks like they can defend decently well against Spain.
Defeat St. Augustine, I suppose. So, yeah, and they can make a good solid effort here, I do suppose. All right.
They have the same number of fleets as... They actually have one more fleet in the Caribbean than Spain does right now.
Very true. Very true. I do like England as well.
France, I think England goes in A tier.
I agree. France, unfortunately, has a lot more to be worried about. Europe is going very well for France. It's going very well. I think they're going to get a lot from Austria, and I think they're going to be able to swivel that and then suddenly start getting a lot from this Portugal push into Spain. North America, conversely, is looking very not good and is probably going to be under a lot of firepower from the regionals.
Yeah, I agree with that. Especially like, did they have a Ojibwe at some point?
Yes, I believe they were in. Yes, they were in Ojibwe, I believe.
Okay, yeah. So it looks like they're getting pushed pretty badly then.
Indeed. I think that means France stays in B there for me.
Yeah, I think France is a B.
Honestly,
Like they definitely have potential, but
that means that the end of year 3 ranking list actually a lot more similar to what it was at the end of year 2 than I thought it was going to be. There is a lot to still keep our eye out for, but I am still very much a Congo supporter here. I really want to see them pull it out because I think that would be a great end result to this game. But
yeah, I agree. It would be nice to see someone win a Blitz game.
it would be very nice. I want to very quickly, while we're talking, I now have 2 pings from the void messages here. I want to read those real quick. King of Prussia has been pinging me multiple times now to make sure that I'm keeping an eye on what's going on with them. The unfortunate restock position there. I've got one from Downpour as well. This turn is my magic rabbit. I am a magician. Okay, we need to look at moves immediately.
Yeah, we should look at the moves. Yeah.
Those are the move up here that are being stated. Let's pull those up.
All right, where do we want to look at first?
After hearing that, I want to go look at Ming and I want to see if they're turning this
Yeah, I
around.
agree.
The answer, I mean, it kind of. They're gonna get Bombo back from Moobles.
Yeah, I think this turn went very well for me.
It did. They blocked the convoy attempt here from Toku. That's a very nice call from them to get that blocked. Oh, they're in Yellow Sea as well. I think that means they force Pyongyang in the fall. Or at the very least, make it so that this unit that just moved into Basili Sea is not going to be able to put
Did
pressure on
Toku
Beijing.
stab Ming and Qing?
You know what? Respect. We were just saying that Toku isn't going to get anywhere unless they stab one of them. Porque no los dos.
Yeah. They went for both of them. I mean, hey.
Power to you.
Yeah.
Power to you. This did go fairly well for Ming here.
I see the questionable holds you were looking about. Why is Highland Pow holding?
Which one in specifically? Because yeah.
Highland Pow, that one. Why?
Highland Pow. Have you noticed that have you been noticing that Yak Stooks has been coring?
I mean, I feel like that there's not anything inherently wrong with pouring that.
Have you noticed that Kranso Yarks has been coring right on the front where they want to be pushing in against Russia? Oh.
Well, if they're not pushing Russia and instead spending those units on Ming, I think that's fine.
I don't know. I'm trying my best to stay positive with all of these holds and cores, but there have been a lot of hold and core orders that are like actively on fronts that the player could be using to push in against. That's been where a lot of the very confused moves and memes have been coming from this game.
Yeah. Toku took Qing support into Chukchis, tried to convoy into Hokkien, and moved against Qing.
They went for it.
Okay, I think we rated Toku a bit too low, actually.
I just wasn't expecting them to go for it. They've had the opportunity.
I was not either.
They've had the opportunity a few times to do it, and they just haven't. But now they have, and they're pushing in, and props to them. All right, Spain took some Dutch support to get to Philippine Sea, which is funny.
Yeah. And they kept Formosa. And since Toku and Ming are fighting, maybe they don't lose Formosa.
Hey, that would be very nice for them in that area, making sure they don't lose all of their influence over there. Let's see here. Mughals are...
Why are the Dutch coring Cotabato and Sambas? Okay, yeah, I'm seeing what you mean now.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you seeing...
And Donnie, okay.
And this has been the entire game. I want you to know that Salt and I have been dealing with the constant coring and hold orders for 4.5 hours already.
Fun.
Ming is cooking. Ming is cooking indeed.
Ming is cooking, yeah.
They can keep it going, and I want to see him keep it going. All right, let's look at a different area here. I want to go back to Mughals. Off of it's opting not to push into Mughals, which is a bit surprising to me, though. Mughals are...
England is supporting Mughals against Ming.
While also taking support into Delhi.
Yeah.
Mughals are not doing super hot here, but that was expected, to be fair.
Yeah. Oh, and no, Bamo doesn't get pipped. They can go to Yongsheng.
I'm really surprised. It's more of the Safavid-Russia border resulting in no moves. I'm not surprised about that.
Tbilisi and Sachi both supporting each other to Durban. That's gotta be...
Oh, yeah. Not even the first time that specific order has happened in this game. These 3 centers right here, Sachet, Tilbist, and Durban, it has been so many hold orders. Oh, so many. I'm surprised Safavid turned around because I really do think that their best options for more centers were coming from Mughals here. A lot more from Ottoman as well, and they've half-heartedly moved against Ottomans. But Tehran moved to Shiraz here, which I just don't understand. I guess they wanted to cover...
Maybe he's trying to go to Khuzestan?
Khuzestan, I guess? Cover Baghdad moving there, I guess?
Ottomans walked out of Riyadh for no reason.
No. Oh, man.
Why?
I guess they just expect...
Portugal can just retreat there and then they have to worry about that.
There's a sea border there. That's crazy. And they're coring Mahra. Alright. Well,
I think they agreed to let Russia give them Alkachev, which is nice, up in the north.
Big if true. Russia is struggling, though.
Looks very agreed.
Sweden gets Arkhangelsk, Poland gets Moscow. It looks very rough for them. A lot of areas.
Yeah. They can probably retake Moscow, but actually, yeah, they probably can.
I want to move down to Africa and look at this spaghetti monster down here.
Congo didn't attack Abyssinia or Ajuran.
I don't know if I agree with that. They moved to defend Kanim, for example. And they also walked out of Luongo, which is interesting. They clearly defended Kanim against Abyssinia, so they're not trusting them in the slightest, but I do think that they should be more of an active effort to try and gain some of these Abyssinia centers.
Oh, I just noticed. Ottomans have a guaranteed convoy into an Abyssinian core.
Indeed, yeah. Cairo to Red Sea. That's a nasty one. And with Abyssinian walking out of Aksum, Ottomans just gets Mekele, yeah. Ouch. Abyssinia. Uh-oh, Raggy. Okay, France is just trolling at this point. France is just trolling us at this point.
Oh, yeah.
You don't do this unless you're specifically trying to ticked me off after what's happened in the first half of this game. Come on.
Hey, it worked. They now have they're probably gonna get Moravi back. Or take Moravi.
Wild.
And probably also Mapondo, so why is this actually somewhat working for them? I don't like that.
I don't either. I hate this. I hate more that it might work for them. Big blunder from Abyssinia? Indeed. I think Abyssinia... There was a turn a while ago where we were questioning why Abyssinia just turned face around from the Ottomans, and I think we're going to see why that shouldn't have happened and the consequences of those actions right about now, because Ottomans are going to start bouncing back because of this and making reasonable gains.
I think this could have been a very good turn for Ottomans if they held Riyadh.
I think so, yeah. Now they're going to be struggling with that center now, and that really just cuts their gains at the kneecaps.
Yeah.
Congo, unfortunately,
all right, let's look at
facing some
Mali
backlash
now.
here. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah. Let's look at Mali now. Yeah. Ooh, they lost. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Gene.
I believe it's called Jin. Yes.
Oh wait, I'm being pinged.
I believe you're wrong. Ottomans is set up for a killer convoy into Abyssinia.
We haven't.
We did.
Oh, they're saying Portugal didn't retreat into Riyadh. Well, we don't.
We're not looking at retreats, and we did.
We can't see that. Yeah.
We did notice. We're noticing the stab onto Abyssinia. That's what we're talking about. We're saying Ottomans had a really good turn, except for walking.
It would have been really good if Portugal did actually expand their retreat. Then this is great for them because they can just take Mekelle and Aden and not have to worry about.
Indeed, but if Portugal back retreats into Riyadh, that's It's
if they did retreat into it, then
it's a center that if they do this convoy and if they take on Den, that's not a center Ottomans are getting back very soon, and it's just a loss.
Yeah.
We'll see though. We'll see.
I mean, they do just have a unit next to Riyadh that they can cover with, probably.
Mali is doing Mali things and continuing to stay alive.
Yep.
They
do lose a center though, which is kind of unfortunate.
Indeed, but they're going to get into Timbuktu, I believe. Or no, that's going to bounce, isn't it? Because support.
Yeah, no, that bounces. Yeah, that's a bit painful, but
fortunate.
They can probably get one of them back. Although if Portugal's moving against them, probably not.
True. Portugal is going to make Mali a lot more difficult. It's going to make everything Abyssinia is trying to do a lot more difficult. I'm surprised Abyssinia is still out here. Like, Abyssinia, it's just so far overextended, and they've left themselves wide open to the Ottoman stab. It's just not good for them in any situation here. I do want to move on here and go up to Europe here. It looks like Ottomans are continuing to do well in this area as well. I don't want to talk about Marrakesh, and we won't. But in the Mediterranean, they're doing okay.
I think Marrakesh coring is actually one of the cases where it's completely fine to core.
They're better off trying to... I know that they don't want to kneecap Spain here, and they want to make sure they get stuff, but...
Well, if you are stabbing Abyssinia, you do need to cover Gadmez, so...
I suppose, but you could have... I feel like this turn, you could have Marrakesh support Rif in the Tangier, for example. And then in the fall, Marrakesh can cover Gadams. I feel like
if you don't want to be fighting Spain that hard, then...
I understand, but they're pushing into Spain in the Med, trying to get into Algerian Basin.
That might be an agreed bounce.
I don't know how I feel about that if that's an
I mean, they're both committing so little to that front. Also, if they were fighting, why is Sicily coring? Why? If they were fighting Spain, Sicily would not be coring.
I've been saying a lot. I've been saying a lot of that this game, to be fair, but
I think people just core if they don't know what else to do for a unit and they don't have the time to figure out what to do with it.
It feels so wasteful, because how many of these court centers are going to get builds in this entire game? I guarantee you it is a single-digit number across every single
Yeah,
power combined.
Probably right.
I understand it's a Blitz game and time limit is short, and that's probably a very valid reason why a lot of these mistakes have happened across the entire game, and why a lot of these Holton cores have happened. But there are better options to pursue with those units, I feel, and especially when we know the time limit is really short on the game, and when you know that you only have about 6 or 7 years to make things work. I really feel like you have to be aggressive. You have to be going for the punches when you can. So if you're Ottomans in this situation, and you have the ability to contest dots like Tangier and get units into places like Tyrrhenian Sea so you can start contesting Sardinia, I feel like you have to be doing that rather than just
Yeah,
and
no,
sitting still.
I don't understand Sicily coring. I feel like that at least should be going to Tyrrhenian.
Especially with Ionian Tripoli going to Ionian? Like, do you want that to be pushing against Naples, potentially? I guess? Then even more Sicily should be going to Tyrrhenian.
I feel like if they had gone to Tyrrhenian, they would just take Naples here.
Exactly. It's the defensive plays when you need to be aggressive. Blitz, I just feel you have to be far more aggressive in Blitz than we have seen a lot of these players be. And that's why all of this coring and holding has really been frustrating to see. It's because there are options. We see the options, and we understand that the time limit is tight and there are easy things to miss. But finding something that is even somewhat useful for a unit to do rather than it just sitting still feels like it will be more productive than just letting it sit there and not getting Naples and not getting Sardinia. I will say, though, while we're doing that, and it's over here, I suppose Athens can hold, I guess. Move it up to Sarajevo, I guess. Bring it back, I guess. I don't know. I want to get through some more of these moves to watch. France actually gets booted out of Freiburg here. So they get positioned to just very easily contest Nuremberg here and keep it and hold it. They're going to force Austria to be really cagey when it comes to Innsbruck this turn. But France needs to be careful because they have allowed this Austrian unit that now is in Freiburg to completely pierce their backlines. This Freiburg unit can go to Strasbourg in the fall, and then France is actually in trouble here. Having that nuisance army there just really contesting a lot of these home centers and back units, France is probably going to get enough builds to be able to build and defend it, but having that front line get pierced and give the option for Austria to push in further, really not good for France in terms of keeping this land war on their terms. Loyos, you there? Did I cut out?
Oh yeah, sorry, I was doing angel things.
No, you are more than fine. Sorry, everything just went quiet, and I was trying to make sure we're good.
Oh yeah.
Also, once again, England tries to convoy in again, and they get bounced in Christiania again. Wasn't this the exact same moveset they tried last spring? Am I crazy? Am I crazy in that regard? England has put in basically this exact same moveset before.
I mean, to be fair, there was not actually a moveset. I guess they could have just taken Skagerrak, and that probably would have been better.
I think so, especially if they could coordinate with France a bit more to actually force the Dutch out of Wadensee. Because right now, it's pretty obviously a France-England duo that's trying to push here.
Yeah.
So this moveset from England feels really bad. Oh, and Russia's in Greenland Sea as England boots out of Iceland here. So not looking good for England from those moves. It's really unfortunate for them. Spain did a good job of fighting back against this Portugal push. So now Portugal's going to have Seville and Madeira, and I believe that just means Madrid is gone. So
Yeah. Not much they could have done about Madrid, though.
It's really
So.
unfortunate. Without the ability to build an extra army in there, there's very little that could have been done in that situation. They did the best they could, and I will respect them for that.
Yeah. All right, let's go over to North America.
The Americas, yes, there's a lot to see here. Let's.
Athabasca stabbed Inuit.
Thank you. I like we said, I think if one of these regionals becomes a really dominant force, which it's looking like, especially because Yuchishone also went up here to Kipchak Day in order to get Yupik from Inuits as well and for salutes. It definitely looks like Inuits have become the target here, and perhaps Yuchishone and Athabasca are trying to work it out between the two of them, which definitely could happen. Definitely very well could happen. Oh, that is something I should point out as well. Greenland Sea borders Eddie? Greenland Sea does not border Edinburgh. No, I'm afraid you are mistaken about that, or that is a bot error. Apologies.
The bot thinks that it does. Yeah, the bot, for some reason, the bot thinks that Greenland Sea does border Eddie because there's like one pixel that does, even though it's not meant to.
I don't think that's intentional. I do not think that's intentional. That is very funny, though. But yeah, Inuit seem to got the brunt end of the stab, while Athabasca and Ute are trying to make it work out between the two of them. That could potentially work, though. I think the end result is just going to end up being that Athabasca gets the upper hand over Yuchishone, and Athabasca ends up the dominant power in the region.
Really? It looks like Ute is doing very well against Spain here.
Ute is doing very well against Spain, but they continue to push more and more of their units down south. If you look at their actual border that they have with Athabasca, they have this one unit up here that's doing a dance that can really effectively do anything. If, say, for example...
I mean, to be fair, Atha also does not have any units on the border. They completely moved away from it.
That is also true. Athabasca has similarly moved the dance away. They may be trying to just work it out between the two of them. And if they can make that work and make it so they both get the gains, maybe.
All right, fall moves just come out, so let's quickly do South America.
Indeed. All right, so... Sorry, I just took a bite of some food there. It looks like Spain is able to hold Mexico City here, which is good for them.
Yeah.
And a whole...
And everything in the Caribbean holds, pretty much?
Yep, big ol' hold fest, because everyone's afraid of each other. England gets in...
Nothing moves in the... No, Bay of Panama moves to Cartagena. That's the only move.
That is the only move that goes through at all, period, is Bay of Panama goes to Cartagena. That's it.
Very fun.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. And if we look further south, most of it seems to be about right. Aymara is the one who's getting dogpiled in the situation. Aymara opts to try and move in against Portugal here rather than defending against Mapuche, and Mapuche makes the wrong call on how to try and attack into Aymara here, and Aymara actually defends fairly well.
Yeah.
Because Assumption bounces with Chiquitano
and they just walked into Bahia. Yeah, this was a great turn for Aymara.
Oh yeah, Aymara. We have written them off, but like that, I don't think that could have gone better for them there. That's really nice for them.
They do lose Madeira, but that was guaranteed anyway, so...
Pretty much. This is just about best case for them. Portugal's still going to get to retreat into Pano, which makes it very annoying for them. Like, if they coordinate with Spain, that can put a lot of pressure on Exura, which is really not good, but...
Are you sure Portugal retreats into Pano and not Goiás to try and retake Bahia?
They could do that as well and try and opt for the back retreat instead of the forward retreat. I'm just looking at the 4
Yeah.
retreats still being possible problems for them.
Yeah, true.
Mapuche's
Mapuche did get a Portuguese center though, so the turn
Yeah.
wasn't all bad for them.
wasn't all bad. They get into Kanguinui, and Chiloe moves out into Ragavine Basin, which is going to put pressure on Aymara. But this turn did not go near as well for them as they would have liked. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Other notable things. Hawaii goes to North
Hawaii
1, which
successfully
succeeds.
gets into NPO 1, yeah. Yeah.
Whole
And Inuit tries
strategy.
to get into SPO 4, which does not succeed.
I think it does succeed because there's only one power defending Coral Sea. Yeah, Portugal did not defend support whole Coral Sea. They instead tried to get into Guinea.
Which
They
got
cut. Yeah,
for the
sorry.
move.
I clearly need to put some more caffeine in my system to make sure I catch those.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, we're looking at the
Um,
fall moves now, and
Should we look at retreats first, or just go straight to fall moves?
we haven't really been covering retreats because you see them on the fall maps, and to be frank, we've been talking very slowly, so we just haven't had much time.
Yeah, true.
We, in this instance, I mean me and Salt specifically. You have no
Okay.
fault to you. The chat here is really sad that the Ottomans opted to cover the Portuguese retreat when they took the unit off the board. I'm confused.
Why would you cover it with that unit? I guess the center is still guaranteed next year anyway, but
Yes. Either way, Abyssinia is not looking good here. But
yeah, they just tried to cover Riyadh in case Persia went for it, or Safavids, which is fair, I guess. But I would have covered it with Mara, but that works too, I guess.
I suppose. Oh well, it is not a huge loss. I don't think it's a huge loss.
I think this is a pretty good turn for the Ottomans. They got into Algerian Basin, and they actually finished 2 cores.
They finish their cores. They get the Abyssinian.
No, they finished 3. They finished all 3 cores that they started.
Good for them. Hey, you know how
I
was talking about that Athens unit not really doing much, so I guess they're putting it to a place where it's going to start doing stuff.
Yeah. And then it looks like they supported Russia into Kiev, and unfortunately they got bounced out of Bakhchisarai. Russia retook Moscow from Novgorod for some reason.
Why from Novgorod?
I don't know. Maybe Sweden said they were gonna tap Novgorod.
Maybe? I guess
if you think Sweden's gonna tap Novgorod with Arkhangelsk, then they walk out of your center and into the Polish one.
Please. Yeah, the chat is very confused about this specific moveset from Ottomans. If Portugal
I would also not have done this moveset.
Yeah. If Portugal had retreated into Rita, that's something else, but they didn't. They didn't. And
I mean, if Portugal retreats in,
the only way that Safavids go in is if they give up. Well, they wouldn't give up Rostov because they backfill the unit in, I suppose. But
yeah. No, Safavids were too busy coring Muscat, obviously, to do that. Because this is a Blitz game. Of course, they're going to core a unit.
Core is by far the most powerful move you can do. So obviously, they're going to focus on that primarily. All right. I want to take a look at Congo while we're down here, and I suppose also Ajuran. This is still too much of a giant spaghetti monster for me to really see.
Can we take a moment to ask why France did Cape Co to Mapondo and then Crozet Basin to Cape Co?
Were they afraid of Kalahari tapping them? I guess.
It's literally guaranteed there are no units adjacent to it. And for once, they can actually finish a core.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Why start coring if you're not going to finish coring when you don't need the unit to do anything else?
The cores and the holds. Clearly, there is some sort of divine influence going on with the cores and the holes. Congo is unfortunately
Yeah.
on the back foot here. They get to Moravi, but they lose Barotse in the process, and they didn't make as many gains this year as they probably needed. They lose Fernando Poe in this exchange, which is
So
really
Congo is neutral.
yeah. They go up Saint Helena and Moravi, but lose Barotse and Fernando Poe. That's
Oh no, they're +1. They're +1.
oh,
I
they
didn't see
grabbed
Saint Helena.
Aha as well. Yes, but
Yeah.
they lose Neem. No, Mandara did not get tapped. Okay, it's not the growth that Congo really needs, unfortunately. I think that's
Yeah,
the
no.
problem. A lot of unit dancing going on here. I really want to know what Congo's plan is going forward because
Abyssinia stabbed Congo here.
I don't think it was a stab necessarily.
They supported, I guess, fair, but Congo wasn't attacking them either way.
Congo wasn't directly attacking them at that point, but
Congo
like that
didn't
was
think
gonna-
Abyssinia was going to fight them, so I think that's a stab.
I suppose. I suppose. I really just want to see a little bit more growth from Congo here. So only going +1 this year is not good when you really need to. When you're the board leader, only going +1 is not a great sign.
Yeah.
France is trolling confirmed. I mean, we already knew that. But
Yeah. That's what that order set is. They're intentionally trying to annoy us. I see now.
yep. Every single move this game has been every single one of the players intentionally trying to make this commentary as obtuse as possible.
Yep, very fun.
Back up.
What actually is happening with Austria?
Let's go back up to Europe. We already talked about Poland and Russia a little bit here. I don't know if that spaghetti monster means that Sweden. I think that's spaghetti monster means Sweden gets into Helsinki.
Prague is holding.
Prague,
Why is Prague holding?
Prague hold? You just give up Vienna?
That's gotta be a misadjudication.
I mean, no. It definitely
Or a
looks like they support
misorder.
hold.
It's yeah, it holds. Okay. And because of it actually, yeah. Because it holding, they don't retake what did Silesia do here? Cut Vienna?
No, Silesia support held Prague. I think.
Why? You're cutting Nuremberg.
No, maybe that isn't.
If it just taps.
No, that's a circle on the end of that dot, not an arrow. I can't quite tell. Let me look at the clean map real quick so I can tell what the end result of that is.
The end result of it either way should be that nothing happens. Since Nuremberg got cut either way.
No, that was a tap into Vienna, so Poland does not get Vienna.
Oh, okay.
Rough turn for Poland then.
Poland can just retreat into Trieste, right?
They can retreat into Trieste, though. That is true. So Austria still gets dotted
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. And then Austria takes Freiburg, doesn't lose. No, they lose Nuremberg. Yeah.
Lose Bremen.
No, they get Nuremberg back. They don't even lose Nuremberg. They get it back.
Oh, true.
Right? That's what that is.
They do end up in Nuremberg and force France retreat out there. And they get Freiburg back.
And they take Rome. Is Austria building this year?
No, they lost both Bremen and Brandenburg.
Oh.
To the Dutch. The Dutch are stabilizing in Europe.
Dutch. I thought it was going to be the other way around. The Dutch have 4 setters in Europe.
How? How have they stabilized? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't.
And what is this another attempted convoy to Denmark this time from Europe?
Did they think Russia was going to be convoying them in? They must have, right?
I'm so confused what this notation is supposed to mean. I think it means attempted convoy.
Yeah, Mike, that looks like they thought Russia was going to convoy them into Finland, but instead they just took Bergen, which is probably a better thing for Russia to do.
100%. England very
Yeah,
much
because they also
not
supported
looking hot.
Westland Christiania. So
Yeah,
why
Russia.
would Russia ever want you to have an army on Finnmark, though?
Exactly. Like, clearly, Russia wants those gains. Why would? Okie dokie. You know what? Well played by
Sweden,
Russia. Well played by Russia.
Sweden is building this year. Sweden is building too this year. So maybe we
Wild.
were a bit too harsh on the Swedish position.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Poland isn't Baltic though, which is kind
Europe
of
has gone like exactly opposite how we expected it to.
yep.
Oh, is that a Sardinia core? Instead of Sardinia supporting Belarus to Algerian basin?
I don't know.
Spain! This is what I'm talking about! Don't core here! This is
All right,
wild.
where have we not done yet? We haven't talked about
Let's
Safavids.
Yeah, let's go to East Asia a bit here. Safavids, Mughals, Ming, Qing. Let's get some talks.
Safavids. You know what they do? After completely backing away from Mughals last turn, they decide to take Yarkand.
You took 2
Very
turns to
fun.
do a 1-turn action, but congratulations. You do also
Yeah.
lose Derbent, though, because Russia and the Ottomans
Yes.
finally
So
coordinated.
they are only +1. Yeah, they finally successfully coordinated.
They are moving against Mughals here, though, which means that's probably a breaking point for Mughals. They're losing just about everything this year. They're losing Delhi, they're losing Sarasam, they're losing Kolkata, they're losing Yarkland. That's a nasty turn for Mughals.
I'm sad. I just looked at something.
What?
Toku took Nanjing with a fleet, while the army in Amami held.
No. No. Toku, no. You even did a convoy this turn. Your convoy to Tsushima? To Tsushima? No.
I mean, I guess it's guaranteed that they get in there.
I suppose, but you're really slowing
Maybe
yourself
they
down that
took
way,
that
aren't
because
you?
they're working with Ming, because Ming supported them into Formosa. I don't.
But they took Nanjing.
Yeah.
They took Salian, and Toku's just taking left, right, center, it looks like.
Yeah. Also, if Amami's gonna hold, core it. For once, just core it. Why do you hold when it's better to core? And core when it's better to do something.
I don't get it, and I'm tired of trying to overanalyze this stuff like this. It keeps happening. This has been the entire game, Aeolus. The entire game.
Nice. Very fun. So Qing got their core in Krasnia disrupted. Who would have guessed that would have happened?
What?
They successfully took Beijing.
They did take Beijing. I think that was guaranteed, though. They also supported.
Yellow Sea could have just held Beijing. It was absolutely not guaranteed.
Oh, Wow, interesting. That's really unfortunate for Ming then.
Yeah. And then Ming loses Bamo and Ava. They do get Fan Rang, but they lose. Yeah, this was not a good turn for Ming.
Yeah, Ming is not succeeding
They
in this
also
turn here.
attempted to support Oriental Sea into Pyongyang.
They attempted to. It does. Yeah, it does look like Toku
It would not have worked, but
Toku did dot Jing here as well.
yeah. And Qing supported Inuits into Chukchis.
Yeah, back in the Chukyus there. That way Toku doesn't get the center. And Inuit gets into Koryaks. While Inuit got stabbed in North America, this is a wild turn.
Yeah.
Spain used the support that the Dutch used to make sure that the Dutch can't get Cebu and will probably lose Zamboanga next turn. Beautiful plays, I guess. This time, hey, look, Mapuche got into Coral Sea. Hey, well done. Good on the guess
Hey.
there.
Well, also Portugal did a good guess by covering Flores.
True. Dutch lose
The
Batavia.
Dutch lost Batavia, which is kind of...
Unfortunate for them.
They did take Maldives and Ceylon this year, though, so they're still gaining over here somehow.
Dutch core Donnie, they win the game. So true, bestie. So true. Yeah. Let's switch back over to North America because I kind of want to look at Inuits on the other side. And in other words, I want to see... We're seeing Inuits getting some success.
Atha supported them back into their center.
You're joking. No, you're joking. While France tried to support...
Atha stabbed France here also.
That's wild.
You know what? It's Blitz.
It's Blitz.
I cannot hate on this. I cannot hate on this play.
No, not at all. Like,
actually, Inuits building. Never mind. I'm hating on this play. I think Inuits are building, right? Because they got...
let's see here.
Oh, never mind. I'm just... Yeah, they got Port Royal. And they got...
They did
Aurillac.
not get brought allotted.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. They lost 2. They're not building. Oh, okay. I thought they were building for a second. That would have been really funny.
And Athapaska attempts to dot Yuchashone. And Yuchashone calls it. This is a wild game.
That might be an agreed bounce. My guess is that's an agreed bounce.
That would be very fair. It would make sense based on the fact that that's literally the only thing on their borders right now.
Here's something that really annoys me. Saltillo not supporting Berlanga Ridge into Mexico City.
Why? It's holding. No, that's gotta be a misorder. It's gotta be. There's no way you go. Yeah. There's no way you go.
You know,
to
at
Mexico
least they didn't
City
core
if you
it. At least they didn't have Saltillo core.
At least it's not a core. You're so true. St. Augustine cord. Everyone in the Caribbean is hold festing again. Except this time, no, Spain gets Havana because England is just sitting there.
The Dutch got into Guiana Current, which is something. So
Orinoco actually got into Permubo. And what did the Dutch do about it? That's right, Core Cayenne.
It was actually guaranteed, but whatever.
It was. It's just the cores. The endless cores on this map. Do you want to point out England dotting France in Seneca here?
Definitely. Hold up, wait. Aymara absolutely cooked. What?
Hold on, yeah, let's scroll down here. They forced the Dutch out of Madeira. Spain turns on the Dutch and pushes them out of Putumayo. Mapuche completely backs off both Ragavine Basin and Santiago.
And they're take so Bahia. Aymara's +2 here.
They're so back!
Yeah.
They're so back! Off Aymara. Never should have doubted you.
And surprisingly, at the beginning of this year, I would have not have expected that they have 2 open home centers to build in, but they do.
And they have open home centers? That's wild! Well played to them. Absolutely pop off.
Yeah. Oh, is that everywhere?
I believe that's most everything discussed about there. Which means we're going to be moving to the end of the year here. I don't think there's much else I want to talk about that we didn't already touch on. A couple of small things, but this is a very interesting turn. I'm going to pull up the clean map, and we'll just change that to the builds map once builds are out. I really want to take a look at this and see how we're feeling about this game because that's a shake-up turn. Excuse me. That's a shake-up turn. Unfortunately, think the shake-up turn just ends up turning into everyone is really struggling to make meaningful progress in this game. This is not turning out like Blitz 1, where we ended up seeing some very dominant powers at the end that were able to leverage their positions to be able to nearly close out the game. They didn't quite. They nearly did. This time around, I don't see it. Yeah, Aussies is pointing it out in the chat here. This ends in a draw.
I don't think anyone.
I don't think anyone is going. This is the end of year 4. We have probably 3 years left, but I don't see anyone making enough significant progress in that time. I just don't. Like, everywhere, somewhere went well, somewhere went poorly for them. Portugal is making progress back against Congo down here in South Africa, while also making really good gains against Mali in North Africa, which we didn't touch on, by the way. Portugal absolutely crushed the pushback from Mali this turn. And then you look over at South America, and they were almost entirely booted from the region this turn. You look over at England and North America, and you see how they have this massive blob that is continuing to grow. They're stabbing France. They're making meaningful gains against you and Spain. And then you look over at their holdings in Europe, and you realize that they have been trying to do the same convoy move to Bergen for 3 or 4 turns now, and are facing aggression from Russia now. It's just nobody has that dominant position to be able to leverage this into something more than just a draw, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I have been really baffled by some of these plays. I have now, let's see, I have 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 18 seconds of me being incredibly baffled. It's all
very fun.
It's all caught on camera and going up on YouTube.
Are we gonna redo power rankings at the end of every year? Or?
I've been doing every year, yes.
Okay, so let's.
Yeah. I really don't want to dog on Russia because I'm gonna be real. I'm worried I've dogged on Russia far too much this game. I think that they have received a lot of flack from the commentary booth at this point. And they're making moves now. They have the entirety of what constitutes Norway at this point. They have 2 units fighting on North Sea at this point.
They have all of Norway, but they do not have Novgorod or Arkhangelsk.
Yeah, they're making moves, and I want to stop talking bad about them, because as much as they have made very questionable, very, very poor decisions, they're doing something now, and I don't want to be down bad on that. I just want to talk about our players making moves instead of coring, please.
Wait, hold up. Abyssinia is +2 here? What?
How? Is it just because they've disbanded a ton? Timbuktu and Jean. Okay.
They already own Timbuktu. Just that one.
And the spaghetti mess
against
against
they got a
Ogeron.
unit piffed. They got a unit piffed. Okay.
They got a unit popped probably, and the spaghetti mess against Ogeron got them one of their centers.
Yep.
That's really unfortunate because I kind of wanted to see Ottomans clobber them. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, and they took Binyoro. Never mind. Yeah, that's why. And Ottomans didn't take a den. Okay.
Have we talked about almost all of the colonials absolutely collapsing? Yeah. For all of the colonials,
I mean,
there is one area I look at them and I see areas where they're doing well, and then I look areas and I see, wow, how did they let that happen?
Yeah. I mean, 2 of the colonials are 3 of the colonials are building here.
Is anyone building anything meaningful this year, though? I want to see...
England's +4.
England's +4. That is a little surprising. That's bigger than I expected. I expected our biggest plus game this year to be +2.
England got 2 centers off the Mughals, so that might be... Why? Mughals are also -4, very brutal.
Mughals collapsing is just about the only thing that really England and Portugal both have looking forward to. All right. Our rankings. I'm gonna say something that might be. I don't think is too off the wall at this point. I don't think we have any S tier powers anymore. For the
Yeah,
simple
no,
reason
I would
of
agree with that.
I no longer see a clear contender in anyone winning this game. And there's 3 years left to play. And I definitely shouldn't be saying that because that saying that sentence is going to come back to bite me in the butt.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like doubling in 3 years is kind of hard for Congo, and and Ching went neutral.
Everyone who is at the top of the leaderboard made minimal gains at best this turn, I feel.
Actually, Ute went +2. I think Ute is probably currently in the best position. Why do I not like saying that? But
I don't think they are because they're going to start running in. I mean, that is Fleet Muskegee, I suppose, but they're going to start running into problems when trying to bust through more of England's stuff here. Is what I feel. I feel like they're going to struggle to get much further gains in North America
yeah, I guess that's fair.
without
Why
stabbing
is I just looked at the moves map. Why is Arapaho holding? Why do people hold centers instead of coring them? And why do they core when they should move? I still don't understand this.
I need to have a long and hard talk with everyone in this game why there have been so many dang core orders.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give a hot take.
Most of the time, you will not use the core that you made.
I genuinely want to know how many cord centers have builds that have come out of them this game. I think it's
All right, well,
at
let's
most.
check which centers have even been cored now. Let's look around the map.
I bet it is
Ming
at
cored.
most 2.
Xing has cored Nivix and Yakutsk. They attempted to core Krasnodar. Ming.
I don't think anyone's going
has
to
not
crack
cored
85% VSCC. Very possible. Entirely possible.
Yeah.
If Abyssinia wasn't building this year, I would want to give Ottomans some credit and try and see if they could push it into a win. I don't think they are at this point, though. I don't think they are.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay, let's very quickly round up notable.
After the whole deal with why are you not attacking Spain, you need to support whole Gadmez in case Abyssinia goes for it. They just core both of them. I didn't point that out.
Yep. Instead of actually trying to make an effort against Spain, which they definitely seem to be doing.
Okay, to be fair though,
Med.
I do think Marrakesh will probably be. There might be a fleet build in Marrakesh at some point during this game.
I don't think we're ever going to get to the point where that becomes relevant. I don't think we're going to get. Excuse me. I don't think we're going to get to that point. Maybe.
I mean,
because I imagine Ottoman
next
gets
year.
Rabat
Next
and
year,
Tangier.
if they have a build, if they attack Spain here and they have a build, I think it's entirely reasonable that they build in Marrakesh.
Maybe. Okay, you know what? The more I'm looking at this Ottoman position, the more I want to push it up on the ranking list this year. I'm not seeing an area that I would say is going horrendously off bad for them.
Yeah. And they do have a den guaranteed this year, even though they had it guaranteed this last year and didn't take it.
And instead, we have a Mothra 4.
Yep. I mean,
Whatever.
They might also want to build a fleet there, to be fair. Like, all of these Ottoman cores will probably actually maybe get built.
No, I don't believe that, especially when Ottoman has the ability to convoy 2 more armies into Africa here. I think that's more than enough potential to really disrupt Abyssinia. I will concede Marrakesh as an okay. I can see a possibility where that happens should Ottoman absolutely pop off. I do not think that Mahra is going to be a significant enough build at any point. Let's get on. Let's take a look at power rankings here, though. Mostly just want to try and discuss what needs to be moved. Congo, everyone out of S tier, I think is.
Should we now make S tier the for who you think is going to be board top?
I don't know, because I feel like And this is the problem, is that the board top is going to be ambiguous and it's going to be close. But everyone's going to be
Yeah,
close,
true.
not near 100 VSCC. I don't think anyone gets close enough to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, no, I don't either.
I
Like last
think-
game, it was very clear that England and Qing were like kind of running away with it.
Absolutely. I want to say that in spite of how there are a couple of really shady and sketchy areas going for them, that if England can capitalize India and not let something atrocious happen like a Portugal stab, if England can capitalize in North America, try and peek a few more of these French dots away, and push back against Shoshone, I think England is in the lead at this point. Not by much, again,
Yes,
for all the reasons we've
I
already
would
discussed.
agree with you on that.
But England did go +4. I think they're going to be able to mobilize something out of this year. I think Portugal also probably moves up. I like Congo's position, and Congo still isn't in a bad position. They have units on fronts to be able to push back and make progress.
Yeah, I just don't get what they were doing last year.
Yeah, their moves last year really left them a lot more open than they really needed to be. Yeah, Portugal did
Like
do
it
really well.
does not look like Congo is 15 units just looking at this map, but
right?
yeah,
They're at
they're
60
so
now.
spread out. Oh yeah, they're building, but oh wait, we have the builds map. I didn't even see that.
I'm gonna
Okay.
just switch over to that, so we have the builds map to look at, and then we will discuss power rankings for that as we take a look. The chat here is complaining about Mali opting to keep Zagwa over Yanni. I don't even know where Zagwa is on this map right now.
It
Over
is
here?
yep.
Oh!
Maybe they have some deal with Congo where they get Hawara or something.
My only
I don't know.
guess. Very
If
good
they
for
think they're
Portugal,
losing
though.
Niani either way, they probably should just.
Can someone please clip that, huh? I think, yeah, Mali, the last fall moveset, we didn't touch on it as much as we needed to. Mali got read completely wrong in the area. Portugal is doing well in both areas in Africa, but they also completely got booted in South America this turn. Like,
No, they still have Rio.
they still have Rio. I don't think that matters. I don't
I
think it's
agree.
gonna matter.
Yeah.
I do think England and Portugal are 1 and 2. I still don't think it's significant enough for it to really matter. I'm willing to keep both Congo and Qing up in that same tier with them, but Ming
Yeah, up in A tier.
is dropping. Unfortunately, I
Yeah,
think.
no, Ming. I don't. Honestly, wait. Ming was an A tier. I would not have put Ming in A tier last year.
I think they had the potential,
Ming in
and
a
we
build. Oh, they piffed all their retreats. Never mind.
Yeah,
they had a build.
they biffed the retreats. Honestly, built for build Chengdu, probably a smart idea.
Yeah.
I'm willing to put Ming in B. That sounds crazy because they've lost their capital, but
You know, Ming's definitely in B still.
they've pivoted to a position here that seems very defensible. Like, props to them.
Yeah, especially since Toku did not convoy an army into Nanjing for some reason.
Toku did not convoy army in. All of the Mughal armies just got deleted from existence, 360 no scope style, and Ming suddenly.
They kept Sangpa and Yugurstan?
Okay, hold on. You're trolling. You're literally trolling. You are literally trolling. Where are you going? What deal
Maybe
do you
Qing's offering
have?
to support them into Suzhou or something.
Then you're just on 1.
Okay, I think they're probably going to be on 1 at the end of this year anyway.
I think they're going to be on 0 at the end of this year.
Well, now, yeah. I think that's reasonable.
Okay, power ranking. I think Ming has pivoted.
I think they should have definitely kept Bhutan just because they probably don't lose Kathmandu if they keep it.
I think that's very fair. Kathmandu is a really defensible position with the impassable tile right there.
Yeah. To be fair, I think the only way Mughals lose is if they become a Janissary. So
True.
if that's what their goal with this was, then
Ming is dropping a tier, but they're not dropping that far. I don't think they have a really defensible position. I think both I think Yu Shishon is doing very well and has a lot going for them, but not enough to put them in A tier. I don't think. I think Athapaska is still not far behind them in that regard. But I do think that the other B tier here, between Poland, Inuit, and France, I think those all also drop. France has mainland Europe going for them, and that's it at this point. Poland is doing surprisingly okay over here in South America, but they are getting continually pushed further
especially
and
with
further back.
England and Spain now fighting, they're probably not going to lose anything.
Indeed, but
and they got 2 builds because they disbanded their retreats.
They did
somewhere.
I just don't see that Poland is going to be able to defensively.
To be fair,
hold
disbanding
this
Kiev was probably just going to rebuild there anyway. So
Sweden continues to push back in. Sweden has Narva guaranteed. And if Sweden and Russia coordinate, Novgorod falls. Yeah, Poland.
Yeah, what year did we have Sweden in last year?
We had Sweden all the way in F.
Yeah, no, they're definitely not an F anymore.
Not anymore. Sweden. We all like to talk about how Mali is the unkillable country. I think Sweden might be the unkillable country. Okay. I think Poland, Inuit, and France.
I think Mali goes to S and Sweden goes to Mali and Sweden switch.
Mali and Sweden should switch. You said Mali goes to S, and it sounded like you said Mali goes to S for a second.
I meant F. Oops, I said S.
No,
they go. Yeah,
very funny.
Yeah, no, they definitely go to S tier. Yeah.
Honestly,
Sweden.
Honestly, you know who's getting the bounce back up? It's Aymara. Bounce back.
And probably also Toku, even though they didn't convoy in for some reason.
They didn't convoy in, but they did the one thing that I think they absolutely needed to do to actually make progress in this game. And I respect that.
Yeah.
They have done the thing that they absolutely needed to do. You know who's going up? I think Ottomans are going to top of B tier.
Yeah, Ottomans.
Maybe even A tier. The more I look at this Ottoman position, the more I actually really like it.
Yeah.
I think had Abyssinia not gotten builds, I might even say Ottoman's in the best position on this board. Which is wild.
Yeah.
I'm putting Ottomans bottom of A. I said it. I like their position, and I think they're going to start contesting for the top here. Again, top of the board is not going to be much, and it's going to be heavily contested, almost certainly. But I like their position.
Yeah. I think we're sort of getting to the point in the game where the people who have the contention to do very well start to split off from just the people who are doing decently.
Indeed, we're starting to see that split off here. Well, to be fair, we had been seeing that split off for a while. There was one year where we literally just said the tier list based on you are higher or lower based on how many cores you inputted this turn. Cores and hold orders.
I think Atha should maybe, even though they're only on 10, Atha's position is also very good.
Atha is right behind Yuchishon. I think both of them are top of B. They're just a little further behind in order to actually make a position push here, I feel.
I think they could probably... You see, here's the thing. I think all of the countries we've put in B tier pretty much, except Ming, should probably be in A.
Honestly,
just the two of them.
We just put this here and we just make this the dog fight here. And we just put everyone who is okay in there, and then B is Ming Aymara, and then everyone else below them is just I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah.
I wish the Ottomans were more aggressive. I wish every single player in this game was more aggressive. The only player...
Toku is very aggressive. I approve of Toku's Toku might have been too aggressive, actually.
Something flipped on the break for Toku, because they were not this aggressive earlier. Like, Congo's been very aggressive, Ming's been very aggressive. Aside from that, so much passive and defensive plays this game.
Yeah, I feel like countries have either been too aggressive or not aggressive enough.
All right, I really like Aymara. We already mentioned that. Aymara is bouncing back, and I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the Aymara vision.
Yeah.
Mapuche, I think with Aymara this stable, Aymara and Kangangui and Mata Grosso, I don't think they stabilize as much as they need to in order to actually make something happen. I think Mapuche stays in C, but it's a high C. And what are we thinking? Something like that? Roughly like this for the tier?
Yeah, I think that looks good. Next year, we're probably going to need a dead tier. Well, either Mali or Mughals.
Well, that is Firebender tier, to be fair.
Well, no, they're literally dead, as in they're going to die and no longer be alive.
Let's just name the rest of the tier.
Firebender tier is just they're gonna die soon.
Solo isn't happening here.
It would be really funny if a solo happened after we said this.
Best in being mid tier. C. Constantly something tier. Constantly baffling? Confusing? Constantly confusing. That's some nice alliteration. I don't know. I'm just getting silly with it at this point. This is just silly. This is some real popcorn throwers tier namings right here.
Yep. Is
there anyone else I want to move around a little bit? I'm gonna move Poland even lower, honestly. Let me look at Safavids again. They built Army Herat? Army Herat was their build? But Tehran is right there, and you know Ottomans are giving you pushback. Huh? I'm a little confused by that. I'm keeping Ottomans where they are.
They probably want to go against Mughals and take their last centers.
I guess, but now Portugal is starting to... Portugal's going to want to start fighting them there in that regard. I'm not seeing the vision.
Yeah, also that might be another reason why they built it, is because they think Portugal's going to fight them, and they want to fight Portugal.
Maybe. But I would think that they know Ottomans are fighting them, so they're going to want that extra unit in Tehran because that can like support hold Siyunik here.
Are Ottomans fighting them?
They supported Russia in. They broke the stalemate at least.
I mean, maybe they do, but
Regionals especially need to play it loose to win quickly, and that's so much more true in Blitz, indeed.
Yeah. You know, as a regional, I think it is very hard to win in Blitz.
Indeed. All right. We have a little bit of time here while we're sitting here and we're enjoying the end of the game coming up. Let's take a look back on some voids.
You say the end of the game coming up, but we have 2.5 hours.
End of the game coming up. We're at that. I feel like we're starting to get to that point where the end of the game is in sight, at the very least.
Yeah.
We're starting to see...
Starting to become clear who's doing good and who is dying.
Indeed. Abyssinia is regretting some of their decisions regarding specifically their movement around the Sahara area.
I mean, yeah, they probably did overcommit to the Sahara a bit.
They did definitely overcommit to Sahara. I feel like if I was in Abyssinia's position, I would feel more restraint about not going for the Ottoman stab earlier. You weren't here for this, but Abyssinia had a position to really force Ottomans into a bad position in year 2, end of year 2, I believe, and they largely just backed off and completely flipped to fighting Ogeron. Imara is saying, I'm a rat. I'm a rat. I'm stabbing the person who kept me alive.
Rat tactics.
Rat tactics.
In Blitz, you need to use rat tactics.
Rat. It keeps you alive, and it is working for them. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Last Firebender says, "Get away, Aeolus." By the way,
Yeah, he doesn't like me.
that's unfortunate for them. Lots of England press about apologies. One of the England players is apologizing about how Sweden has gone absolutely poorly. However, I'm seeing something here which reframes a handful of things. Will either very much like or very much not like the outcome of this game as a result. It is looking.
Whose void are you in right now? Or are you in comms?
I was looking at the voids, but it linked to a comms channel. Yeah, it looks like France is offering a throw to England.
Oh.
That I don't know how I feel about that. I think England is already in the strongest position here. Throws in general are weird to me, and I don't appreciate them from the gameplay standpoint, but I also understand that it is a part of the game.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't see why France would throw here either. It's not like
I don't either.
is
France still has
terrible.
France still has a
They still have 20 centers.
They have 20 centers, and look at this Europe line. They're just gonna push and push and push. I don't like that at all. Inuit, the Inuit over under at 8.5. It's still over right now. Oh, by the way, it started 9.5. Inuit started this game by putting an over under at their final SC count for 9.5. Currently, they're still over.
Yeah. I mean, I think they. What are they at right now? Like 10?
They're at 11.
They're at 11. Okay. Yeah, I don't think they're doing that. I do not think they are keeping more than that. I'll take the under. I'm sorry, Inuit.
We were really hoping for an over from the beginning. Downpour is regretting not support holding Beijing, because if they had, it would have worked very nicely for them.
Yeah. That is unfortunate.
It's a very unfortunate call, but you lose the 50-50 sometimes. Here, there's not even going to be impunity even with a throw. Honestly, yeah.
What do you think of the Mughals frog picks?
Oh, the Mughals frog pick? It has been going all game. And I must say, you know what? Funny wins. That is about all I can say in response to this.
If no one wins the game, the Mughals win for being funny.
True. The Netherlands Void. The Netherlands Void is basically just a fishing hole. Cool.
I mean, they do have a voice chat, so.
Ottoman's game plan: peace out with Spain, stab Abyssinia, and Spain. ? Profit.
Yep.
I mean, true. Oh, Downpour has just put another message saying, "I'm so screwed, aren't I?" Downpour, you have pivoted into an incredibly defensible position, and you are still doing a lot better than so many of the other people on the board.
Yeah, like Firebender.
Like Ayutthaya, like Mughals, Like, honestly, Safavid. Like, honestly, Russia. You are still doing good.
Yeah. You're doing better than Bornu because they no longer exist.
True.
Petition to replace Mali with Bornu instead of just completely removing it.
I mean, we were talking about this at the very beginning of the game. We were talking a little bit about the map changes and how we think it's going to impact. I am of the camp that there will be a North African power in the final version of this variant map. There almost certainly will be a North African power.
There has to be. Just like I don't like the changes that they made. I feel like it makes it too stalematey.
I think it'll be an interesting experiment. Is what it will be.
I agree.
That is what I'm most looking forward to. All right, a lot of this is just different players being asked to catch up here. A couple of interesting things here. More of the Spain-Sweden posting. I see. If you want to look over at the screen here, Spain and Sweden are communicating this game entirely through GIFs.
Let me find that channel.
If you go to Spain Void, it's the most recently linked thing. To be fair, we're talking about Hun, so Hun does this.
Yeah. It's not like Spain and Sweden have that much to talk about.
Indeed. Oh no, Imara's saying I made so many typos in this turn's orders. No. Imara, no! Come on, Imara, bounce back. We believe in you.
Can you guys see the orders channels? Or?
I cannot, no.
Oh, okay.
I see Void, I do not see Order. Probably a good thing.
Oh yeah, I see that. They just typos and orders. They got it though. How much time do we have left? Orders are locked. Okay. Oh yeah, something that I do feel like is worth pointing out is that we do have a new Mapuche sub just for this year.
True, we did have quite a few subs going into the break here. I did not realize that Mapuche was one of them.
Yeah. Just this year, because the old player had to go somewhere, so that might change negotiations.
If we could see Orders, all it would take is for one spectator in public square to suddenly ruin the game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm curious to see how these last few years play out, because as much as I think we all see the outcome that is coming, I also think that there is some interesting ways for how we end up getting to this basically just a stalemate board.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think this is a stalemate board. I think it's just expansion's too slow for anyone to win within the given time frame.
Indeed. I do think we're going to get to year 7, though, which is really nice.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that the bot was causing...
But we did expand the amount of time to intentionally allow a 7th year.
Indeed. I think had the bot not caused a half-hour delay at the very start of the game, probably would have been able to get 7 years.
It was down.
It's real unfortunate, but it happens. It's just how it is.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the map at this point.
Indeed. People in the popcorn chat are talking about the map changes here. I don't really want to discuss the map changes too much, just because they don't apply to this game. So I really don't want to get started on a side tangent about something that is entirely not relevant to the actual commentary at hand, you know? All right. I'm curious looking at these like A tier powers that we put up here. I think I'm thinking that these 7 could. Yeah, I'm seeing these 7 just sitting in a power struggle for a while here, and none of them. Maybe England or Portugal breaking through. If France decides to throw, then I think England breaks through and
Oh,
becomes.
if France throws, then the game is completely changed, though.
Exactly. If France throws, especially soon, I don't think England wins off that. I do think England is then very suddenly, obviously, a board topper in that situation. This is some good time for me to eat more cereal and finish my apple cider, though.
Yes, I shall also eat more cereal.
I do want to say as well, by the way, when we were taking forever to get year 1 done, and I was saying, "Don't worry, we'll have time to catch up later." This is what I mean.
Yeah.
We have the time. We are thriving. Can I just say real quick? Shout out to the fact that people are here spending their entire Sundays to play a board game tournament together. Like, it's so fun.
Yeah. Also, shout out to the audience who are here all day, just watching people play a board game for all of Sunday.
Absolutely. If this is your podcast for the day, glad to have you. Hope you're having a wonderful time.
Yeah.
Not even a board game tournament. It's just a single game match.
Yeah, this is not even a tournament. It's just a single game that does not actually count for the ranking system of Imperial diplomacy.
True. I think of this as a tournament in the same way that you would think of like the 8 Hours of Le Mans as a tournament. You know, it's one match, but like it's one of those endurance games that you are in for the long haul for.
This is, I think, also maybe this is GIS games, because this is the last game of the A2 map that's going to happen, so.
Almost assuredly, yes.
We switch maps.
Has the Ice Cream Invitational started?
Yes.
All right.
Spring orders go through tomorrow at 6.
Nice.
8 EST, so.
And I suppose this is the last game that will be starting on the
Yes.
Alpha 2 Beta 1 app. We're sitting here waiting. Let's get a couple of other things that will be good to put up on the video overlay. If you haven't seen these Sisyphus overlay images about the constant shenanigans going on with these centers over here, like it's been constant this entire game.
We got the map though.
Okay, we got the map. There was one more I wanted to pull up. Which was it? Get further up. Oh yeah, the good ending here. I think I already put this one on the screen here, but
Yeah.
good ending jump scare.
All right, where do we want to look at first?
Let's see what speaks out here once I get the map open, shall we?
The first move that speaks out is Turf into Galapagos.
I mean, yeah. Jing's actually done a couple of orders like that this game. More holding in the Caucasus. No, you're right. It's hold fests again. They're not even all support holds at this point.
Yeah.
They're just.
I guess Ottomans just didn't get to.
They're just sitting there. No.
This looks like Ottomans did not finish their orders.
This looks like Safavids also did not finish their orders.
Yeah.
No. Chat, you're lying. You're lying. Ottomans did not core in Michele. No! I wanted to not focus on this in the second half. Why are we still doing this? Why are we still doing this?
It's really funny.
This is intentional at this point. It has to be.
Oh, Portugal stabbed England
In India?
and India. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that makes a lot of sense. Since Mughals are basically dead,
I
now
was expecting England to also stab Portugal, but
true. I guess not. They must have had faith.
yeah.
Unfounded faith, but faith. Okay.
Trusting King of Prussia or Captain Meme is something that
Yeah,
you
that
should not do.
that was their mistake.
Yeah.
All of these African regional moves, honestly, like, what is Ogeron doing here?
They're Congo lining, obviously.
They're surrendering. This is what it seems like.
That's not a surrender, that's a Congo line. They tried to stab Congo and it failed.
Congo line to Congo. That gets blocked by one unit, and then their entire turn does nothing. You love to see it.
Yep.
Portugal backs off of main front Congo.
Well, because I think they need to deal with Moravi.
True.
And also France. Probably more so France.
Congo opts for a self bounce because they're worried about Portugal SAO, I guess. I
mean, if you're not doing anything else with the fleets, then
I'm really not liking these Congo moves though. They're struggling to make headway in reasonable time. They have Mali on their spy. They have Mali on their side, which is really nice. Hopefully will allow them to crack into Abyssinia sooner rather than later, but they have slowed down considerably. Spain added again in the Caribbean? No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Gulf of Mexico to Bahamas. I like that move.
You sure?
Yeah, definitely.
Because something
They
tells
don't lose Gulf of Mexico now because they did that move. Yeah, they definitely. That's definitely just a misorder.
that's got to be a mistake, right? Right, that's got to be a mistake,
obviously
right?
they wanted to hold the Gulf of Mexico, so they moved it to a province that they knew was illegal. And
Actually,
also happened to be it's very similar to the name of a province that they probably meant to move to.
yeah. It's just so. There's nothing I can do at this point except laugh.
They could have actually piffed Baracoa if they have held Bay of Panama and bounce bomb his channel.
Yep.
Oh no, wait, they wouldn't even need to bounce bomb his channel. They could have just piffed it if they held Bay of Panama, which is really sad.
Well, yeah, because New Courland breaks Caribbean Sea here. This is so sad. Aymara is making more gains and just completely getting Spain off their back. So Mapuche is obviously not very happy with them, which makes sense. What about the other North American regionals here? Shown is making more progress down into Mexico City.
They're going to the Pacific.
They're going hard
and
into
also
the
getting
Pacific.
stabbed.
And also getting stabbed. What happened in Galapagos? What happened in Galapagos is a lot of funny orders. And also Spain went there for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, Ching self-bounce in Galapagos.
Clearly, that was a 80 days across the world self bounce right there.
Yeah, exactly. So you went to NPO 1, 2, and 3. 2 of which succeeded.
Dang. Okubits bounced in Kurilsi. And Ming and Qing made up. Look at.
This does not look like they made up.
Qing
Oh, never
support.
mind. It does.
Qing supported
Qing got
Ming
Beijing.
back into Beijing.
Yeah. Why did they still cut Chengdu then?
I don't know. I cannot tell you. I cannot. I don't know anymore.
Also, why is Qing not going against Russia?
Wait, no. Oh, no! No! Why not just support yourself in with Yamila? Why
Alright, so conclusion is that Portugal's doing the best.
Agreed. Second conclusion is that England will be up there as well if France actually is going to go through with the throw that they offered.
I guess that's just something you offer so you don't get stabbed.
I suppose so. But like a lot of the people we had up here in A tier, like Ottomans, biffed it this turn. Qing biffed it this turn. Congo moving a lot slower than they need to.
Athabasca, though, they did some stuff.
Atha's moving fine, and
although they did lose Ojibwe, which is not good.
True. Odd is not happy right now. Uh-oh. You may not be getting to year 7.
I love how everyone just failed to communicate around Papa Nick Choi. I'm not pronouncing that correctly.
Alright, sorry?
I'm not. Up in North America, everyone is just failing miserably to communicate around what is happening in that area.
Hey, look. You know what I see? I see a whole lot more shenanigans. In this case, the shenanigans are hold orders. Who's surprised?
The result is that Inuit gets in.
Yep. Inuit, the power that has been stabbed quite a bit. And this game is wacky. This game is absolutely.
Yeah, Atha's probably going to go +3 this year, probably.
Yeah, Atha stands to gain a fair amount. Probably the best of the regionals. Yu Shishon still making good gains here. Probably also not too bad, even though Atha is very much trying to
go to
move
the Pacific
against them here. Okay, what is this? Yes, we have already heavily looked at the auto moves. We don't know. We don't know. It's so wild looking at this board. It's so crazy looking at this. And you just look at the center right of your screen, and you see about 10 circles just up and down the map right here. It's crazy. I don't even know what much else to say at this point.
Yeah, this looks like the Ottomans spent way too much time on press and didn't get to their moves correctly.
Probably, which really just... They have unfortunately dropped the bag here as far as this turn.
Yep. Not support holding Michele is
just a mistake. What it is.
Yeah.
They clearly had put enough thought into their moves to choose to core Michele instead of holding it. Good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, France is making more of those pushes into Austria here. This is really the only area that France is seeing major success. Portugal is just continuing to crush in against Spain here at this point. At the very least, Ottomans are making this push against Spain that I've been wanting them to do for a while.
Yeah. That is... And I feel like they've been trying, but they've
been trying, but there have been a lot of slowdowns, both from...
I mean, now their Ottoman position is still very good, like, even though they ordered their orders were questionable.
They haven't like completely lost everything from this moveset, but
Yeah, no, like their position's still good.
they've lost what I think is their best opportunity that they will have, which is not good for them. How did these two Ming units do? They didn't even get into Suzhou. They didn't even get in because Ganzu did the Gansu unit did a weird chap of Chengdu instead of supporting Mughals in. So now Mughals has been entirely left high and dry. Who would have guessed?
No, they get in. They can walk into Turfan since the Qing army there moved to Galapagos, obviously.
Oh, true. Turfin just walked out of Galapagos. Why do that? Honestly, misplays. All right, sorry news, everybody. I have some unfortunate things to announce. We have a dead bot. Which unfortunately means there's going to be a fair amount of sitting around here and discussing a lot of the same moves here and trying to figure out where we think this game is going to finish up.
Great. Very fun.
Some of the players are seeing things like, I'm eagerly awaiting who's in the Firebender tier. Do some more void checks.
Yeah, the bot being down is not good for anyone.
It really is unfortunate. Tactics are cursed, but we're also stabbing each other and continuing to work together anyways in East Asia, says Tokugawa. I mean, yeah. Is what it is at this point. What else are you left to do in the area? Stab and be stabbed.
Just dot people. Surprised Tokugawa is still in Nanjing.
Toku is still in Nanjing, which is a little surprising here. I suppose Ming wanted to confirm that they really were going to get Beijing from Qing's word here.
Fair enough, I guess, yeah.
And now Ming should be able to force... In Beijing, now Ming can kind of force Nanjing in the fall. I'm curious what Qing thinks they're gonna get out of this deal, though, because I don't see Qing getting much of the benefit from this situation.
Ming supported Qing into Fusan.
They get Fusan, but what else?
And Toku's already attacking them, I think. Or I think they thought Toku was already attacking them.
I mean, Toku has been trying to dot them where they can. Like Lai Han was Qing's, and then they took it from them, and it looks like they're gonna try and take Shenhua over here in the fall. But Qing isn't going to get a lot of immediate gains from helping Ming out here, so I'm wondering what their end goal is. Oh, we didn't even really talk about down here. You know what? Let's talk about down here.
Yeah, Portugal is not doing very well.
Yeah, Portugal has just kind of been floundering in this area for a while. Puche is probably just.
They need to build something down here at some point.
They do, but I think the opportunity for that is past in this stage, and they're just going to start losing dots.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think Netherlands is going to clean this area up as best they can at this point. And they're remaining stable.
Like, the Solomon Islands was Tokugawa colored, which means Tokugawa went there and then didn't take Donnie.
Yep. You are absolutely correct. They went to Solomon Islands on a fall turn, then proceeded to disband Solomon Islands in the winter.
Very fun.
Oriental Sea Hold also questionable. I mean, I said this earlier, and I've said this many times. The holds and the cores, they're not even affecting me as bad anymore. Like, yeah, obviously, do something with this unit. Please, do something with it.
They're not. We already know they're not going to do anything with the unit.
Of course they're not going to. They never do. It's really interesting here. I mean, I'm just really concerned is what I'm concerned about. I'm really desperately concerned about the number of stray cores and holds that we're seeing. I get it. It's a blitz game. Getting all of your orders in on time is definitely rough, but we've been seeing a lot of it this time around, especially when you just compare it to how it was in the first blitz game. We've been seeing a lot more of just errant holds and cores that do nothing of value. You know what? Odd is down. I'm going to go through and I'm going to try and find every single chord center and see if there has even been a single unit build in any of them this game. Because I am genuinely curious. I think there is maybe one. I could not put you onto any single core that has genuinely mattered at this point. Not a single one.
There's probably been at least one. Surely someone's built somewhere that they core.
Maybe? Was that England building in Catawba there? It's so weird if that's their build. Bot devs have arrived. Let's go. Alright. I have found one. England cored and has built an army in Catawba. Saves you one turn when you compare building it in Norfolk, I guess. Was it worth the investment? I'm going to be real, I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not.
Hawaii's been cored? That's wild. Why would
that
you...
one? That one I get. I get Hawaii core.
Yeah, well, you know what? We talked about that. I'll say it's wild that went through and wasn't disrupted.
Oh. Yeah, that's fair.
But as far as cores that make sense, I will say that, you know what, coring Hawaii does make some amount of sense. I will give you that one.
Especially if their intention is to go into the Pacific, which it looks like it is.
Barbados got cored at some point. I don't know if that fleet there was a Barbados build. Let's rewind a bit and check. I don't think it was.
I think Barbados coring is fine, just because Poland, if they want to keep the colony, maybe they want to build some more units. More than just one.
Got nothing else to do, I guess. Yeah, Barbados cored it, then just sat there and has sat there the whole game. Yep.
Right.
To be expected.
Poland is somehow still in Africa.
Poland is in Africa. Good for them. Because they're going to retreat into Jacob Fort from here. They get popped from there, but...
If the bot comes back on and allows them to retreat into Jacob Fort.
True.
I don't think we pointed this out, but Poland got into Venice.
We did point out that Poland got into Trieste, so I imagined them getting into Venice. Oh, France is just intentionally sabotaging Austria by using that Polish unit. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a very fair amount of sense. Sicily was just cord just finished cord this last turn, so that's not a build. You know. Same with Marrakesh. I have seen that one English build so far, and that's it. That's the only one I've seen so far. I'm gonna keep checking. I keep on doing some scan lines here, but I do not think there is anything else.
Yeah, like so far in both of my actual MDIP games, I have chord things, and they have been very useful, but like the amount of chords happening here is just not.
They can be useful if you properly plan it out and have a strategy going in. It's just obviously very difficult to do that in a Blitz game.
Yeah.
In chord Hainan, but that never got a build. I'm very confident in saying
Hainan's a Ming pre-core.
Right, you are entirely correct. That's a pre-core. Portugal chord Wagamon at some point. Good for you. I highly doubt that has ever had a build.
And the Dutch chord Donny and Cotabato and Sambas.
Oh,
None of which have been built in.
well, I'm going to call it. There has been one singular core that has resulted in a build actually happening there. It happened here in Catawba. It saved England one turn of moving the unit from Norfolk to Catawba.
Compared to the 2 they spent coring.
Compared to the 2 they spent coring, and then the additional turns they spent moving out of it and then building there. Worth? No, not in the slightest. Why is everyone coring? If you want to maintain a high pace, coring isn't great. Blitz needs pace. Exactly. It's just been a lot of passive playing from a lot of the players in this game, and it's really resulted in this state that we're in now where what is the maximum VSCC that we see from any player right now?
Not even half?
Not even half, just over 40.
Just over 40 in a game mode where the main priority is to get
as fast
big as possible, as fast as possible.
And the person who's at the highest is Congo, who's doing a good job. To be fair, Congo is doing a good job and is, as a Congo player, is doing very reasonable. But it's just it's slow. Everyone's being so slow in a Blitz game. How can you be slow in a Blitz game? Okay, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna make an analogy that I hope somebody in chat is going to get. There is a poker player by the name of Phil Hellmuth. There's one thing that he really likes to do when he's in like recorded poker matches that he knows are going on the television, wherein he like show his cards to the camera, and then instead of talking to any of the other players, he talks to the camera to talk to the people who are hosting the event. He's just like, I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm about to fold these great cards with this guy who's bluffing. And instead of actually trying to work it out in his head and try and bluff it, he talks to the commentators. I bring this up because this is like the 5th time King of Prussia has pinged me in their void. I appreciate it. You're talking a lot to me, though. Do you think we stab Spain here again?
You're King of Prussia, so you're gonna stab Spain here again, regardless of what we say.
Is there is there another option for you? Is there a
Are you not at war with Spain?
Is there Is there any other world for you where you don't take these Spanish centers? Honestly, like you just went to Navarra. You're taking Barcelona this turn. You're taking Barcelona this turn, especially because Spain self-bounce and straight up Bonifio here. Ficio, sorry. That's a self-bounce there. Like, Barcelona is guaranteed, is it not? No, because you move. Oh, yeah, because you can't tap Valencia this way. Get Ottomans to tap Valencia for you.
Just get Ottomans to take Valencia.
Just get the Ottomans to actually take Rabat, Tangier, Bolinas, Sardinia, Corsica. Please. The players are slow.
Yeah, the Ottomans are just going to take the Lyris, probably.
The players are
no,
slow.
Spain can cut both units, which I'm guessing they'll do, and then lose Corsica and Sardinia.
Need to bring this
Yeah,
up.
Spain's going to lose Corsica and Sardinia here. That's rough.
Yeah, Spain is not sitting pretty. Bring this up here. The players are slow. The bot is slow. Coincidence? I think not.
I think so.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence. Just look at Blitz 1. Just look at Blitz 1 compared to this. This game
Like,
makes
did
me...
France try to stab Portugal and Spain on the same turn?
It does kind of look like it. The Colonials are collapsing. Everyone is going pure C dot take dot at this point.
Yep. To be fair, that's kind of what you need to do to win from this position.
At this point, where everyone's in a massive dogfight at the top of the leaderboard, yeah. You just need to go. This is like watching a train crash at 200 miles an hour in slow motion. So true, bestie. So true.
I feel like we need to get a better bot.
There has been talks about trying to update the framework and the servers for the bot before. It's a massive undertaking that would require a lot of...
Yeah, I know it's a lot of work to make the bot, but it crashes a lot. No, just I think because we're using it too much. The poor bot.
What if we got...
Everyone needs to stop spamming fish.
I'm sorry, I'm dying at the comment of what if we got better players from the GM. I'm dying at that.
How will the bot handle 10 more empty? Yeah, it won't, exactly.
We will, at absolute worst, we go back to the good old days of 4-hour adjudications by hand, baby.
I will not be doing any of those.
I will also not be doing any of those.
I'll draw in my own orders. How about that? Everyone draws their own orders in on the map.
Everyone draws their own orders on their own little picture they take of the map, and then you just collage it all together. I love that.
Yeah.
Hack the bot, get the line tool out. So true, so true.
While we're here, I might as well do press for my other games.
Might as well. Hey, digital art, print out the map and do it by hand. That would take commitment right there. Yeah, looking at the position that we're in right now, we talked about it plenty, but I think there are players like England, Portugal, Athabasca, Shoshone even, who are sitting in a fairly decent position and I think are going to be fighting for what is going to end up being the top of the leaderboard, but it's really hard to see any one player at all reaching a reasonable enough point to threaten a victory. I'm getting pinged in my other games as well now.
That is me. I just pinged you.
You didn't need to do that. Like, come on. I apologize for everyone who's just waiting here. Unfortunately, I think we were pretty much just wrapping up with everything we wanted to say about this turn when the bot went down, so it's really unfortunate.
The bot may or may not be coming back very soon. Hopefully. Maybe.
According to Osseous, the bot should be back now, which is good to know.
Yeah, it looks like it is working correctly.
Unfortunately, I think this is also going to end up pushing the game back to 6 years total.
Yeah, no, it's 6 years.
Bot is bad, but it won't let me download
It
map
won't let you download
files.
map files? No.
Oh. Oh. Who's in the call right here? Is it anyone from our game? I don't think so. You want to talk about B1 Dahlia while we're just sitting here waiting for the...
That would be really funny. Hold up.
That'd be funny. I think that's
who's in here? How do I check who's in here? Oh, you have it up.
That would be really funny. I also definitely don't want to do that. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that either.
I'm gonna be completely 100% honest. After this Blitz game is over, I am not going to be touching diplomacy for the rest of the day because I need.
Oh yeah, no, that's fair.
I need a break. I've technically been in Dahlia. True.
Who said that? Oh yeah, yep. You have been in Dahlia. Yeah, we can't do that because like I'm sure Sam's not the only country spec in here.
We can't do that because that almost certainly is going to go on the YouTube VOD, and then everyone in our game will see it when they watch the YouTube VOD for this game.
Yeah, that would not be.
It would be really funny though.
Yeah, I mean, it's already going on the YouTube VOD. It's us discussing how we don't want to discuss stuff on YouTube VOD.
True.
If you're watching us and you're in Dahlia, hello.
If you're watching us and you're in Dahlia, you heard nothing.
If you're already this far into the commentary and you've been watching us not... I'm assuming most people are probably going to skip this part because it's just us talking about not diplomacy.
Fair.
Because the bot is dying.
If you're watching to this point in the VOD, I hope you have been enjoying the hair pulling as much as we have been. You've seen a lot of the worst that's happened as far as like holds and cores has happened this game. Let me see if I can find some more egregious examples that we've just been sharing in the chat here.
Let's look at the spring 42 moves. So let's comment on people's openings.
Yeah, these advanced tactics here. Did you see this one?
Muskogee is supporting Cato into Muskogee?
Yep. Beautiful tactics.
Nice.
Gorgeous right there. Unfortunately, I don't think we see too many other pictures. You'll pull up just about any of the moves maps, and you'll find quite a few. I would love a compilation.
Oh wait, I'm doing GM stuff right now.
I would love a compilation of all the frustrated reactions to holds and cores. That compilation video would be over an hour long. Yeah. I think here that unfortunately really just reasonable that we're going to have to be stopping relatively soon. I imagine either we're going to be stopping really soon or we're going to be really speedrunning the last few years as a bunch of people won't be able to finish out the game. It's really unfortunate to just have these bot issues like right at the crucial moments of right at the start and right when we're trying to finish it out. It's really quite unfortunate. We stop after fall. We need to know ahead of time.
Yeah, I think we're probably gonna do one more year after this one.
I think so. I think ending after year 5 is definitely going to be something. If we're ending after year 5, then almost certainly like we were never getting anywhere with this game. It's really unfortunate, but I do hate to be the downer. I don't think we're getting anywhere with this game, anyways.
The bot's back on. Now the map is just not. It's being weird.
Well, that's wonderful. I am really enjoying the Blitz games as much as this game has been very entertaining in its own little interesting way. I'm really enjoying the Blitz games. However, I do think that if Blitz games are going to continue, we should have some slight formatting changes so that we're not sitting here for 9 hours and still complaining about not having enough time.
Yeah.
It just due to how everything works out, it's really difficult to make things work. The options are either ask everybody to stay even longer for the game, which makes it even harder to find people who are willing to sit down in order to play diplomacy for this long, or to shorten press timers even more, which makes it so that even more mistakes and misorders are going to happen, which really just forces.
Yeah, we should not shorten it even more.
It's really just gonna,
Yeah.
I think, hurt.
We should host a gunboat game.
Honestly, Gunboat Blitz might be the only way to get us to 8 years in a Blitz format.
Yeah.
Either that or just getting literally everybody to accept that you're playing diplomacy for 11 hours.
Yeah. The map may or may not be getting posted very soon. Hopefully.
07s.
Yeah.
It is really unfortunate, and let's be real, a lot of people want to play more because they want to see this out.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate that we're not going to be able to. It's really difficult. You all have seen how much we're struggling to commentate this much in just 20 minutes per turn.
Yeah. Yeah, we are officially ending the game after this year.
I think, unfortunately, that is just what's going to have to happen. And I'm going to say it, although some of the players may not like it, it's probably the best outcome for the sanity of everyone involved, especially me.
I'm with you on that.
Especially me specifically. I'm gonna be totally selfish in saying this. I am losing my mind at some of these orders.
Yeah. It has officially been almost a full hour since the moves went through, and we do not have retreats.
Yeah, it
Well, I have the retreats map. I know what all the retreats are. The file size is too big for me to post it because of whatever changes happen.
That's wild.
Yeah, and I don't have Nitro or anything, so.
I really love Blitz. I really hope this continues, but something needs to change. I think that something
Yeah.
is either going to need to be a significant improvement to the bot, some sort of change to the format to make sure we actually get longer games that go for longer years, whether that be
Yeah.
with longer
Or
time
we
or
could
whatever.
play it on multiple different days.
Multiple different days is also a possibility, though you then run into the option of people may not have availability on both days for a weekend, and
Yeah, true.
that trifecta of having enough players, having a functioning bot, and being able to make the game go long enough to be satisfying, it's really difficult to get
Hey,
all
we
three
got
of
the
those
map.
things. Map time, map time.
Yeah, we had to get Bumble to come do it for us, because...
Shoutouts to the Holy Bumble.
Alright, we are finally in fall of 16.
We're in fall of year 5, everybody. This has been
Yeah.
exhilarating gameplay.
Only took us... How much is that?
My OBS
40... Almost 40 minutes to get through... No, more than 40 minutes to get through spring retreats.
My OBS recording is at over 7.5 hours. That does not include when I straight up pause the recording for the break in the middle. We have gotten through 4.5 years of gameplay.
Very fun.
I'm not sure the bot is designed to handle games like this. It really isn't, and it's unfortunate. We said this before. It'd be really cool to have an overhaul, but also the people who are working on the bot are doing it like just completely out of passion, and it's really difficult to completely overhaul the bot in a manner that would make this work. I suppose you could have a relay race of sorts, multiple players per power, and whoever can make it to each session plays. I mentioned this game earlier. There is a board game that's called The 8 Hours of Le Mans that's based on, the semi-famous race of the same name. The way it works is that you literally get it's semi-standard board game sort of, you move around a map and you try and overtake people, that sort of racing game. Semi-famous, famous. It's famous depending on what part of the world you live in. I'll say that. But
I've never heard of it, so...
yeah. The way the game works though is that you fully play out real-time 8 hours of gameplay. Like with no breaks or anything like that. The way that they get that to work is that it's 2 players working for one team of race car. They're allowed to tag in, and that makes it slightly more manageable and reasonable. Only slightly though. Yeah, that trifecta of smoother bot, player availability, and making it so the game can run for longer in-game turns. It's difficult to get all of those things, which is really unfortunate. Where are the retreats that need to see? I'm not seeing many retreats that man, I can't believe I'm about to say this. I'm not seeing many retreats that are making me wonder. Oh yeah, I didn't expect that. Ah, most of this is about what you would expect. We'll keep it 100. I like these because my brain is passively absorbing tactics while I have background noise for work. Very true. Shout out to everyone who's been doing the podcasting approach for the entire session. What if?
It just downloaded this.
Now my brain is like turning trying to compare this to 8 Hours of Le Mans. What if we had enough players who could be interested in doing it over a 2-day span? We lengthen the turn timer like 30 minutes a phase. Do a dedicated 6 hours on one day and a dedicated 6 hours on the other day. But not everyone on your team had to be there the whole time. Like, you could swap in and out when necessary or when available. You would need way more people for that. So that's one of the things. The reason that Blitz 2 is happening in this way is because the original idea was to run the Blitz 1 format, but specifically have more people manning each power. It would be 2 people for each regional power and 3 people for each colonial power. And the problem is that we just did not have enough people who would be available for that.
Yeah.
If we could get 50 to 60 people who are fully dedicated to spending a good chunk of their weekend doing this, and splitting it over 2 days is probably the best option. Is that feasible? Probably not, because you also need GMs and angels and everyone else who are always 100% available over the entire game period.
I mean, you could just get like 8 GMs.
You could just get 8 GMs, but that's more of the if we can get enough people who are interested sort of thing. Would we be able to get like 60 people who would be able to be fully dedicated to playing and running and making sure everything goes smoothly for basically the entirety of the weekend? Like 6 hours on both a Saturday and a Sunday is a pretty large portion of your weekend. Like, that is the thing you're doing with your weekend. I don't know if we could get that many people to be interested and dedicated their entire weekend to a 2-day structure. I did a bunch of my work most of the game. Honestly, I probably should have been doing work myself, but I'm the one recording as well, so I can't even pull up a lot of the work stuff that I would do because you all do not need to be seeing my college assignments. I do also need to get the oh man, I still have all of the Imperial Realm paper assembly that I have to do before tomorrow. Yuck.
And you have to do all the press for the game, which I absolutely know you have not done.
Yeah, and I haven't touched E1 Dahlia press since like Friday. Yuck. Yuck. I love diplomacy. But like, man, I need a break after this. Absorbing genius tactics like coring and holding 2 units that can either both core or support hold each other. Please don't absorb those tactics. Longer turn timer, longer break, do it over Saturday and Sunday. I think structurally it's a sound idea. Would you be able to get the interest in it? That's a lot more questionable. I mean, I don't know. There are people who are dedicated to playing 8 hours of Le Mans, so there are people who would be dedicated enough to do it. Tell me about it. I have to adjudicate both of my games later tonight, and if I have to fight the bot again today, I will scream. True. course, I can't wait for the next issue's first draft. What's going to happen is after this game, well, the first thing I'm doing after this game is I'm going to go eat some dinner and get some fuel in my belly. After which point,
I'm gonna do press for the game that I'm in, which you're not doing.
After that, I am either going to spend 4 hours or so catching up on Game Press that I really should have been doing all weekend, but couldn't because I needed to do work, both university work and work that I could pay bills. I'm either going to catch up on making sure that I have the draft ready for the Imperial round because the anticipated release date for that is tomorrow, and I haven't been able to finish it for, again, similar work reasons. Or I'm going to take a fat nap. I'm going to do all of that tomorrow morning before uni classes. How fat is this nap going to be? Fat or fat? I'm talking like 12 hours. I'm talking like I'm out nap. That's not a nap, right? You just went to bed. But if I call it go to bed, then I will have to say that I've got absolutely nothing productive done this weekend. You know, aside from working to pay the bills, that was productive. But aside from that,
you commentated diplomacy.
yeah,
That's productive, definitely.
dude, I wish this was. I wish I could turn this into something very productive that I could do. I wish I could turn playing board games into a full-time job. I wish.
Just become the next Captain Meme and just make AARs for all of your games, I guess. I don't know.
Just get lucky with the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. Osseous, I'm not paying you.
Also, just I don't have any money to pay you with, even if I would have wanted to. Here's the gambit. Get Veilfix to play Imp Dip Blitz. 4-hour Veilfix video. Thousands enter the community. Bot dies. Influencers get rich.
True. We do need to get Failfisk to play Jib.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Veilfist playing a game of diplomacy over like 3 months? Like honestly though?
No, absolutely not. That's why he's playing Blitz.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, campaign for North Africa, guys. It's just a week away. Just a week
Yeah.
away.
It's coming out any day now. When was the initial release date supposed to be for it?
What, sorry?
For the campaign for North Africa video?
That joke has been running for, I want to say, at least a year now.
Yeah.
Campaign for North Africa is like, it's only a board game in the technical sense that that is the best label you can apply to it. The person who made the game straight up says, this is not meant to be played. This is meant to prove a point.
Yep. Fair.
Who's it proving a point to? I don't know.
Good question.
Shout out to all of the players who are, I think, just playing putt-putt golf again. No, they're not playing anything. They're just all in the same chat at this point.
They do realize that fall orders are.
They're playing.
Like, there's a turn going on right now, right?
They're playing League of Legends, is what Oscus is saying. We have fully devolved. There is no game anymore. We're done here. Thank you. Yeah, the brain rot has taken over. There is no diplomacy left to play. League of Legends truly is the low point of any conversation. My GMing is so bad, people would rather be playing League. Not like that, Aussie. It's not like that.
True, you could have.
Damn. Shout out to eating Raisin Bran and lukewarm apple cider at nearly 5 in the afternoon. Living your best life. Genuinely, I've had so much fun with this. I don't regret this in the slightest. The only thing I regret is obviously the fact that I have so much more Imp that I need to do that's on the docket. And I haven't done it because I've done this. That's just about my only regret.
Yeah. Well, good news is that this game's ending soon, hopefully, maybe, potentially. And we'll get to talk about Moose again.
Indeed. That's the 5 liters of tea I drunk today. Pop off. I think my biggest regret is that Firebender survived. You know what I'm going to say? I am going to say this so this is on the video. At the start of the break, we posted a little snippet of the tier names just to make fun, and we showed that the lowest, that the F tier was called Firebender tier, right? And Firebender's playing Ayutthaya this game. He goes, what do you mean it's called Firebender? I genuinely did nothing wrong this game. Like, it's clearly just everyone else was out to get me. And it took everything I had to not immediately just start saying into the public square, bro built 3 fleets. Like, bro built 3 fleets? And then is confused that Ming attacked them.
Yeah, that's obviously why you build 4 fleets.
True. The 4th fleet would have done it.
Yeah. Yeah, here's the thing with good players playing Blitz. Good players don't want to play Blitz. They already spend too much time in their normal games to spend 8 hours just
True.
doing this.
I've seen Triple Fleet.
You have not seen any Ayutthaya cook. They've never won. I would know because I played Ayutthaya.
But also, maybe you can do some cool things with that if you have the time to make sure that Ming is going to stay off your back when you're focusing in Indonesia. In a Blitz game, you can't do that. There is no guarantee that Ming doesn't immediately walk in behind you, which, Ming immediately walked in behind Ayutthaya. Who would have thunk?
That's crazy. Ming would never. Yeah, I can't believe Ming would ever walk in behind Ayutthaya and take dots. No diplomacy player would ever take dots.
Downpour? Never.
Yeah, especially not downpour. You're getting a map.
this wasn't the way to do it. It's really just an unfortunate set of circumstances that led to this game being cut so short.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get people who in general are going to be free enough to do this with any sort of without any sort of hitches, to get people who will be available for an entire day to do diplomacy stuff. That's already hard enough to do. You then get the bot to cooperate so that everything works in a smooth manner. On top of that, that's basically just a luck check.
What's happening?
Osseous has apparently seen the map and
I have access to the map right now.
is very concerned.
Oh, yeah, no, everyone did just quarter try. Yep.
They're listening. They're listening, aren't you? You're listening to this, aren't you? I know you are. One of you is leaking this. I know you are. One of you isn't doing this. Clearly, this is all just a psychosocial experiment. Troll the commentators.
They're doing psychological warfare. I can read their orders to see if that's what they did.
I do love it though. That's so funny. That is genuinely so unbelievably funny.
We got a map.
We have a map. Let's see.
Hey,
yeah. Please tell me that the caucus is still like all hell.
The entire game is just in the chat. I see.
Even in spite of all of this, Tbilisi, Durban, Sachet are still a mess. Just going back and forth. Nothing ever happened. Safavit's end in Durban, Russia's end in Sachet, Ottoman's end in Tbilisi, and nobody moved at all. I hate all of you.
Let's see who won.
Yeah, let's see who won. That's a rhetorical question. There are no winners.
There are no winners, yes.
Winners are the people who got out while they could. Yep.
Alright, so let's look at some moves. So it looks like Qing got supported into Nanjing.
Wars there. People actually trying to maybe make something happen. A lot of mines.
Goku dotted Manila.
Goes to show how competitive this game was. Chat, this was a Blitz game of all time.
Yeah, could not agree more with you.
This was hilarious. I really want to make sure that comes across. This was a dumpster fire, definitely, but it was a dumpster fire in such a fun and honestly enjoyable manner. Like, this was entertaining. Genuinely so entertaining.
I gotta love the Ottomans not covering Sanaa because they instead decided to go bounce Galapagos.
Congo is the board leader. I love that. Go Congo. Get the players in here. Get the players in the call. Let's get them in here.
Yeah. We could just go raid their call.
Well, no, because then it's a general VC, so everyone's going to be talking at once.
Oh, they're also playing Satisfactory in there right now.
True.
This has certainly been a game of all time. Are we going to do analysis of these moves or
No. Half the board.
No, yeah, no. we're good.
Half the board put in joke orders. Don't worry. I think we are about done here.
Yep, that's fair.
Full respect to everyone who has followed through this entire process and stuck through it. Like I said, this was fun. In its own weird way, this was very fun. But I'm gonna say this on record. Something significant needs to change before we run another Blitz game, please.
If you wanted my suggestion, it would be Blitz games shouldn't happen while there are other games running. They should be between phases, not in the middle of betas.
That's fair as well. That will help solve some of the...
Like, our game got an extension because of this.
Yeah, not only that, but it also, I think, would free up players, and it might attract a bigger audience as well. Like, we're in the middle of B1, and B1 Phase 2 is about to start. Most people aren't going to sign up for this. Just a thought.
Very fair. I do think some formatting things need to change, because I really don't think it's just the bot issues that have caused us to drag this much. I think something about the format, we either need more time or we need to condense the turns or something.
Mm-hmm. I think the problem is that you literally cannot, if you're a Colonial, it's impossible. Almost all the Colonials struggled throughout to get orders in on time. And like, if you're a Colonial and you're having trouble with spelling issues, with the bot being slow, all these things cascade out of control super fast, and that's with a 20-minute turn. Like, you're just, it is actually almost at the point where, like, the actual scale of the game makes Blitz very difficult. Just very difficult, period.
Indeed.
But 3 players per Colonial was a really good suggestion. I was kind of sad to see that that didn't happen, because I think that would have gone a long way towards alleviating some of that.
That definitely would, having more players on each team definitely would have helped to make sure that everything runs smoothly. A suggestion we were talking about was having it so there's multiple people to each power, but then extending it so it runs over the course of both Saturday and Sunday, and not have. Because then you could have one person covering a specific shift. We were comparing specifically to the 8 Hours of Le Mans, if you know that game.
I do not.
It's literally it's a board game about the 8 Hours of Le Mans race, which actually happens. That is played over 8 hours, and you're required to sit there and do like those like racing game moves where you're drafting and pulling and all that, trying to run for 8 hours to complete as many laps as you can. And the way they make that not hell is by just having multiple people who take shifts.
No, I think that's probably a pretty solid idea. Would be something along those lines. And I mean, having that sort of relay system would actually be interesting, because seeing a game actually unfold live over the course of 48 hours would be neat. Horribly complicated to plan, but we have a large dedicated community. I'm sure we can find multiple people willing to spend their time making it happen.
Absolutely, especially if we, like you said, if we do this in a break between some of the large games, so that way there are people who are interested and everyone is looking and itching to play a next game, instead of people already having a game they're in the middle of playing and not wanting to do another. I think that is something very reasonable. One US player, one EU player, and you just swap them out when the time zones become inconvenient. I mean,
yeah,
I would do it.
You could also use an Australia player too.
That's exactly, yeah.
True.
I don't know if we have collectively enough Australian players, truth be told.
Fair.
I know there are more than we think. Not a ton, but more than we think.
That is true. There are always more Australians than you think.
We should do a census.
Census. If you're in the audience and also Australian, let us know.
I think I really enjoy Blitz games. Blitz is my favorite way to play regular diplomacy, truth be told, and I really enjoy this. I think it was very entertaining, even if it was its own little mess. It's fun mess, but its own little mess. But I do think that next time this happens, there should be some changes to the formatting. And what exactly those changes should be definitely can be discussed and how they're going to be implemented.
Mhm.
But I think some changes are needed.
For sure. I think, the biggest change, probably the hardest one to address, is just the actual inputting orders. Because you can't easily have two people doing that at the same time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And also, they just don't have enough time to do that, especially when there's two of them.
Yeah.
Holds are an automatic
thing-
loss of the SCC.
Yeah. One thing that might be doable, I'm just going to throw a really hot take out there so you can crop this out of the commentary, would be to split the Colonials into actual different, similar colored, but technically different players. With different order channels and voids, so that they're all, or maybe like a shared void, but different order channels, so that they are all on the same team, but they're not inputting through the same channels into the bot. That would require us to rewrite the bot, but it's just adding new players. We don't have to change the map.
Yeah. One of the things that has been said is that some sort of change to how the bot works or an overhaul of sorts would make this a lot smoother and easier, but that's just not feasible to happen within any time super recent.
Mm-hmm.
Just because the people who are making the bot are doing this just to do it, help out. Like,
Oh yeah,
ask them
for
to
sure.
ask them to undergo a major coding project just to make it work. It's just not feasible. So
Oh, what do you mean? It sounds perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, of course they would want to do that.
You just crack the whip a little. Say if you want to play Imp Dip again, you have to do this for us.
Salt does not need to see this move. Salt could go without seeing this move. I could have gone without seeing that move. Salt does not need to see that one.
Oh my god! Why would you
I know
show
what my
him
thoughts
that?
are on that.
Create a whole different game client just for Imp Dip. Thing is,
All right, here are my thoughts on that. Oh, Salt's here. I didn't realize you were actually here, Salt. Okay.
Salt is in the text, but they can't join in the VC at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, Salt, that is the correct reaction right there. That is the
Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah. Making another text clients or just completely changing the bot entirely, all of those take time. Time which just it's really hard to put into when we're all just doing this for the passion of it, you know? I hope every player watches the commentary. Yes, please. For about the first hour, the commentary will seem fairly normal as we're discussing everything, Saul and I.
I haven't watched the commentary for the other video. For the other game. I mean, I should get around to doing that.
Fair. Commentary for this one, at first it's going to seem very normal. And I'll tell you that right now. What was the deciding factor that pushed both of us over the edge? I think it was specifically Russia disbanding 3 units on the Qing border. I think that's what broke us the most.
I mean, people got over 50% this game.
Good for them. Congo specifically. Like, pop off. This game was a mess. A fun mess, but a mess. I loved it. I do hope you all who have been watching this whole time have also been enjoying it in its own special little entertaining manner.
I had to. So
True. I've been here the whole
whole
time.
I was not
I
here the whole
had
time.
no escape.
I have spent 9 hours doing this. Okay,
I do want to point out nobody cracked 85%. I told you
Yep.
so. My hot take justified.
Oh, what
Wait.
was the Inuit over
yeah,
and under?
Inuit over under. Inuit over under. Let's check it. Inuit is
They were at 16%.
well, it's the VSCC. 10 over. Inuit is over.
They got the over.
Over under was at 9.5 for the Inuit. Congratulations, Sports Boot. You did it.
Let's have a big round of applause.
All right. Let's get some of these players in here. I'm not saying this because I want to berate them. I promise. I definitely don't want to talk about some of these core choices. I need to talk about some of these core.
Who are you inviting in right now?
We just need to get everyone in the audience. I would love to hear from anyone except lists 20 players.
I'd like to hear from anyone except for any of the colonials, any of the regionals in Africa, Asia, the Americas, or Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like just
I
Congo.
would like to hear from no one except Bornu.
True.
Yeah, Moons gets to speak.
Ooh.
Oh man.
Now that we're done, should we move on to commentary on the League of Legends game? No. I refuse.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not. In fact,
Yeah, nope.
just because of that suggestion, this is where I'm going to go get dinner. Good luck with the rest of the commentary. Enjoy.
Thank you for running the game,
I see.
Osius.
No problem.
To be perfectly fair, we're probably not running this for much longer. Like,
Oh yeah.
this
Yeah.
we're wrapping
We
it
just
up,
gotta
and then
talk some of it.
we're just wrapping this up.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right, but still.
Indeed. Thank you, Osius.
Mhm.
All right.
Bye.
I will talk with the people. Coach, please bring me up, put me in. I'm waiting for a bunch of the people. To actually get into the stage channel. Everyone is sitting in the League of Legends chat. That's like half of the players right there. I don't have mod perms. I can't actually like ping in the announcements channel or anything.
Oh, I can ping in the announcements channel.
Ah, you have perms. That works.
Yeah. App player. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. There are a few moves I would love to talk about. I'm gonna say one thing right here. I'm gonna say one thing first. This was very, very entertaining. This game was incredibly entertaining. It was really fun to see all of it. You all made me want to pull my hair out. It was so funny. Salt is here in the VC as well again. We're gonna talk about the couple of things coming up here. King of Prussia really wants to talk. By the way, really want to mention King of Prussia. Like every 30 minutes or so, I got a new ping from the Portugal void. That was really funny, I must say. That was really funny. All right, you're being thrown in. You're being thrown into the wolves.
Oh, the coach put me in finally. The coach put me in.
Hello.
There we go. This was a very balanced game, very fair. I was very truthful to a lot of people, not to Molly. I lied to Molly like once a phase, I think.
That's a new low for you.
This is Blitz. I do not lie this much in regular diplomacy, but I was a real snake in this game in some of these times. My God. Oh my God. I don't know. You can bring other people up, I guess.
Yeah, of course. There are some people I would love to talk to. I really want to know about some of these moves. I'm gonna pull up the Popcorn Throwers channel here to look at a couple of moves here. So Salt had to leave after the first half of commentary. He had to leave because they just weren't able to say. So Salt comes in and the text are like, "Hey, what did I miss? How did everything go? How many hold orders did I miss?" And Salt sees this, and
Oh yeah.
we let's get Ottomans. I want to get Ottomans in here. Hold on a second. Are Ottomans in the VC here? Let's see. I want all of you who are joining the game at this point to know this game was so funny in its own incredibly
was
special way.
So yeah.
There.
Tremor's been invited to speak.
Indeed.
I don't know if you want to speak.
You're welcome to speak if you want to. No pressure if you don't want to, of course. I don't want to talk. Sorry, perfectly fine. I do want to mention as well, at the end of the 4th year, before we had to take that massive break because the bot was freaking out, I did want to point out, we had Ottomans, like, you were up there in the rank list. I do want to pull up the tier list at this point, though, and I want everybody to know
they got a tier list going on.
as I pull this one up, I want everyone to know this is in fair jest, and of course we have the solo isn't happening tier with nobody in there because of course the solo isn't happening this game. We have the absolute dogfight tier of all the powers we thought would end at around like 40, 50 via CC, 60 if we got a couple more turns in and just not get anywhere. We put Ming and Aymara there because y'all were doing great and you just got kicked down a lot. And there were a lot
of... Aymara was kind of the opposite.
Well, Aymara put in their void at one point that they were just using rat tactics, and it worked. It worked for you.
Yeah, because Mapuche never wanted to work with me. And I can't believe this.
And I
can't believe someone wouldn't trust you.
I never stabbed in South America, except for the one time I did.
Anything but the firebender too.
Yeah.
Okay, who else wants to talk about their games and what was going on there? Let's bring a couple of other people up. Who wants to speak on it?
Yeah, we can talk to who.
Let's see here. You Shishone, get in here.
I like the audio and video options.
Right. So I think my game was quite interesting, I might say. Although, in all fairness, it was because some people were way too nice to me. Like I stabbed Spain every chance I got, and they still like agreed to do stuff for me, even though it was definitely an interesting game in that aspect. Like I just got away with like too much stuff that like I really like shouldn't have gotten away with.
We were waiting for a while. All 3 of the North American regionals, there was one point where we're like, one of you has to stab at some point this game. Just stab, please. It took.
Oh no, we only stabbed Inuits because Athabasca wanted some ports and like wanted like good ocean access. So like, okay, fine, we stabbed Inuits, but like we were still supporting them into their centers whenever it was taken by France, just because like we felt the need. Like, no, we are stabbing you. France isn't stabbing you.
It's the Panda Avatar's fault. That's why they were being nice to you. Specific request from Salt to ask Russia about everything. Is Russia in the chat here? Let's see. Russia, I'm so sorry in advance here. Here we go. I think the breaking point for Salt and I, and please feel free to add to this if you want. I think the breaking point. Hello. I think
that's a microphone.
I think the breaking point for Salt and I in terms of this game and just how it was making us feel, I think were your 3 disbands against Ching that one turn.
Oh no. Well, eventually I formed a religion around Ching. Ching became my ruler, my overlord. Because they attacked me every turn, but then we came back from the break, and in the spring of that year, they moved away. The violence, it was over. It was over. Well, so I started out the game. I didn't want Siberia, and I told Ching, I was like, hey, you can literally have Evans and Yakutsk long term. Like year 3, I'll give you Yakutsk, and I'll just play out in Europe. And Ching was like, sure. And I let them into 2 meds. and that was no Turfan. It was Turfan. I let them into Turfan year 1 to give them +5, and they never looked back. The Qing armies never stopped coming.
You built in the first year. You built 4 armies in your European border, and we're like, okay, you're gonna leverage this. You're gonna push against Safavid. You're gonna push against Poland. You didn't quite build Archaic Del, so maybe you'll push against there. But you're gonna start pushing east, right? And then we look at
Instead of building Fleet Abdorsk there, I should have built Army Yakutsk.
the thing is we go to
Kind of
this.
overlooked it.
We go to the spring terms, and we look at the Eastern Front. It's all holds. I'm so lost.
That wasn't me. I don't know who did that. I don't know what that was.
I think nobody did.
And
That's the problem.
I think well they're not all holds. So wait, look at Novgorod there.
you did move. You did start to make moves against Sweden here, but the
Yeah, this was Poland and I were gonna eat Sweden. I was still chill with Ottoman.
the triple of Sasha, Derben, and Tbilisi just
Yeah, it
never
lasted till the
moving
end.
the entire game. Roomy.
If it wasn't a
Genius.
blitz game, we probably would have been able to cook a stab there, but it was just so non-committal the whole time. It was pretty bad.
Imagine letting Blitz keep you from stabbing people. Couldn't be me.
Safavid just wouldn't stop putting 1 billion units in Turkmenistan, Khiva, Bukhara area. And look, here I'm helping Safavid, and then immediately I get stabbed for Turkestan the next turn.
Oh yeah, well, that was a foolishness to help them do that. They were obviously going to stab you.
Say what
I
Salt
had no
says here.
choice. What am I can't bust in. I wanted to
You
work
can
with
just
them
say
versus...
no.
Well, the threat was if you keep attacking me, Qing just wins. So I had to follow through. That's where the disbands came from.
I want to bring up what Salt said here in the chat. I don't know if the players can see the popcorn throwers chat yet. If you can't, but Salt says that we started.
We can.
We started to give everyone a 1 unnecessary hold or core input. Any more in that, and you just got flamed. And I hope you all mean. I'm telling you right now, we meant this in the absolute best way, and I do hope nobody takes this the wrong way when you see the commentary. But y'all put in too many cores.
Yeah,
Why did
way
y'all
too
core
many
so much?
core orders.
I counted every single core center and how many units were actually built at those centers. Given we got to year 5, it's not much of a sample
I built in
size.
Spitsbergen, so I used my core.
Yeah, we got 2. We got a Spitsbergen unit, and the other one was, I believe, England built in Catawba 1 turn over here. And I think that was it.
I'm sure it was big. It was probably big.
All right. Who else wanted to talk? One of the Englands wanted to talk. Let me scroll up here a little bit.
Pull up in England, and then but if you pull up in England, you got to pull up Captain Meme because.
Oh, yeah, we need to pull up Meme for it. Were you guys? Is there a commentary coming out on this one too, or?
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
We were doing some recording. There,
right.
There were some shenanigans that were going on behind the scenes. There were so many times. You gotta get up here.
I'm gonna pull up Benny and pull up Meme.
Also pull up the other England if you can, because it was Meme and the other England in India. Is the other England in here, or is he?
I don't think they are. It's I don't see him.
I think Grug is still online on his phone. Let me.
Fair enough.
I think he was playing at some ridiculous hour in the morning, right?
Yeah, he's Australian.
Yes, he's Australian.
Yeah. Respect.
Okay, if he's in bed, I don't blame
to get morning for him.
I was telling you, there's more
Yeah,
Australians than you ever think there are.
True, we did.
Well, when you expect nobody to want to live in Australia, then I guess there will be more people than you expect who do indeed live in Australia.
But yes, Grug is indeed going to be in the next Diplo Strats video. We were talking a lot in India.
God.
Yeah. Those were some fun moves. Also.
Apologies for the last second stab.
I'm angry with myself. If I'd done this last turn perfectly, I could have won. Or topped.
Fun time. I loved your one army in Africa running around too. Just like mercenary.
Yeah, well, after Congo stabbed our supply center there, we just decided to, might as well use that. And then we became a mercenary to Portugal.
Until the end when you dotted me.
Yeah, but it was the end.
Yeah. I mean, we never stabbed you or anything. Nothing like that.
Never.
Yeah, you would never stab, especially not in India or
I
anything.
think is what you call it.
I don't know. We stabbed a lot of people this game. Like a lot of people got stabbed by us.
I got a ping at some point, and it was just King of Prussia going, "Hey, we're stabbing Spain this turn, but if it goes wrong, we're just going to be like, lol, JK."
Sure. I did ping sports with that to make sure that got on the broadcast.
I think maybe my favorite moment in this game, just in the voice chat, was when I think it was Congo asked for support into St. Helena or something, and King of Prussia was just like, "No, we're not doing." Well, to Congo he said yes, and then to me he said, "No, we're not doing that," and went and did something else.
No.
And then Mapuche walked out of St. Helena, so Congo got in anyway. And King of Prussia just immediately goes into that chat and he goes, "I convinced him to move out instead." So
I immediately just took credit for it. I was like, "Yeah, that was me. That was me."
I just
No need to
Great.
thank me, Congo. Just such a good ally.
So good.
Good times.
Let's see. Let me scroll through the Popcorn Throwers channel here and see if there are any other notable.
Oh, the other thing that happened is we took Greenland dot in year 1. Year 2 we bounced with Inuit, and year 3 we left. And then in year 4 we maintained it because Inuit and England couldn't agree who got the dot.
All right, let's take a look at these funny screenshots captured. Of course, we have Sophovids doing a shuffle with their units and just holding for 2 turns a row effectively. Gotta love that one. Gotta love that one.
I mean, that one was negotiated. Safavids and us pieced out after they came out front, so they went back again. I can forgive that one.
We've lit up this one plenty enough. I don't think we need to spend too much more time on it.
To be fair, it is somewhat stressful.
That one, yep.
Yeah, this one, the
yeah.
the one that looks good until it really doesn't.
Oopsie.
Whoops.
Yeah, but you in your screenshot you're missing out on me getting into Bay of Panama. That was the masterstroke.
Yeah, truly. There's some other good ones. Oh yeah, we've gotta bring up these dots did not move the entire game. It's so funny. It just sat. What other really good ones are we missing here? Oh, the 4 turns of trying to convoy to Bergen multiple times, it just going nowhere.
Oh god.
It's the good ending.
If you fail, try and try and try again.
I am so sorry, everyone. And I really do not want to seem like that we're just absolutely throwing all the shade in the world. We were having a blast this game in just enjoying the shenanigans.
Well, it's part of being commentaries. You have to make sure people know, hey, that was a mistake that you just made.
True, I suppose. All right,
and then laugh.
Yeah, gotta love. Sam says core unit on an active front. Most of y'all did that.
Never did it on Portugal. I mean, we did core one time, but we're holding a center, so you know it was in Africa.
Everyone was losing their mind about this. Can we get some of the Spanish players in here to explain this is, please? Hold on, let me drag y'all up.
That would be Vislav in the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't here for this. Those are definitely some moves.
Yeah, Wislav is up. Hello.
I am here, yes.
Can you
All right, what year was this again?
There were so many Gulf of Mexico shenanigan moves, I could not tell you. What am I looking at?
what you're looking at is to make sure that they have a unit in Florida current and Bahamas channel. So to make sure that they don't get into Gulf of Mexico, I need 2 strength on Gulf of Mexico. And I'm losing St. Augustine anyways. And meanwhile, I'm trying to keep Havana as well, which I also have 2 units on.
Quick question: why did Saltillo not just support whole Gulf of Mexico if that was your idea?
Because I did want. I have to remember.
Good.
Quick minute. I'm sure there was a good reason.
Maybe on the other side there was like an Shoshone unit.
Maybe.
Oh, I guess. Wait,
Maybe.
but what would that change?
No,
actually?
that would defeat
I
the purpose.
don't think that changed anything.
Okay. There's Solid is asking me
Many
to-
things went.
It
all
might have
over
just
the
been that
place.
you were low on time and made a mistake.
Yeah.
Honestly,
By
that's
the way,
what it was.
yeah, I think there was a mistake every single phase. I think I made something like, oh no, that was stupid. Yeah, like it was incredibly stressful.
That's fair. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's get fire. You gotta
but-
get Firebender in here.
Yeah,
you already
really
know.
fun though.
We
But
do
really
have a
fun.
couple of requests here. Salt would very much like Firebender to come up and explain a few things if they are willing to speak. Firebender, Salt and I have officially taken away your ability to build more than 1 fleet in any given turn. Just like ever. Not willing to speak, sorry. No, it's good. Wait, do I still have that map built? I do not. I'll pull it up again. We're sitting there, and we know that Ming is pushing out. Given we know that because we have commentator view and all that, and that's something that is something to keep in mind. But we're looking
Yeah,
at the
true.
winter builds, and we know Ming is being really aggressive and trying to push as hard as they can against everyone. And we look over at Firebender, and we see 3 fleets, and we're like, they're dead. They're just dead. And
You know, he did not die. This is
they did not die. Fair enough. But they were
You
dead.
know,
probably
there's
would
some
have
fates
came at
worse
dawn
than
as
death.
long as it intended, but
Oh yeah, I mean, he did need to head off because he didn't eat during the break. So
Understandable. I have a bowl of raisin bran that I've been.
So you'll see in the you'll hear about it in the Diplo Starts video, maybe. But I left my house during the break and got McDonald's and came back and ate it.
True. Okay. Downpour wants to come up. We'll give him some moment to speak as well.
Downpour stabbed me. I can't believe he would do this to me.
We're just pulling everyone up
can't
one
believe
at a
you
time at this
stabbed
point.
King of Prussia.
We're just
of
pulling
all people.
everyone up.
He would never stab anyone.
Downpour, you are muted if you're saying anything. People are still playing League up there. How?
I'm a Dota player, so them playing League, I couldn't go in that VC. I would vomit violently.
Give me a sec, mic issues. Fair enough. We're bringing the classroom up one by one and asking them to explain themselves.
Yep. We should bring Aussies back up.
Did you guys observe any good plays made this game, or just
There were a lot of
just throwing?
There were a lot of good plays that we wanted to pull out. Like, shout outs to the Congo player, Lightning Octopus. Like, every single time I was like, why is everyone being so passive with their holds enough? I would scroll down to Africa and I would see like +5 Congo that turn. Shout outs to Congo.
Okay, how's my audio now?
We can hear you. You're good.
Amazing. Okay, yeah, this game was a mess.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Elaborate.
Do you want me to start anywhere specifically, or?
What do you, just wherever you think is most important?
That's some pretty interesting question. So let's start off with Ayutthaya. Yeah, sorry, last Firebender. Yeah, so don't blame them too much just because I did lead them on pretty hard. I was like, oh, I'm going against Mughals, then I stabbed Mughals for Bamo, and for some reason they trusted me implicitly, and yeah, let's just say that they should not have trusted me, even got them to support Macau into Hainan from Hanoi, which, to be honest, I don't understand myself, but, glad it went that way. And yeah, probably the only field that I was actually winning. The rest was either, oh, Ching's deciding to move against you. And I was like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll try to bounce some things. Ended up doing pretty well in that regard, at least until Tokugawa got involved and became a headache. And yeah, let's just say that no matter what I did to try to get Tokugawa against Ching, it was just a free for all. It was an insane free for all.
At the end of the game, everyone at the top of the board was a dogfight, a complete and utter dogfight. I do want to say though, the turn after you got stabbed, there was a move you made. You forced to spin all the retreats you had to make. That way, you were able to get builds, and I believe Chengdu and Kuming. That suddenly turned you around from, oh man, you're in a really bad stab position, to, wow, they're very turtly now and actually aren't in that much danger. Props for that one. That was a good turn for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one big thing about me in particular is I am very effective at whenever I get stabbed, it just doesn't work. I remember bouncing in Yellow Sea, and I was so proud of that, I can't even describe it. And yeah, I don't know. It's just a trait of mine.
Very fair, very fair. I want to get through the entirety of all the images that we pulled up here, which means we're on to this one. We are on to this move. Was this a missile? Please explain.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember what exactly happened here, but I remember seeing this and being like sad. So misordered for sure. But I do not remember. If you had the bigger picture, we could figure it out.
I think somebody
But,
posted at the bottom here. Yeah.
That one was when you attacked my Cherokee.
Yes. Okay. Let me see. Yes, Masugi is supposed to support Kado to Cherokee. That is all. And this is this phase I was stabbed by Ute.
We figured as much, but in isolation, looking at that, it's just, it's wild. Absolutely wild.
Oh, this is also the same term as the Gulf of Mexico.
It's the same turn!
Oh, yeah.
In that one turn,
you can
I got
imagine
3 SCs thanks to you. That was great.
You can imagine that this is a phase I had very little time to do to do tactics. It's been a crazy ride, like going through all of this with the craziness in everywhere.
Wislaw, if you want to do you got to do what I did, which is early in the game, I almost I was about to NMR in a couple of my orders, so I put in fake orders that wouldn't work, and the bot was like, "These orders aren't real. You misspelled the provinces terribly." And then I pinged Dossius, and I was like, "Hey, the bot's giving." I got the extra minute I needed for my tactics.
But honestly,
it's this is genius.
It has been an extra cool challenge, though. I have to say. And I think I really wish I had given myself more time to actually write, because I always had like, oh, I had 10 seconds left. Yes, it was not the play, but still, it was fun for sure.
Very fair, very fair. Of note, by the way, I think we just about all of us could agree that there are going to be some sort of structural changes to the next time we end up doing Blitz shenanigans. This is very fun, but some kinks definitely need to be worked out. This sort of thing happened multiple times. There are so many instances of this happening across the board.
Oh, that what?